delegations is by alphabetical order. So it's by no means of any other kind. I wish also to invite you after this conference to visit Uganda. Uganda is not here in Munyonyo. Don't just stop here and go back to your country. You don't have seen Uganda. Uganda has amazing beauty for your eyes. With these remarks, I once again thank you for choosing to participate in the ASARECA Agriculture Ministerial Conference and wish you a fruitful deliberation. In a special way, I want to thank the Honorable Minister who has come here to grace this occasion as the guest of honor, and I take this honor, Honorable Minister, to kind of invite you to address your people. Honorable Minister, you are most welcome.
Thank you. I had to jump in to kindly ask for the minister to just wait for a minute. Before the minister comes on, first of all, would like to inform you, if you speak English or you speak French, we have got interpretation services. English is channel 1, French is channel 2. So you may follow in English and in French. Now, secondly, before the minister comes, allow me to invite the Executive Director of ASARECA, Dr. Enoch Warinda, to kindly come and take us through a presentation on the contribution of ASARECA regional strategies, priorities, and programs to resilient food systems. And then after that, we shall come back and invite the minister.
Honorable Minister, Fred Bueno, other ministers present, ambassadors in the House, representatives of the development partners, various executive directors, all protocol observed. Sincerely, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make a very quick presentation about ASARECA, and there's a presentation which I'm just requesting to be loaded. And this is just to give you just at a snapshot. What is this ASARECA that we are talking about? Is there anything that it has done over the years? What have we done? What are we thinking of doing? I just want to give a quick update that ASARECA is an intergovernmental organization which now has got 15 countries, no longer 14. It changed into 15 yesterday. And we work with the national agricultural research systems in all our countries. We are guided by very clear vision and very clear mission. The vision, we want to see a transformed regional agricultural sector that looks at how we improve the livelihoods, how we sustain economic growth, and how inclusive development we are churning out. And we have a clear mandate: move forward and make sure that productivity of all priority crops in the 15 member countries are increased. The commercialization of these commodities is ensured. Competitiveness is also lifted up. So this is what we are mandated to do. We have a clear mandate that we are working with. You can see, Honorable Minister, that we have two major documents. One is the ASARECA Strategy and Resource Framework for 10 years. That runs from 2019 to 2028. And then we have the Medium-Term Operational Plan 1 that runs from 2019 and ends by December this year. So this shows that we are already to start thinking about a new Medium-Term Operational Plan 2024 to 2028. so as to align with the strategy. The work has already begun, and we expect that by August, we should have the document. We will share it with you, and you will give us your feedback. We focus on the food systems. We are aware of the Dakar II declaration by the heads of states, by the ministers. We are aware of the country delivery compacts, and all of those are revolving around the food systems services. So we make sure that we support our countries in the delivery of your compacts, which are being supported also by the African Development Bank. We are a great player in those deliveries within the food systems, the food sovereignty, and we make sure that climate change is not left behind. We have very clear strategic function so as to avoid confusion. We, as a regional body, we convene priority regional events, not national. National belongs to the countries, but we bring in the regional aspect. So we convene regional bodies together. And we also facilitate regional intervention and generation of both national and regional public goods. We coordinate priority projects and programs, and you will hear as we go along what are we planning to do. We are a communicator of regional impacts. The impact in Eritrea needs to be shared with Madagascar, all the way to Republic of Congo, so that we are aware that our countries are communicating with one another. We are a partnership broker where when we know something is coming up, we need to bring other countries on board so that we operate on the same platform. So the patron ministers seated here, then the General Assembly that sat yesterday, the Board of Directors that has been also reconstituted, and the Secretariat that I head. We have 4 major thematic areas for the last 5 years. As we are going into the new medium-term operational plan 2024 to 2028, these thematic areas might change if you advise us that we need to change them. But these are the ones you gave us to work on for the last 5 years. To enhance transformative capacity strengthening and integration, to improve agricultural transformation technologies and innovations. You mandated us to make sure that we increase an enabling policy environment, a functional market, as well as a transformative institution that can make trade and access to markets easier. You also asked us to make sure we communicate by using the user-friendly and inclusive knowledge and information management, the ICT, the applications, the social media. So we are having that because we also want to bring in the youths through this platform. So this can still be our major thematic areas if you will advise us for the next 5 years, because we will be coming back to you to tell us whether these are still relevant or not. Honorable Minister, ASARECA over the years since 1994, through support from the development partners, have managed to mobilize almost $258 million. And this has been distributed back to the countries. The map may not be good enough, but we will make this available. We have brought this back to the countries in form of mega projects, and I will show you a few of the projects that we supported. So we appeal that when you continue supporting us, we will come back to the countries with more projects and generate more impacts. When we come to the countries, what do? We support the development, dissemination, and uptake of regional technologies, which cover crops and livestock, integrated soil fertility, water management, agronomic, as well as storage packages, a lot. We come and we work with you there. And we seed trade harmonization regulations in COMESA, where ASARECA was mandated as a technical arm of COMESA in agriculture. And we would also want to do the same in East African Community. We have done quite a lot. Honorable Minister, time will not permit me to go into the details, but as I'm talking, you can be able to see from the slide Allow me just to share with you 2 or 3 slides on some flagship interventions at your country level, what we have done, not as an individual country, but collectively. For example, the transfer and dissemination of quality protein maize. We supported this project in 4 countries which were working together harmoniously, from Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. We had leaders from each of these countries, led by one of their own whom they appointed as the principal investigator, and the rest of the countries had co-principal investigators, and they worked a great deal. And they made sure that they supported this project, and you can see the number of people who benefited because of this collective action. We would want to continue with this kind of an arrangement. The next one is the climate smart crop livestock innovations, also now in 5 countries, working together, not as an individual country, but you bring your strengths, and we work together for greater achievement. And here we worked with Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda, and we promoted the various types of technologies, and you can easily see even the number of people who are accessing water harvesting technologies. Water is a scarce resource, but we brought in technologies that enable them to properly and judiciously use the scarce resource. And this has led to a good increase in even the productivity, not only of the crop yield from 22 tons to 44 tons, double, because of this jointedness kind of a work. A further increase for our livestock that suffered even drought, even increasing by 2% in the whole region at that time. Now it has gone to about 7% from the data that we have captured. Milk has increased by 78%. The vegetables, which are the indigenous vegetables, which are highly nutritious, we have supported this in all these countries. And you can see how there is a lot of work going on at the countries. But, Honorable Minister, without the countries supporting the Secretariat, we cannot be able to do much, but we are willing to do quite a lot. Allow me to pass that because I've already talked about climate change. Harmonization of some products. We managed to work with these 5 countries to harmonize the cassava and potato standards. Why is this important? When the harmonization is done and endorsed by COMESA and East African Community, the farmers can just trade as long as they meet those standards. So this is the work that ASARECA did, and it is yielding a lot of benefits, and you can easily see some of those standards that were approved. And we would want to do much, much, much more. We have promoted regional seed trade policy harmonization. Without harmonization of policies, Kenya will be doing their own thing, Tanzania their own thing, and yet ASARECA is there to bring synergy and harmony. So we managed to work with Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, and we did quite a lot in terms of policy harmonization. And this has enabled these countries now to interact without any hindrance. But now we have 15 countries. We need the Honorable Minister and the team of the ministers to give us more support, to also enable us to have these policies, a platform in the East African Community, COMESA, and even in our own governments to make sure that these are done and they are not only approved but also implemented. Orange-fleshed sweet potato. I'm just focusing on those which are very important because this is a source of vitamin A. And we have so many lactating mothers. We have so many children who suffer from malnutrition. So ASARECA, we came up and brought together 5 countries. And these countries are doing marvelous work. They have shared this technology to some other countries. Allow me just to stop there. In terms of the examples, we have quite a number, but I have this that I will share with you, Honorable Minister. Allow me also to show you, whatever we do in one country, we coordinate the transfer of some of these technologies. If you check this map, a technology from Uganda, you can see at the center there, a technology from Uganda, like the cassava. Uganda is the regional center of excellence for cassava in the whole region. So all the 14 countries will be looking at Uganda in terms of the best varieties of cassava. But so far, they have managed to share their varieties, high quality, to Ethiopia, South Sudan, and you can even see the arrow going all the way up to Nigeria, which is outside the ASARECA member countries. If you look at rice, it is we can't even express it well, but you can easily see how we facilitate the movement of these technologies. And we want to make sure that all our countries really have an access to one or two of the technologies that we are working with. Dairy is a major commodity. We have even gone up to Egypt. We've gone up to Senegal. We've gone up to Ghana with the technology of dairy. And Kenya is leading in that center of excellence for the dairy. So Kenya has done a lot of work, and we have worked with them to make sure that these technologies have gone as far as you can see from the map. Wheat, organized by Ethiopia, but supported by Uganda and Kenya and Tanzania, have also gone all the way to India and even up to Mexico. They have left even the continent. So ASARECA has got a good platform that we can make some impact in the world. And we are relying on the goodwill of our ministers. And we bring some other people for capacity building, where we can bring them from all corners of Africa to come, like now, to Tanzania or to Uganda for capacity building. We can bring Somali to Uganda to learn a few things here and there. So as I finish here, with regards to resource mobilization, it is very important for me just to show you some small slide, one or two slides. Without the support of the countries, Honorable Minister, this good work may be aborted. We have tried as a secretariat, but it is not good enough. This is not very conspicuous, it's not very visible, but just last year alone, we managed to mobilize about $1 million from other donors to support specific projects. Allow me to say here, Honorable Minister, that these projects we get from the other donors is so restrictive, because they tell us, we only want you to work in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Sudan. Or we want you to work in Madagascar and Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan. No other country. So at the end of the day, you will realize that some countries miss out completely from this. And you can see the last column, the countries that are benefiting: Egypt, Uganda, Kenya, Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda. So there are some countries that don't appear at all on that, because the donors say, for now, we are not focusing on them. So how do we support these countries whom the donors don't go to? It is the membership contribution that we put together to mimic what the donors are doing these other countries in those other countries, so that there's a benefit to all. And this is where the appeal really comes to the ministers to really help us, so that the membership is done quite well. We have challenges, the last two slides. The major challenge, Honorable Minister, is our annual membership contribution arrears. Currently, the countries are owing an amount of 1.8 million. So this is some good money that, if paid, we can come back to you with very good projects that you have just seen the impacts of. So there is a membership contribution arrears. We have limited presence of ASARECA in the member countries in terms of the impacts now, because we can only come to the countries with the limited resources we have. But if we have more resources, then we can be seen more. We are over-depending on just one donor or two. But we have our mothers and we have our fathers, the countries. We appeal to you that you can help us. Then limited human resource. Without the money from the member states, the secretariat cannot have enough staff. The donors cannot also give us money to hire staff. And so how do we maintain even a good workforce? So we have that kind of a challenge. Last slide is a bit, it will show you something, but allow me, Honorable Minister, just to show it. This is how the countries are standing. I want to start from the bottom. The ones in yellow. Uganda has cleared, if you look at the last column, the red last column, what are they owing us as of today? 0. They've paid. And that's why, Honorable Minister, we thank you because you are hosting us and you are clean. Thank you. Eritrea, 0. And that's why the presidency of the General Assembly has gone to Eritrea, because they are all in good standing. So my colleagues who are here yesterday, now you can see where we were coming.
Could I ask Yemi to please come and join me up here? Mr. Yemi Akimbamijo. He has a small duty here. He's going to facilitate an engagement on harnessing multi-stakeholder partnerships. Since we have a good understanding of what ASARECA does, it would also be good to know how the partnerships move. So Yemi will come here and take us through this, and also invite a panel discussion, a very short panel discussion, so that we can have a full picture and a full understanding of the relationship between ASARECA and the partners. Yemi.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Allow me, distinguished ministers, distinguished guests, to please stand on existing protocol. As mentioned, my name is Yemi Akimbamijo, and I am the Executive Director of the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. Yesterday, I was privileged to be able to say a few words at the opening segment of this very important occasion. And I'm also extremely honored to be able to facilitate the next segment of on our program. It is a great honor to be able to speak after my dear brother, Dr. Enoch Warinda's very wonderful presentation, and congratulations for great job being done in ASARECA. I'd like to state that the segment that I will be facilitating focuses on how we harness the multi-stakeholder partnership for strengthening the capacity of the NAS in responding to the effects of climate change through technology generation, scaling, commercialization, and access to markets. This is the way this segment is going to go. After my very brief initial remarks, I will call on my dear brother from the Kenyan NAS, Calro, Dr. Eliud Kiriega. Is he in the room, just by show of hands? Yes, Eliud, can you please come to the podium and join me? Then we're going to have a panel discussion, a very short panel discussion, but very much related to the subject. And I would also like to bring on the panelists at this point. And so I will bring on Moses, so if you can take a seat. Moses Odeke from ASARECA. Yes. Can you please give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the podium? I've just spotted you, Baitsi Podisi. Dr. Podisi is from CADESA. That's the sister organization from Southern Africa. Max Olupot. Oh yeah, there he is. Please clap. Clapping is free today. Max Olupot is from AFAS. And Dr. Agri Agumia, the Director Executive Designate of FARA. Please come over to the podium. Very good. Moses, can I move you? Okay, honorable ministers, right here, we have a group of panelists, and each of them actually come from different spheres of the continent, with one key element, a red thread running through all of them, including myself, is the big concern of keeping Africa food and nutrition secure. And we are very, very much aware that you hardly can keep this continent of 1.2 billion people food secure, nutrition secure, without technology. It has never happened anywhere in the world, and it will not happen in Africa without science and technology. Now, this group of people before you represent what we refer to as the CADEP XP4. The CADEP XP4 coalition is the former Pillar 4 group of institutions that are now regrouped and reconvening as the CADEP X Pillar 4. And allow me to actually put on record our sincere appreciations to the partners that facilitated the coming together of these institutions, largely the European Union, and also through the facilitation of IFAD that has been the core of the core institutions financing this coalition. We are very, very grateful to them. Now, what do we do? And what, in the context of this geographic space of ASARECA, what does CADEP XP4 mean? And that in itself speaks to how we use this multi-stakeholder partnership to strengthen the capacities at the national level. You've heard what Enoch, our executive director, has presented, impressive dimension of the great work and the power of science. Now, the XP4 program has the following specific objectives in the ASARECA geography. It strengthens the operational capacity and the sub-regional partners. It also helps to improve the collaboration and the delivery of agricultural technologies across the member states. It helps to promote policy and agricultural research and innovations, and also helps in the support and creation of innovations, markets and markets linkages, and also enhances the generation of knowledge. I should be taking my seat in a short while, but allow me to tell a short story before I do so. It was on the 22nd of August 2012. I was called up at the K24 studio to do a live interview. I was at that time at the African Union under the leadership of Madam Tumusime Rhoda Peace, who is also in the room at the moment. She was my boss. Your Excellency, nice to see you again. And it was in the course of this live interview that the interviewer asked me a question. He said, Dr. Akimbamijo, what would be the 3 key challenges standing between us and a food and nutrition secure Africa? And I responded, given those 3 challenges, for me, at that time in 2012, it was responding to climate change, responding to technologies, and the issue of markets. I stumbled across this interview a couple of months back, and I was listening to the question again from the interviewer. This was sometime at the end of last year, exactly 10 years after. And I still ask myself, if somebody would tell me, have we moved? The key challenges that are confronting us are still with us. Well, the cheese has moved, but we still have a lot to do. And that's why these panelists will be talking to us what we need to do to up the game, harmonize our actions, and to be much more effective in the delivery of technologies that will keep this continent food and nutrition secure. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'll bring on Dr. Eliud Kiriega, who will give the overarching frame, and then we take it on from there. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much. Our guest of honor today, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Uganda, and the chairperson of ASARECA Council of Patron Ministers. Honorable ministers present, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, development partners, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Morning. On behalf of the members of CADIB X Pillar 4 Program Advisory Committee, Dr. Enoch Warinda of ASARECA, Dr. Yemi Akimbamajo of FARA, Professor Clive Lamy of CADESA, Dr. Salim Nadi of AFAS, and Dr. Abdul Denko of CORAF, of the CADIB X Pillar 4 program, and on behalf of the NAS, I'm pleased to present highlights of the achievements of the multi-stakeholder partnership realized in 5 years of implementing the CADIB X Pillar 4 program by ASARECA, CADESA, FARA, CORAF, AFAS, and the NARIS. As part of the European Commission's support to Africa's agricultural development program under the Development Smart Innovation through Research in Agriculture, the CIRA framework, the EU provided a grant of 24 million euros to ASARECA, CORAF, FARA, and African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, AFAS, and Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research for Southern Africa, CADESA, in March 2019 to implement the comprehensive African Agricultural Development CADIB X Pillar 4 program. The program and funds are managed by IFAD. The program has a very clear objectives. One is to strengthen the operational capacity of the 5 organizations. 2 is to improve collaboration within and among the national, sub-regional, and continental agricultural research and extension organizations. 3 is to promote policy enhancement in agriculture, research and innovation. 4 is to create climate-relevant innovations. 5 is to promote investments and market linkages. And 6 is to enhance knowledge generation and dissemination in support of decision-making, advocacy, and innovation sharing. The ultimate beneficiaries of this program comprise resource-poor and smallholder farmers, rural youth and women entrepreneurs, pastoralists, as well as the marginalized, vulnerable communities in African countries. It is worth noting that strong partnership with the European organizations and networks is central to the implementation of this particular program. This paper therefore highlights key achievements of the program to date. With respect to strengthening the capacity of the X Pillar 4 institutions and that of their partners to deliver their agriculture for research mandate, for development mandate, the program, 1, facilitated the conducting of capacity gap assessments where critical gaps were identified and addressed using the capacity strengthening plan. 2, established state-of-the-art institutional support systems such as financial management, monitoring and evaluation, and knowledge management. 3, developed continental and regional climate-smart agricultural maps and policy briefs. And 4, enhanced capacities of staff and partners in critical skills such as audit, accounting, agricultural policy analysis. In addition, regarding establishment and strengthening of multi-stakeholder partnership for innovation, the program, one, strengthened collaboration with regional economic communities, African Union Commission, and the EU partner organizations to enhance agricultural trade and markets and support member countries in their biennial review reporting. Secondly, established and strengthened regional climate smart agricultural alliances, such as the ASARECA Climate Smart Agriculture Alliance and West African Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture, to coordinate scattered climate smart agricultural initiatives in the region, as well as promote and increase adoption of climate smart technologies, innovations, and management practices. Three, it strengthened capacities of smallholder farmers along selected value chains to adopt and disseminate technologies. And four, implemented jointly resource mobilization efforts that led to new bilateral projects, for example, the ART, the Soil Health Initiative, and the D-Africa, that is Digital Earth Africa. Five, developed databases of African agricultural experts that has facilitated sharing of expertise within the region. Six, established platforms for engaging the private sector in commercialization and agricultural technologies, for example, the ASARECA Private Sector Forum. Seven, facilitated generation of exchange of technologies, innovations, and management practices in member countries, including production of biosolutions. Furthermore, regarding formulation of policies that support climate-relevant agriculture and food systems transformation, as well as increasing investments and strengthening advocacy and market linkages, the program advocated for necessary agricultural trade policy reforms, such as inclusion of climate indicators in the Cardiff biennial review process and country national agricultural investment plans. It also enhanced capacity of policymakers and key stakeholders in climate-relevant agricultural policy formulation and analysis, as well as negotiation during international climate meetings, such as the COP. The capacity of policymakers were also enhanced in application of climate foresight data in policy formulation and implementation. And three, developed action plans and strategies for integration of gender in climate-smart agriculture activities and policies. Four, submitted a list of climate-relevant policy reforms to the African Union Commission for dialogue and endorsement. Five, enhanced capacity of several stakeholders in application of climate foresight data in agricultural policy implementation and planning in their day-to-day decision-making and policy processes. Moreover, with respect to knowledge management and communication program, it supported the development of communication and knowledge management strategies in countries to aid the generation, processing, and dissemination of knowledge products and research outputs. Two, it strengthened national knowledge management systems by creating interoperable knowledge platforms such as the ASARECA Knowledge Hub, FARA Data Informs, and the ASAL Knowledge Hub. Three, it increased visibility of Cardiff XP4 consortium partners, members, and their national and global partners through events and media platforms. And it strengthened the capacities of knowledge management leads from the National Agricultural Research Institutes aimed at mainstreaming knowledge management in the delivery of research outputs. Finally, the program implemented a robust monitoring and evaluation system that effectively guided the planning, coordination, and reporting at all levels. As I conclude, it is my prayer that the European Union considers a second phase of the Cardiff XP4 program to scale up and to scale out benefits that have been realized, I'm convinced that the strengthened capacities and resources of the 14 or currently 15 member countries will contribute to resilient food systems and sustainable impacts on the farmers' livelihoods. I thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Eliud Kiriega, for giving us some coordinate. Now, the coordination mechanism is extremely important, and I think it is good that these values are explained without technical jargons, and let's see how this has been played out in the CADESA region, in the ASARECA region, in the AFAS community, the community of practice, and from the FARA's perspective, what is it that we can really put on the table as the core values that drives the coordination work? Kodisi, if you will.
Thank you, Dr. Yemi, for a good question. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of the CADAP XP4 consortium myself, coming from the CADESA region, which is an equivalent organization to ASARECA, but for Southern Africa, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, CADESA. We are part of the consortium, and CADESA, in its establishment, its key role is to facilitate cooperation among SADC member states on issues to do with agricultural research and development. Because of that mandate that we've been given by the SADC member states, we are able to convene the relevant stakeholders to engage them on issues that are relevant for our region. And under the CADAP XP4 program, we got an opportunity to go beyond our region by working together as agricultural institutions within our respective geographical mandates to learn from each other and to leverage on our strengths, and also to reduce duplication of effort. For example, about the promotion of these technologies, which are in most cases similar for our different ecologies. We also took advantage to pool our efforts in terms of resource mobilization by engaging our different partners. For example, we also mobilize resources, not necessarily financial, but also in kind or in terms of technical expertise. For example, we routinely engage with the 1CG centers. This 1CG consortium of the international research centers, they do have regional initiatives, regional integrated initiatives that the CADAP XP4 members have been engaging with to help to promote the outputs of such investments. We have also used this to mobilize funding for our programs. For example, Dr. Yemi, in his presentation, he mentioned a new program or projects that arose as a result of our engagement. For example, the ATIA project, Digital Earth Africa, which is an Australian-funded initiative which is implemented by Digital Earth Africa, based in South Africa, promoting the use of Earth observation. We have also new program which the CG centers and CADESA and other SROs, FARA and AFAS, have been working jointly to look into the issue of the soil health. The soil Health Initiative for Africa.
If
which
you may
have-
spare the details.
Which will also lead to a commitment which will be done by the SADC and of course also the African member states. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Podisi. One of the key elements driving us, because I don't want my panelists to repeat you, we've been driven by 3 elements, and we in FARA we put it this way: it's working together, pulling together, delivering together, and that is the spirit behind the XP4. Now, my next panelist, Max, you guys have a continental mandate to drive innovation to the last mile. Can you tell us a little bit how this is working out in the context of the XP4 coalition? Now, you will have no more than 2 minutes, and the same goes for the other people, because we're running low on time. My apologies for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the moderator. First of all, AFAS, the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, the genesis was about the chain is as strong as it is weakest link. As you are aware, in the decades of agricultural research and development, the farmers continue to open their mouth and the thoughts about the reach to the last mile. So this consortium brings a new perspective. Firstly, I think we have proved that the concept of working together is really true, because we are all here as the 5 institutions on the same platform. Originally, this would not be the real case. Otherwise, I think maybe we would be having 2 people. But from AFAS, where we're coming from extension point of view, we've seen ourselves very much embedded into research and development, and this is a very big achievement in terms of reaching the last mile and working with the farmers. The other most important thing that I have to mention here is that in the years back, we could find a lot of research happening. The extension is doing their own thing. Now everybody was trying to reach different, and there was no synergy. Now with the CADAP XP, with the spirit that we're developing, we're trying to ensure that there's synergy, we are reaching the clients together, but most importantly, we put the resources, both human, financial, together, because we don't want to see a lot of duplication. Neither do we want to just generate technologies which are remaining on the shelf and not reach the farmers. So we bring that perspective. I think in 2014, again, our gratitude to Her Excellence Rhoda, that we're able to sign an MOU with the African Union Commission. And she was very passionate to see that AFAS is growing, and AFAS will be linking so strongly with the SROs and FARA. And we want to report that with that effort, we are good enough to go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Max. I'll now revert to ASARECA once again. Moses, if you will, let us into how this is unfolding in the ASARECA geography. I spoke about the 3 biggest challenges confronting Africa and Africans: the challenges of climate change, the challenge of technologies, and of markets and policies. How is this working out in the context of the great work of the XP4?
Thank you so much, Dr. Yemi. Within the ASARECA sub-region, we recognize the challenge of climate change. Yes, it has affected all sectors of the agriculture. And because of that, we positioned ourselves to address this particular issue. We have established what we call ASARECA Climate Smart Agriculture Alliance, that is comprised of stakeholders from ASARECA 14 member countries. This particular alliance is acting as a vehicle for scaling up technologies, climate smart agriculture technologies, in order to be able to address or mitigate against the challenge of climate change within the member countries. This alliance is also acting as a platform for capacity strengthening of our stakeholders, so that then when we build their capacities, they will then be able to uptake or utilize the various technologies that are being generated, climate smart technologies that are being generated to be able to mitigate, again, the impacts of climate change. Not only that, but also this alliance is acting as a platform for resource mobilization. We need to mobilize resources to be able to generate new technologies, new climate smart technologies to address this particular challenge of climate change. With regards to markets, we are engaging our private sector. We are working closely with the private sector. We've established what we call ASARECA Private Sector Network that is bringing different private sector entities from the 14 member countries to be able to see how we can commercialize the existing technologies that have been generated, and also be able to link the farmers to the markets. And we also recognize that weak policy environment is also a challenge, because then we cannot adequately be able to move technologies from one country to another country if we do not have a favorable enabling policy environment. And so in this regard, we're beginning to engage with the different stakeholders to start talking about this issue of coming up with harmonized regional policies that can then allow us to be able to move technologies across national boundaries. We're also working with extension agencies to be able to see how we can be able to transfer technologies from the researchers' shelves to the last mile stakeholders. Because the challenge is not really the technologies, but the technologies are there. The problem is, how do we be able to move these technologies to the end users? So in brief, that's what we're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Moses. Because you are the host, I didn't want to stop you. Now on to Farah. As a Nigerian that I am, we have a proverb that says, if you are given the whole, you use it to your advantage. While I'm here, I want to ask my dear brother, what do you have to say first about the Durban event that is bringing all the XP4 fraternity together? And in the light of that, please say a little word, give a short word on the coordination mechanism that Farah does. But first, let's talk about Durban in the context of XP4, and then what it is that Farah brings to the table in terms of the coordination mechanism of the XP4. Agreed.
Thank you very much. Durban. Durban is the venue for the 8th Africa Agribusiness and Science Week. It will take place from the 5th to the 8th of June, and you are all invited. The theme of this event is linking business to science, linking business with science in agriculture for resilient food systems. So that is the commercial we have for our Science Week. The Science Week that Farah hosts, this particular edition, the 8th, is co-organized with CADESA, because CADESA is hosting us. It's happening in their region, in Southern Africa. And
also co-organized with the government of South Africa, the Ministry of Agriculture.
Right, thank you very much. But I want now to say a short word on what is it that the continent derive from the XP4? What are we offering them? We are a network of networks as FARA, but how does this play out in terms of the coordination of agricultural research and innovation on the continent? How is it that FARA becomes the one-stop shop that then cascades to the SROs, then to the NAS? How is that working out?
Yes, FARA is the continental organization that was created by the sub-regional organizations, which were in turn created by the national research organizations. So that is the architecture that we have. We have at the continental level, at the sub-regional level, and at the national level. FARA would therefore, because it's the apex, has been mandated to do the coordination at the continental level, where everybody at the other levels fits. So that's one. The second is we are working in an innovation system where research works with extension, with education, with policy, private sector, producers, all the elements of the innovation system. It's very essential for an innovation system to function that it has a convener. So FARA has been accepted as a convener at the continental level of the continental innovation system. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I agree. Well, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, much as we would have loved to engage with the panelists a little bit more, unfortunately, I do not have the luxury of the time to do that. The schedule is very much a little bit in disarray, and we're trying to keep up with the time to gain the grounds that we lost in the beginning. So I would like to bring these panel discussion to a close. I think we've got a flavor of what the XP4, just in case you hear XP4, and you wonder what does this mean? It simply means that these are the representative institutions from the former Pillar 4 institutions. So I'd like to give back the microphone to my brother, the Master of Ceremonies, but please first give a round of applause to my panelists, and I invite them to take their seats. And thank you very much.
Could we give the panel and Dr. Yemi a round of applause? I said, could you give them a round of applause? Dr. Yemi, allow me to borrow your words. You said clapping is free. So if ever I use it in future, just know that it came from here, and I'm not going to pay anything for it. Thank you very much. I noticed, I don't know if you noticed, that the minute one of the panelists said climate change, it started raining that side. And it has also been raining here. So I'll just ask for the technical team to make sure that this place is safe. Thank you very much. Now, allow me now to invite Ambassador Dr. Kipiego Cheluget to kindly come and take us through building of resilient food systems to feed Africa for generations. This is part of the collective role of the ASARECA Council of Patron Ministers. I think now that we have, we need to know exactly what their role is in this. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. But permit me, Honorable Ministers, to stand on the existing protocols, and in the interest of time,
try and address the issue at hand. But before that, I wanted to, when I met the Minister of Agriculture from Uganda, what I didn't tell him was that coming to Uganda is so special to me personally. For example, of course, this is the Pearl of Africa, the most beautiful part of our continent, and we are so privileged to be in such a wonderful place. But for me, personally, 10 years ago, I was right in this room in front of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, being sworn in as the Assistant Secretary General of COMESA. So it's actually 10 years ago, and here I am again in the same podium talking to you. So you can see the feelings I have of gratitude and happiness that after so many years, I'm back in this Pearl of Africa. Now, honorable ministers, I've been given a task that is a little bit difficult to talk about building resilient food systems to feed Africa for generations. To feed Africa for generations, I think that's a very key statement there. And the collective role of ASARECA Council of Patron Ministers. That means your role as honorable ministers here. Now, when I was asked to do this, the topic reminded me of the food systems that my grandmother, many years ago, had put in place when I was growing up in the rural parts of Kenya. My grandmother was a wise lady. She had a granary built in such a way that her crops would be free from pests and rodents. And she had a special place inside her round hut. In my language, they call it tabut. I think Dr. Kireke would know that. Tabut is where you keep your grains up, hidden from thieves or from anybody else, but inside your house. She also kept, of course, grain, and she also had dried meat that was kept there, so that occasionally when it was when we are hungry, we've come from school and so on, she would just go up there, get one, put it on the fire, and there we had food. So because of her measures, we were always food secure. I remember during famine, relatives from far and wide would come to what we used to call kesimit. That means, in other words, it was literally means there were people always coming on food baking missions. I'm also emphasizing this because these days we also seem to be doing that, going to the West, begging for food when we have all the land around us. But my grandmother was really prepared for this because in a granary she would know that some of these lazy people would come asking for food, and she would not want to let them down, so she would always have something extra that she would give to them. And it would be very impolite if she refused. Of course, she had livestock and cattle and goats, and she made sure that I didn't see any clearing around the streams, so that we always had clean water all the time throughout the seasons. And there was also a salt lake not too far away where the animals would go. So now last night, the Honorable Minister invited us for dinner, and I had a discussion with Dr. Kireke and Dr. Ndawi about our individual food systems that we have developed. And it's interesting that if you were to maybe listen to each one of us, perhaps we have developed different food systems. We may have a small dairy farm somewhere, and there are even other modern things, cash crops that we've introduced, like macadamia, avocado. Maybe we have also improved our beef production. So what I learned is that definitely each one of us could, in a significant way, develop our individual food systems that would feed Africa for generations. So what can ASARECA do as a regional body? Sometimes, like I told you, I was previously the Assistant Secretary General of COMESA and also the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community. And currently, I've actually come back again to the East African Community doing something different after my 10 years in COMESA. So after all these years, what I've learned is that regional integration is really, of course, extremely important, and I'm very happy every time I see all the flags seated here and all the ministers from the different countries coming together to discuss important issues such as food security for our region. But sometimes regional integration is complex, but I think over the years, I've just come from Arusha, and I'm happy to see a lot of cross-border trade between Kenya and Tanzania. I see a lot of, about in 2001, 20 years ago, when I was the Assistant Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General of ESC, there was very little coming out of Tanzania into Kenya. But yesterday or the other day when I passed there were huge truckloads of goods coming from Tanzania into Kenya, mostly agricultural products. So then, there is hope then in regional integration after all, that perhaps we can build systems across borders to assist us to make Africa food secure. Of course, there are challenges such as the NTBs, or non-tariff barriers, that we have to overcome. But I'm very optimistic because recently I lived in Zambia for 13 years. First, of course, 10 of those I was the Assistant Secretary General of COMESA in charge of programs. But 3 of them I was the High Commissioner of Kenya to Zambia, and I traveled around Zambia. Another beautiful part of Africa. 40% of all the water resources in Southern Africa come from Zambia. And why am I saying this? Recently, we've had Zambia saying, come, we have plenty of land here. If you can produce food, why not? We'll give you as much land as you want to produce food for the continent. And I think that Kenya and Rwanda are taking up that challenge. And I was also privileged to go to the DRC. And when we were discussing the CADAP programs and the compacts, the DRC was very enthusiastic about implementing agricultural policies. But I also learned that DRC is not only able to feed itself and the rest of Africa, but it actually can feed the rest of the world. So, what comes into my mind is this, that indeed, this meeting of our ministers is so crucial, and I don't want to repeat what our able executive director has already said, but maybe I can just pose a few challenges for the ministers here so that they can ponder, and perhaps at the conclusion of their meeting, they can resolve to do something to ensure that Africa is food secure. So there are 10 bold actions that the part of ministers could collectively, through ASARECA, resolve to do. One, I think Enoch, our ED, has talked about mobilization of resources, not only from within ourselves, but from the other development partners. And my friend Dr. Yemi has already ably discussed that. Secondly, we could talk about promotion of diversified agroecological farming systems that we can develop so that extreme weathers and what we can learn from my grandmother can also be a lesson for all of us, that actually we can develop systems and nobody in Africa should go hungry. Adopt a multi-sectoral food system approach to policy making. This requires coordinated policy actions with other sectors, such as the environment, fisheries, and public health. Support smallholder farmers to benefit from digital revolution. These digital farmers, like Dr. Kireker will tell you that on his phone there, he's always in touch with his farm somewhere in rural Kenya. So there's a digital revolution that we can take advantage of to ensure that this is done. And I've seen that in Kenya, they have a digital system of now distribution of fertilizer that is subsidized. And I think it is working very well. We can also talk about increasing investments in agricultural public goods. And this can be done by increasing funding to NARIS. And Dr. Enoch again has talked about it. And I think our agricultural institutions, and I'm happy that the Director Generals are now going to be personally involved in the work of ASARECA. We can also reduce that dependency on imported food. Again, the example from my grandmother is a very good one. We should not be going out there to be begging others. Others should be coming to us to ask for food because we have all the land. And I'm told a small country like Ukraine, when they had a crisis, we now realize that a small country like that was actually feeding us because, I'm sorry to use the word, maybe we've been a bit lazy because the land is plenty and we are not working hard enough to produce the food. We also need to reduce the length of food supply chain by linking producers to consumers. So making sure that we have proper infrastructure for that. Investing in the local food supply infrastructure and do value addition without compromising quality and standards. We also must develop innovative financing instruments and through public-private sector partnerships. Support ASARECA to advocate for food sovereignty and food rights. Establish and implement policies that force local or independent supermarkets to source a certain percentage of food or as much as possible from local suppliers within their communities. I'm told that a food chain like Kentucky Fried Chicken in Kenya was saying, no, your potatoes are not good enough. We have to import it from I don't know where. So honestly, that is not something that we should encourage. And maybe we must also support programs that promote changes in consumer behavior, such as reducing food wastage. We also could decentralize the food distribution system. And I've listed all this, and since they're all in my paper, they can be picked. So in conclusion, let me say this. I'm convinced that if you ministers commit to mobilizing the capabilities and resources of the 14 member countries, ASARECA and its member countries will address some of the world's biggest challenges of providing a growing population with affordable, accessible, and nutritious food while dealing with impacts of climate change, effects of COVID-19 and Ukraine-Russia war, and tackling emerging threats from transboundary pests and diseases through well-coordinated long-term multi-sectoral projects. Transformation towards healthy and sustainable agri-food systems is a daunting task, and it will take all the ASARECA member countries to work together to bring improvement. Transformational change is urgently needed now in the way we protect the environment and how we produce and consume our food. Your mandate as the Council of Patron Ministers is to support the Secretariat to scale up and disseminate locally owned and locally led innovative solutions, technologies, innovations, and management practices that can bring about transformative change and sustainable impacts on our farmers' livelihoods. So, Honorable Ministers, so during this AAMC, by all delegates, will bring about fundamental changes of the food systems within ASARECA systems. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dr. Kipyego Cheluget. Could you give him another round of applause, please? I think he very eloquently talked about food security in Africa and the impacts of regional integration towards this, and I hope we shall all pick up from the 10 strategies that he gave us. And Ambassador, I hope we don't wait for another 10 years to have you visit Uganda. I know that with our minister here, we can give you citizenship. So you're welcome to come and live in Uganda. Thank you very much. Now, at this juncture, allow me to once again ask the Undersecretary, Mr. Ronald Segawa Jagenda, to kindly come and perform a small duty, and that is to invite our guest of honor to come and address us. So, Mr. Jagenda, please. And of course, Honorable Minister, I hope I've not overstepped, but I know it's in your power to invite the ambassador to become a citizen.
Yeah, thank you very much, the Master of Ceremonies. I'm here at your service. You can still invite me for a third time. Honorable Minister and your invited guests, I don't intend to repeat the protocol. The protocol has been cited and appropriately. I fully stand over that. I have one duty to once again, Honorable Minister, welcome you to this conference and to request you kindly to come over and address your guests. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
My senior colleague, the Honorable Josephine Lagu Yanga, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security of the Republic of South Sudan, my senior brother, the Honorable Dr. Ahmed, the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation of the Republic of Somalia, Excellencies, ambassadors present, development partners present, representatives of the African Union Commission, representatives of the regional economic communities, permanent secretaries present, the president of the ASARECA General Assembly, the chairperson and members of the ASARECA board, the chairperson of the ASARECA High-Level Advisory Panel of National Agricultural Research Institutes present, executive directors of FARA, AFAS, CORAF, and CADESA, the executive director of ASARECA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Before I make my remarks, I would like to request that my two senior colleagues come forward and greet you very briefly. I'll start with my sister from South Sudan.
Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, it's an honor and a privilege to be asked to come and greet you all here. First of all, allow me to thank my host, our host, Honorable Frank, and the government of the Republic of Uganda for the very, very warm welcome accorded to me, to us, from the time of our arrival until this day. Thank you very much for such a warm and well-organized reception. I would also like to take this quick opportunity to thank the ED of ASARECA from taking the trouble to come all the way to Juba, South Sudan, to explain to me the importance of ASARECA and the importance of this conference. So thank you very much, Dr. Enoch, for that trouble, and I think it has helped. And this is the reason why I'm here with a good number of people from South Sudan. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my ambassador, Ambassador Simon Juak-Deng, for being in attendance in this very, very important conference. As you saw, Ambassador, the areas pointed out earlier, I think we have a lot of work to do, and I believe we will be able to do just that to ensure that we clear these areas in the shortest time possible. And coming from South Sudan to, the beautiful Pearl of Africa, you will agree with me that, it's rather coolish here, and so we are enjoying the beautiful weather of Uganda, and I'm sure I'll take the invitation of our colleagues seriously to make sure that I don't just stay here in Munyonyo, but see a little bit of this beautiful country. Yes, this theme, the theme of building resilient food systems to Africa for generations is an important theme to us. It's an important theme to me. It's an important theme for my country. And in fact, it's rather shameful that in spite of the immense agricultural potentials we have on the continent, at least 1/4 of the 1.2 billion of our people are still going, hungry, and our children are still suffering from malnutrition. So I welcome the opportunity that, ASARECA can have in ensuring that, in the near future, in the very near future, that, this region and Africa can not just feed itself, but also contribute towards feeding the world. Thank you very much.
I now invite my brother, Dr. Hamid, to come and greet the participants.
Thank you very much, my elder brother and our host, His Excellency Minister Fred Bueno Chakulaga. And I want to begin with thanking the government of Uganda for inviting us to this conference and for hosting it. And I would like to also to greet, because I was called to greet, and greet I will do, nothing more than that, to greet all the participants, starting from my colleagues present, representatives of the member states, the ambassadors, our development partners, and everyone here, and to greet you and bring you greetings from Somalia. We, as you may be aware of, are the newest member of ASARECA. So being the newest and the last born of this wonderful organization, ours is to express our appreciation for being a member of this organization. And next time, hopefully, we want to see that small number 7 there, green. Now it's not green yet. You won't see it green, showing that we are the 15th member of ASARECA. And as has been said by the ambassador here, also Uganda has got a special memory for me, but in a different way. The first time I arrived here, or I came here as a minister, I was able to convince my colleagues for Somalia to assume the chairmanship of the DLCO East Africa. And they did that, and for the first time in 37 years, Somalia assumed the chairmanship of that important organization. The second time is now, and I came here the second time as a minister, and I'm going back again being a member of ASARECA. So Uganda has got also a special memory for me. And I want to also just mention here, it is here also I learned and I became a good friend of my elder brother, and I learned how to pronounce his name properly. Not many of my colleagues can do that. And as it was clear from my colleague, Josephine, she could not go beyond Fred. I learned that here they pronounce the word K-Y-A-K-A as Chakulaga, not Kayakulaga. So I want to thank every one of you, and I want to say that I'm very happy that I was able to join you today and listen to the many wonderful scientists, experts, practitioners, and I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The acting last born of ASARECA. I must assure you that you will not be the last born forever. Dear delegates and participants, allow me to convey greetings from the government of the Republic of Uganda, right from the top leadership of General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, down to my colleagues, the ministers, and specifically my senior colleague, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who should have been here, standing here right now, but couldn't make it because today the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda is passing the national budget for the financial year 2023-2024. Therefore, he had to remain behind to make sure that the sector is well catered for. But of course, yesterday you met my colleague, Honorable Bright Ramirama, who joined you in the opening ceremony for the General Assembly. And as you are aware, tomorrow you'll have my other colleague, the Honorable Helen Adoa, who is responsible for the fisheries subsector. So my name is retired Major Fred Bwino Chakulaga. I'm standing here on behalf of the ministry, but I'm the Minister of State responsible for the crop subsector. Ladies and gentlemen, as some of you may be aware, this particular meeting of the ASARECA is very special. ASARECA has been convening since inception in 1994. But this is the first time that the ASARECA Agriculture Ministerial Conference, the AAMC, is convening. So this is indeed historic. And I'm privileged to open the very first meeting of the ASARECA Agriculture Ministerial Conference. The speakers that have come before me have talked about the theme of building resilient food systems to feed Africa for generations. I would like to say that this theme is informed by the current challenges that the food systems in Africa are facing, including by undermining food sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, we, however, recognize that despite this huge potential, Africa continues to suffer huge food insecurity, with about 273 million Africans going hungry. And being 1/3 of the total number of hungry people in the world. To me, this is a paradox that we must reverse. We are aware that achieving and sustaining food sovereignty requires delivering agricultural technologies. The speakers that came before me have already said this, and I agree with them. Agricultural technologies must be delivered to the last mile farmer in order for them to enhance production and productivity. And as such, the important role that agriculture plays in our region cannot be overemphasized. And if you would permit me, I would give a glimpse into the situation in Uganda. In Uganda, our population is projected to double to about 100 million people by the year 2050. But as I call it a paradox, surprisingly, the increase in agricultural productivity has stalled. It has remained at a mere 2.2%, which is below the population growth rate of about 3.2%, and well below the CADIP target of 6%. Therefore, as government of Uganda, we have a challenge to double our efforts to ensure that we reverse that situation. You agree with me that no country in this world has sustained a rapid transition out of poverty without raising productivity in its agriculture sector. And Uganda, just like many of the African countries, is composed of mainly smallholder farmers with a holding of 2 hectares or less. But this is not to say that smallholder farming is bad. Smallholder farmers can be productive as long as they are supported. And to this end, the government of the Republic of Uganda, through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, has prioritized a number of key interventions. I just want to give you highlights of these. We have come up with 4 areas of intervention. In the food crop production, our target for the next 4 years is to increase productivity by 1.64% from the 2019-2022 production levels that were slowed down by the COVID pandemic. This is aimed at directly contributing to increased productivity and production so as to improve food security and nutrition, as well as incomes for our people. And this is in line with the government strategy to transform Uganda's agriculture into a thriving sector and a driving force for inclusive growth and economic diversification. The second area of intervention is the meat and dairy value chain development. Here, we are targeting to increase dairy production from 2.7 billion liters of milk as of 2019-2020 financial year to 3.2 billion liters by 2025-2026. At the same time, our plan is to increase beef production from 194,959 metric tons of beef to 364,500 metric tons by the year 2025. And this is expected to support more than 8 million people living in the drier areas of our country, the areas that we call the cattle corridor. The third area of intervention is the mechanization and water for production. Here, the government aims to increase the area of arable land and agricultural production from the current 8.3 million to about 12.1 million hectares in the next 5 years, and to increase water storage for irrigation from 52.48 million cubic meters in the year 2021-22 to 76.82 million cubic meters by the year 2025. This will increase crop seasons to about 3 seasons per year, double household incomes, strengthen climate resilience, and improve food security, as well as create more than 30,000 new jobs. Finally, the government of Uganda plans to tackle the issue of market access, infrastructure, and quality standards by constructing rural roads as well as rural and urban market infrastructure to facilitate transportation, distribution, and marketing of agricultural produce. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm informing you about our plans, mainly to emphasize the synergy that the governments of member states of ASARECA can enjoy by working with the regional body, ASARECA. The government of Uganda recognizes the role of ASARECA as a regional body in supporting the generation, transfer, and dissemination of agricultural technologies, as well as facilitating market access within and across borders of the member countries. Accordingly, the government wishes to use this platform to pledge, to strengthen its working relationship with the ASARECA to achieve the above targets. As you already know from the previous speakers, ASARECA is a regional intergovernmental organization of 14 member countries. And we have admitted more members, as you will witness their official admission here. You know the member countries, the Undersecretary here introduced the delegations. Now, to ensure that ASARECA delivers its mandate, you are aware that ASARECA has 4 organs. The Council of Patron Ministers, which is the supreme organ. of the organization, the General Assembly, which is the second highest, the second highest organ of ASARECA, the Board of Directors, which is the third highest, and the Secretariat. The Secretariat which runs the day-to-day operations of the organization. Now, these have been operating almost individually. But now, the management, the leadership of the ASARECA, as I've told you, have come up with an initiative of the ASARECA Agriculture Ministerial Conference. This conference will be convened after every 2 years. And whenever it convenes, there will be sessions for the various organs, and there will also be side events. So from today onwards, we want to come up with a new brand, the AAMC brand. And I'm calling upon all the member states to support this new branding, most especially by doing what the executive director requested. That in order for us to determine our own destiny, we must have our own funding. And our own funding comes from our contributions. So we are calling upon the member states to ensure that we are timely in clearing our contributions. Now, as you are aware, as we convene today, this is just the opening session of the meeting of the Council of Patron Ministers, which will take place later in the evening, in the afternoon. And we have quite a long day. Our business is big. We hope to ratify the proposed amendments to the ASARECA Constitution. We also hope to endorse the ASARECA priorities and strategies. We hope to endorse appointments of the new Board of Directors, whom we are going to introduce here this morning. We shall also endorse new membership contributions by member states, because I think we want to make a few changes in the contributions. We also hope to endorse admissions of new member states, and we shall as well introduce the new member states here this morning. And finally, we shall endorse the incoming General Assembly leadership. So we have quite huge business this afternoon. I call upon you all to fully participate in the different segments of the AAMC where you belong, and make contributions towards the good health of our coordinating and convening entity, the ASARECA. Distinguished guests, as I conclude, allow me to thank the organizing committee of the AAMC, comprising of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda, comprising of ASARECA, comprising of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO. I thank them for putting together the 3 events into one event. I also thank the developing partners who have not only supported implementation of ASARECA strategy, but have also provided resources for this first AAMC, the ASARECA Agricultural Ministerial Conference. These include the European Union and the IFAD through the Cardiff X4 project and the Boosting Climate Smart Agriculture in East Africa with a findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable land, soil, and crop information services initiative. It also includes the World Bank through the Accelerating Impacts of CGIAR Climate Research for Africa project, the Pan-Africa Bean Alliance, and the CGIAR through Ukama Usakawi project. I thank you all, and I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country. Having said that, I would now wish to straight away go to the next activity that I've been asked to preside over. And this is the presentation and welcoming of the new member states. I'm ready to receive them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Could you first give the Minister a round of applause for his excellent delivery?
And I'm also ready to receive the new Board of Directors for introduction to the participants.
So I will kindly ask that the Minister remains up there. Honorable Minister, we had countries become new member states to ASARECA, and these include Cameroon, the Central African Republic, and Somalia. So I would kindly ask that we have the delegation from Cameroon please come and meet the Minister, and we have a group photo. Thereafter, they'll be followed by the delegation from the Central African Republic, and finally, the delegation from Somalia. So let me invite the delegation from Cameroon to please come and have a photo with the Minister. This is Cameroon. Even as Cameroon comes forward, could I kindly ask Central African Republic to please move closer so that you will be next for the photo. I think protocol can guide on the photo. Could you give a round of applause, please? So that is Cameroon. Thank you very much. And you're most welcome to the Council. Next, can we have the Central African Republic join the Minister? So that is the delegation. Let us welcome them. Let's welcome them warmly. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, Central African Republic. And now can we have the delegation from Somalia, the Federal Republic of Somalia, please meeting the minister. The delegation, please come and join the ministers for the group photo. Could we now invite the new president of the General Assembly, together with the chair of the business committee. So the president of the General Assembly, Mr. Emmanuel Negasi. As well as the chair of the business committee, Dr. Imelda Kashaija. Could we also have the Vice President of the General Assembly, please, joining the group? Now, distinguished guests, we're going to keep inviting teams to come and join. Yes, for the board, Honorable Minister, I will ask that you kindly take a seat so that the board can be introduced to you one by one. Could you please join the minister as well? Mr. President, Monsieur, Mr. President, could you please come and join the minister as well? At this juncture, allow me to invite the chairperson of the board, the business committee, of the General Assembly, to kindly come and read the profiles of the Director Generals from the different countries to come and meet the minister.
Our chief host, who is also the chair of the Council of Patron Ministers, and our own Minister for State for Agriculture, Honorable Fred Chakula Gawino, the honorable ministers in this house from our sister countries, Somalia, and South Sudan, and all the representatives of the ministers in this house, the President and Vice President of the General Assembly, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. It is with honor that I inform this august house that due to felt need, there was that felt need to make a change in the board of directors for the ASARECA. That felt need was presented to the board of directors, the existing or the recurrent board of directors through the executive director. It was interrogated and indeed found justified for the change to be made. And that change required inclusion of all the director generals of the member state to be board members, as a situation which has not been so for some few years back. And the board of directors recommended that change to the business committee, and at its fourth sitting in February this year, 7th February in particular, the business committee approved that requested for change, that all DGs or director generals of the NAS or NARIs in the member states be members of the board. And this is, then they will be joined by 3 representatives of the other aspects of agriculture, specifically a representative from the RECs, that's the regional economic communities, a representative from education, that is mainly agricultural universities, and a representative of private sector departments or foundations. And on that note, Honorable Chair of Council of Patron Ministers and our Minister, and all delegates in this House, allow me to, with pleasure, introduce to you and present the current or the now new board of directors, composed of the director generals and the representatives of the different subsectors that I have mentioned. I would like the director generals and the whole board, those who are here, to be coming closer in the interest of time. And I'm going to give a brief summary of their profile, again, in the interest of time. But they have done a lot, honorable ministers. They have all published. They are all bringing on board, a wealth of experience and expertise to enable the mission and mandate of the association to be conducted well and to achieve. So I will not mention most of the publications and but just a few critical points about each of them. I'm not using the alphabetical order, so that's why I'm requesting that actually you get ready wherever you are seated. I will start with Dr. Joseph Mkamilo from Tanzania, and Dr. Joseph Mkamilo is the Director General of Tanzania Agricultural Research Institute. Yes. Geoffrey Mkamilo is the Director General of Tanzania Agricultural Research Institute. I think she should be approaching here for a handshake with the minister and the delegates. Dr. Mkamilo holds a PhD in production ecology and resource conservation. He has worked as a national coordinator for cassava research program in his country, that is Tanzania, and has extensive research experience, particularly in numerous tailor-made, and he has also attended a number of tailor-made policy courses, including gender and molecular breeding. Dr. Mkamilo is the current chairman or chairperson, if I use that language, of the ASARECA Board of Directors. He has been welcomed. Give him a clap. Another board member is Dr. Alfred Niyokwishimira from Burundi. Members, I request that if I pronounce your name not the way your culture pronounces it, excuse me for that, I beg your pardon, because we have got different intonations. Dr. Alfred Niyokwishimira is the Director General, Institut des Sciences Agronomiques du Burundi, ISABU. He's a veterinary by training with a specialization in preventive veterinary medicine. He has held several positions of responsibilities in Burundi, all in the field of veterinary services. And he's also a visiting lecturer, a visiting teacher or lecturer at the University of Burundi and many other higher education or institutions. When you've been introduced and your hand has been shaken, please don't go back to your seat. Kindly come here and yeah, you will have an opportunity to have a photograph with the people here. So we are many, we may not all fit here, so we may have to stand in front here. The next member of the board is from Kenya, and that is Dr. Eliud Kiplimo Kirega. Dr. Kiplimo is the Director General of Kenya Agricultural Research, Livestock Research Organization. Prior to this appointment, he served as the Managing Director of the Tea Research Foundation of Kenya. He has a PhD in plant ecophysiology, and he has widened his knowledge through short courses, training, including course in change management projects for poverty reduction, and also in research methodology and in agroforestry. Okay. Next is the Dr. Feto Esimo Beriso from Ethiopia. Dr. Feto Esimo is the Director General, Ethiopian Institute for Agricultural Research. And prior to this appointment, is he around? Is he coming? Okay. So those who are not around will be introduced in absentia, but maybe, is it allowed for somebody from Ethiopia to take hand on their behalf? Okay. Pardon? Be introduced in absentia. Yes. Yes. By proxy, yeah, somebody can receive and pass when the handshake. Okay. So prior to this appointment, Dr. Esimo worked as assistant professor at Hawassa University in Ethiopia, and he has a PhD in soil physics and hydropediology. He has a master's in agriculture and bioengineering sciences. Another one is from Sudan, Professor Abdelmenoin Taha Ahmed. He's the Director General and Head of Monitoring and Evaluation in the Agricultural Research Corporation of Sudan. Is he around? But if not, he's introduced in absentia. Then we have Professor Auguste Emmanuel Isali from the Republic of the Congo, that's ROC. And he's the Director General of the National Institute for Agronomic Research, IRA. He was appointed, he's a water and forestry engineer and doctor in genetics and plant breeding. Before that, he served as a scientific director in the same institute and a teacher and researcher in genetics at Marian Gwobi University. Another board member is Dr. Yona Baguma from Uganda. Is he around? In my language, we would say he's a Mugore. Mugore means a newlywed bride. He's our new entrant or new Director General, less than a month old in that position for the National Agricultural Research Organization of Uganda. And before that, he was serving as the Deputy Director General in the same organization in charge of research coordination. He holds a PhD in molecular biology and has served as a research and leader in agricultural research for over 30 years. He serves on a number of national, regional, and global boards. So he also brings to you a wide range of expertise. Then we have Professor Razafinjar Lala from Madagascar. If he's being introduced in absentia, Professor Lala is the Director General of FOFIFA. FOFIFA is a long name, so allow me to keep it as FOFIFA, the National Center for Applied Research and Rural Development. And it's the main research institute in the field of agriculture, of rural development in Madagascar. He is a soil scientist by training, and he has a PhD degree in soil science. In the past, he had held several responsibilities in the management of scientific research, and he was a director of research, and also a Director General of Research and Secretary General for the ministry in charge of scientific research in Madagascar. Another one is Dr. Segai Barhane. My friend, where is he? From Eritrea. Dr. Segai has been the Director General of the National Agricultural Research Institute in the Republic of Eritrea. He has a PhD degree in horticulture, and prior to this appointment, he worked as the director of the Crop Improvement Division, and overall, Dr. Bahane has served in agricultural research for development for over 38 years. You are not welcoming them with hand claps, please. Yes. The next member of the board is Dr. George Tekporo Tadu from South Sudan. Dr. Sega, you can come and join your colleagues here in the line. Dr. Tadu was appointed Director General of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in the Republic of South Sudan last year, so he's also relatively a Mugore. He has a PhD in horticulture, specifically plant tissue culture, and he was appointed the National Minister of Science and Technology as a representative of the ministry in the National Council for Coordination of South Sudan State Affairs in the federal government of Khartoum. Is that? Okay. Yeah, I think before it was separated. Yes. Another one is Dr. Telesfo Ndabamenye from Rwanda. Dr. Telesfo Ndabamenye is the Director General of Rwanda. Also another Mugole, another new one, a few months old, 2 months old in the position. And he's a seasoned civil servant who has worked as a senior official in the Rwanda Agricultural Board for very many good years as the head of crop production and food security department. He thereafter joined the 1 Acre Fund before coming back to take up this new position. Another one is Dr. Rutaladio Nebambi Jacques from Democratic Republic of Congo. Dr. Alteradio is the director. In this meeting?
Yes, represented.
Only in this meeting? Only in this meeting?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yes, but his representative in this meeting is coming to receive the handshake for him. Yeah, but yes, but that the person receiving his handshake is Dr. Francois Otabo. Okay. Yes. Otherwise, the substantive DG, Dr. Luteradio, Madam, have a chance of continuing to represent him. So he's the Director General of the National Institute for Agronomic Study and Research, INERA, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. He has a PhD in agronomy, and he also holds a postgraduate certificate in agricultural research policy. His area of expertise includes scientific ecophysiology and agroecology, which is under the main subject of agronomy, but he also has knowledge in agricultural research and project engineering. Another one is Dr. Noe Woin. I hope I pronounced this name very well, from Cameroon. Dr. Woin is the Director General for the National Agricultural Research Institute for the IRAD, Cameroon, where he previously worked as the Deputy Director General and Scientific Research Director. He holds a doctoral...
No, he's there.
Okay. He holds a doctoral of philosophy in agricultural applied entomology. He has won several project proposals, and as you know, Cameroon is a new entrant that has been received on this, in this assembly to ASARECA. We have Dr. Steve Diodine Mbenda from Central African Republic. Dr. Steve Mbenda is the Director General of Instituts Centrafricain de Recherche Agronomique. Have I tried? And he's under the leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, and he has also won several, he has investments for the country and for the Cameroon. Honorable Minister, those are Director Generals, and of course, now that Somalia has joined, okay, yes, we've received the credentials of the Director General from Somalia, who is going to join them, and I hope I'll be able to read this handwriting. He's Mr. Abdi Mohamed Hussein, so Director of Plant Protection and Research Department, Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation, Federal Republic of Somalia. In absentia, his colleague shakes and takes the handshake to him. Honorable Minister, as I said, there are 3 positions of representatives from the actors, key actors. Among them is Ambassador Dr. Kipiego Shelunget, who has been here, can come and receive your handshake in that capacity, representing regional economic communities. And Dr. Ambassador Shelunget holds a PhD in political science and is currently working in the East African community, which he joined after serving COMESA as Assistant Secretary General for Programs. He has also served as the IGAD's Chief Conflict Prevention, Management and Resolution Officer, and before joining the East African Community as the Deputy Secretary General for Projects and Programs. He also worked in Kenya as High Commissioner to Zambia. He has worked as Kenya's High Commissioner to Zambia and Malawi, and a permanent representative of COMESA. Yes. Okay, then we have Professor Patience Mshenga, representing universities. He also held a PhD in agribusiness management and is currently the chairperson of the Department of Agricultural Economics and Agribusiness Management at Egerton University, Kenya. She's currently not around, but she will receive your handshake by telegraph. And then last but not least, Honorable Minister, is Ms. Regina Kaitesi, representing private sector. She's also not around, so similarly, she will receive your handshake. But Regina Kaitesi holds a master's in rural development and food security and is currently working in the East African Community, which she joined after serving at COMESA also as membership and marketing and Chamber of Agriculture and Livestock in Rwanda. She also worked with Kilimo Trust, Rwanda Horticultural Development Authority, and now National Agricultural Export Development Board in Rwanda. Chair, these now, they all come.
Thank you, Dr. Imelda.
Yes.
Can we have the new board please come and take a group photograph now with the minister, as well as the chair of the General Assembly. Protocol, please come and guide so that we can have a beautiful and memorable photo to last eternity. Distinguished delegates, this is the new board of directors. Could we proudly welcome them with a round of applause? And now that we have taken that photograph, we're going to have something very different. I'm going to ask the photographers to please come to this side so that we can have a group photo of everybody. So I will ask the directors to please resume your positions. The minister, you can please come this way. And we shall have the entire house please stand up so that the photographers will stand on stage and get a photograph of the entire group that we have here. Could we have everybody standing up now so that you can all be visible in this photo? Thank you very much. Now, last but not least, we are going to have one of the most important photos. So I'm going to ask all the ministers and the country heads to please come back up to the stage, and they'll be joined by our own minister to have an iconic photograph, and thereafter we shall break off for a break, tea break. Could we have all the flags of all the heads of delegations? The heads of delegations, please hold your country flag. Could I kindly now ask that we take a step further back? Could we get on top of the stage, right on top, so that we can have better lighting? So I'll ask that, please take 2 steps back. I think we can spread out a little bit so that everybody is on the stage. Thank you very much. Could you kindly come and take your seats? Now, distinguished guests, I'm going to beg for your indulgence. We are conscious of time, but we have a very important session coming up now, and that is the ministerial statements and panel discussion. So we're going to ask that we don't officially break for tea. I know there are some people who desperately want a cup of coffee. We shall allow you to maybe step out and come back, but this session will continue. Now, for this next session, allow me to invite Mr. Samson Kasumba to kindly come and moderate. He's an eloquent and eminent personality here in Uganda, and he shall invite the ministers to come and take seats, and we start session 2 of the ministerial statements and panel discussion. So let me invite Mr. Samson Kasumba. Please come and take over. Could we have a little musical interlude?
Let me welcome Harvard.
Omukono gwano gunkubanga mwenge kutula n'ennyingo kutomeza n'ebisenge. I'm too addicted to hauling a sente tally on expiry date buli kaseera njagala mbewendi jangu come a little bit closer baby sembera wameza n'ekyejo sitakubeyo njagala kubeno ntekeyo awo sitakubeyo.
So as we wait for the start of the next session, I just want to reiterate that we have got an exhibition booth outside. So if you decide that you want to stretch your legs, don't just stretch them inside here. We also have the exhibition booth, and there is so much to learn from there. So don't miss this. So shortly, this next session will start. So I'll kindly ask also that our team please provide refreshments for the council ministers.
Anyhow you like, I could do my deal as long as you know cause palapa. Promise you gon' treat me well. Give me the love and no be kiss and tell. No be say that I whine I know well. Now your body parts to make a man shiver. Bad girl, bad girl. Panicking and put to love. But you ain't pull up, I can't know if I want. Tell me now. Love panicking, know if I want. Panicking and put to love. But you ain't pull up, I can't know if I want. Tell me now, love panicking, know if I want. Let me meet up, check it. Let me one baby, just see it. Let me take attention.
A very
Why it's not a lose control every time that you come around. Panicking and put to love. When you ain't pull up, I can't know if I want. Tell me
I
As you know, ASARECA being the Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in East and Central Africa is a sub-regional intergovernmental organization of the National Agricultural Research System, and we have at this junction 14 member countries.
We are so glad that the Honorable Minister is here with us. This has been a very long journey. The first meeting we had with the main minister, Honorable Fang, was in October. So today we've also had a good discussion. According to our constitution, which the ministers have approved, we appointed the president of the General Assembly, and we've also appointed the vice president of the General Assembly. So with that, kindly, Honorable Minister, allow me now to welcome the newly appointed President of the General Assembly, also to give some remarks.
His Excellency Minister, everything you said, which can be said, I hope the one who is elected as the President of the Assembly, Mr. Emmanuel, is already on the way. He reached already Addis Ababa and will soon participate in the evening. Tomorrow, hopefully, he can say something. Thank you for that.
On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and the Republic of Uganda, and on my own behalf, I would like to welcome you to Uganda, the part of Africa, here at the resort speaking menu. This momentous gathering at stakeholders of the association aims at deliberate on governance matters and provide policy directions as we take stock of the achievements in the agricultural research and development in the sub-region. The ASARECA General Assembly gathered here today is the first segment at the 3-day AAMC event. On behalf of the government of Uganda, I would like to thank member states for the support you have continued to render the association, and urge you to continue doing so because the journey is still long.
There definitely was an announcement to the effect that there will be a brief break. And by the time that was reversed, many in the room who already needed the break were more than eager to take it. So whereas we are happy to continue, I am here struggling to understand whether we have quorum or not. However, if you're taking a bathroom break, take it very quickly, because a bathroom break is a bathroom break. There's not too much you can do about it. And then we will come back and take the country representation statements. But that be as it may, one of the reasons I love to be here is because I am an internationally certified foodie. I do love my food. And my love for food is also the main reason why I love exercise. Those two have to be in pairs. I love food so much, and because I do, I love exercise, because I understand that if you don't burn out as much as you eat, you will run into trouble. So I started my escapades in exercise because I don't want those who know themselves as medical practitioners to come around and advise me on what not to eat. So I go running around and gymming around so that I can eat what I want, as much as I want. But now that I'm growing older, I have changed from when I want. When I was a little younger, I used to make sure that before I go to bed, there was some bread on the side of the bed because I just enjoyed eating bread. But when you start to cross 40, 45, then there's not too many things you can do. But I love my food, and therefore I love conversations about making sure that we are well fed. But that was also solidified by a period of my life where my financial struggles gave me an opportunity to live in Namulonge. I found myself without a house, and somehow there was a house available at the National Agriculture Research Organization headquartered in Namulonge, and I happened to have access to it. And I lived on a research institution compound, very close to Dr. Yona Baguma, who was my neighbor. Good riddance. He is now the new Director General of the National Agriculture Research Organization. So I got involved in understanding what it takes to make food sustainable. Now that was very important because my living in Namulonge meant that I joined in the activism. Before I lived in Namulonge, I was against the science. Based on ignorance, I was against the science of making food sustainable and genetically modified organizations. Now, when I lived in Namulonge, got in touch with Dr. Baguma and many of his other colleagues and visited laboratories. Then I was in the media. I started doing what the scientists need to be done. Scientists are very busy people, so they don't know how to communicate their very important things. They need the rest of us who have a little bit of time to speak on their behalf. So I have been telling people anywhere and everywhere that they are wrong about GMOs. And for as long as the people who don't understand GMOs speak the loudest, we will have problems with food sustainability. Our biggest problem, in my opinion, those who know either very little or next to nothing about GMOs are speaking the loudest. Then the scientists who know a lot are so frustrated by this ignorance that has been given media coverage, they have shut up. And I can understand why they have shut up, because they can't understand how the ignorant have all this airplay. But now that we are here to talk about sustainability, we can't continue to shut up, or at least I won't. So I will continue speaking on the behalf of the scientists. Now, the challenge about doing that, they say, I have been, quote unquote, fed. That fed does not mean the food cooked at home. It means that somebody has put money into my wallet. But the way I survive that kind of adage is I drive an old car. So if you say I have been fed, I ask you to explain how come my car is old. if I have been well fed. Their response is, no, you have the money, you're just pretending to hide it. But that be as it may, I think there is no way we can talk about food sustainability and take science and scientists out of the conversation. But what we must do, and I insist we should do, is to involve as many loud mouths, mine involved, in the making of the proper noise, because the improper noise is sounding louder than the proper noise. Honorable Minister, now that you're back here, if enough of your senior colleagues are around, we can begin. But because I can see where you can't see, it is you to decide whether this is quorum or not. If you decide, we begin. If not, you can give a few more minutes. We ask the protocol officers to invite the masses back, and then we can begin. But while that happens, I will bless those of you here, and you can tell those who aren't around what they missed when we were here. Can you play me that song that says, My Way? The one that says, My Way. Honorable Minister, the song I'm going to sing says, My Way. The reason I like this song is because I have accepted to live life my way. And now the end is near, and so I face my final curtain, my friend. I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life thus full. Well, I've traveled each and every highway. Well, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I've planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway. Well, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. And through it all, when there were doubts, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all when I stood tall and did it my way. I've loved, laughed and cried. I've had my fear, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing. Well, to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Well, no, not me. I did it my I want you to tell those who went for coffee that there's a very different nature of coffee here. The more reason why you should stay when people are going away. My name is Samson Kasumba. I am a former child, now adult. I am a former pastor that was defrocked and thrown out of a seminary where I lectured, and I ended up in the media. No regrets. One of the things I found out is that the world has no exits, only entrances, depending on where you're facing. If they ever throw you out, face what they think to be the outside and say, Lord, I thank you. I'm entering a bigger space than where I have spent some time. And usually there are more opportunities outside than there are inside. This is my last statement before we begin. I never believe in numbers, and this is why. Nothing huge has ever been done by the majority. You began by a minority that comprised of an ovary, an egg, and a sperm. Minority. That's how you began. Salvation was begun by one man. Now there are billions. Islam was begun by one man. So majorities always join things when they are on the way. But at the beginning, there's just a few. So how many of you believe that the few of us here are enough to kick off? Put up your hand. Fantastic. We're now good to go. So, the Honorable Chief Guest, when we are done with this session, I'll sing another song composed on my behalf by a dead American. And that song talks about the beauty of this country. When you hear the song, you'll understand that this American man, dead man, must have definitely been in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you here in Uganda for the first time, do not try Uganda at home. It doesn't work that way. You've been invited to visit Uganda, but I encourage you to eat the Ugandan pineapple. All over the world, there are many rumors of pineapple. Yes, there are many rumors of pineapple. We hear people grow rumors of pineapple, but the real pineapple is here. And when you eat this pineapple, you will know that you have been consuming rumors of pineapple. You also want to eat the small banana. We hear there are imitations of its taste many places. But some good brothers, for instance, from Kenya have understood what we're talking about, and they're importing the thing. So eat that one as well. And if it doesn't taste good, take my number. I will supply you and keep you supplied at your own cost. That is how that happens. So we want to kick this off after our break and make it very short as we get ourselves across the program pretty fast. And the particular session that we have here is the perspectives on building resilient food systems to feed Africa for generations. And what we are going to hear are statements presented by ministers and, if they so choose, those they've asked to represent them. And we will, for very logical reasons, move in alphabetical order. And that means we'll begin from the nation where I ate mukeke, it was, if my pronunciations are good. I also noticed how beautiful Lake Tanganyika can be. But I also did notice that they do enjoy. Thankfully, talking about Burundi, When I moved to Burundi, traveled Burundi, I went with my wife. And this was her statement, not mine, that there are very beautiful women in Burundi. Now, if my wife said that, I will not speak on behalf of the men. I'm repeating what my wife said, that there are very beautiful women in Burundi, and it is a bad idea to allow your husband to go there unaccompanied. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin in Burundi. Give Burundi a very big hand clap. Your Excellency, you will test if that one works. If it doesn't, I'm happy to lend you this place, at least for optics. The choice is yours. In Swahili, they say, "E bienvenue, monsieur."
Guest of Honor Minister of Agriculture, Animals, Industry and Fisheries, Uganda, and the Chairperson, ASARECA Council of Patron Ministers, Honorable Minister President, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors present, Development Partners present, the representative of African Union Commission, representative of the regional economic communities, Under Secretaries and Permanent Secretaries present, President of ASARECA General Assembly, the Chairperson of ASARECA High-Level Advisors Panel, the Directors General of the National Agricultural Research Institute present, Executive Directors of FARA, AFAS, CORAF, and CADESA, the Executive Director of ASARECA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Agriculture is the main source of livelihood food in Burundi for at least 80% of the population, contributing over 28.9% of the gross domestic product. Nearly 19% of the households are smallholders practicing subsistence rain-fed agriculture. Climate change is affecting agricultural sector with significant negative impacts on food and nutrition security. Food insecurity and malnutrition are therefore increasing among vulnerable populations. With an overall hunger index of 35.6 in 2014, 43% of the Malian population suffers from food insecurity, and 8% is facing acute chronic food insecurity, which is most pronounced in the densely populated provinces with 400 inhabitants per square kilometers. Other factors affecting agriculture production in the country include decreasing fertile land available for agriculture due to the country's high population growth rates, long period of conflict which had adverse impacts on the agriculture and livestock sectors. There is urgent need to boost the economy, which is currently facing many challenges, including higher food and fuel prices, disruption is supply chains, political turmoil following the adoption of the cryptocurrency law, and the impact of the Russian-Ukraine war. The government of Burundi is working together with development partners to transform the agriculture sector, which is a focus on the following priority areas. Due to the country's hill landscape, the use of mechanized farming is marginal, resulting in lower productivity. The underdeveloped irrigation and the drainage infrastructure limit crops production during dry spell or due to waterlogging because the water doesn't drain properly after heavy rain. climate change effects in form of extreme weather conditions characterized by high winds, hail, and extended drought in the affecting agriculture production. Ladies and gentlemen, through this platform of the Council of Patron Ministers, we would like to reiterate our commitment towards the implementation of the Dakar II Declaration by the 34 heads of states and government as a framework for ensuring resilience and food sovereignty. Since joining the association, the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture of the Republic of Burundi, through Institut des Sciences Agronomiques du Burundi, ISABU, has had a good working relationship with ASARECA to jointly address AR4D challenges. Between 1990 and 2023, ASARECA invested US $5.22 million to catalyze agriculture information in the Republic of Burundi through the various beneficiary initiatives as highlighted below. Controlling the spread of banana exatmons wilt, fighting the maize lethal necrosis disease, mitigating effects of climate change, promoting clean potato planting materials, promoting climbing beans initiative, improving wood productivity, establishing a cassava and potato standards of ESA states, supporting policy reform process, capacity strengthening to mitigate impacts of climate change through the ASARECA Climate Smart Agriculture Alliance, capacity strengthening through benchmarking to facilitate peer-to-peer learning, agriculture trade policy reforms, engagement in the private sector network expected to act as a catalyst for commercialization of CSA technologies with the ACA's sub-region. We deeply value our partnership with ASARECA, and therefore our membership to ASARECA is important to use. We remain committed to paying the one-off contribution of US 1,000 to support, to pay of US 100 to 1,000 to support its activities, and the US 105,000 outstanding balance of annual contribution. We remain committed to implementation of ASARECA strategic regional AR4D priorities through mega regional projects. We pledge our support in advocating and lobbying for support toward the financing of the mega regional projects. We would like to join other countries in re-engaging with the World Bank to support the implementation of food system resilience program, which is a very important project for our people. We add that there are priorities of our country as irrigation, mechanization, post-harvest management, and so on. Allow me to thank the organizing committee of AAMC, comprising staff of Ministry of Agriculture, ASARECA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the National Agriculture Research Organization. I thank the development partners who have not only supported implementation of ASARECA strategy, but also provide research for the AAMS. These include the European Union and IFFAD through the CAADP XP4 project and the Boosting Climate Smart Agriculture in East Africa with findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable land. Soil and the Crops Information Service Initiative, the World Bank through the Accelerating Impact of CGIRR Climate Research of Africa projects, the Pan-African Bean Alliance, and the CGIRR through Ukama Ustawi project. Thank you for all.
Give Burundi a very big hand clap. Now, the next presentation comes from a nation that has a very good history with our own nation. One of our naughty brothers went visiting that place illegally. And because he went there, our army went to follow him and ate Central African Republic food. And probably he found other places to go. So we want to hear from our good friends from the Central African Republic, which I haven't visited, but I'm planning to. It's one of those nations I've visited on television, but yet to visit physically. But you understand the strength of a nation when it sends a female to speak on its behalf. Give that a big hand clap.
Bonjour tout le monde. Chers invités d'honneur, honorable ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'Industrie animale et de la Pêche de l'Ouganda et le président du Conseil des ministres patrons de l'ASARECA, honorable ministre présent, Excellence ambassadeur présent, partenaire au développement présent, le représentant de la Commission de l'Union africaine, représentant des communautés économiques régionales, sous-secrétaires et secrétaires permanents présents, président de l'Assemblée générale de l'ASARECA, le président du groupe consultatif de haut niveau de l'ASARECA, les directeurs généraux des instituts nationaux de recherche agronomique présents, les directeurs exécutifs du FARA, de l'AFAS, du CORAF et du CARDESA, le directeur exécutif de l'ASARECA. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, plus de 75% de la population de la République centrafricaine dépend de l'agriculture pour sa subsistance. Selon le communiqué du presse de la Banque mondiale du 10 mars 2023, la contribution au PIB du secteur agricole est passée d'environ 55% en 2011 à 32% en 2020, principalement en raison de l'instabilité politique. Il est urgent de relancer le secteur agricole pour relancer l'économie qui est actuellement confrontée à de nombreux défis, notamment la hausse de prix des denrées alimentaires et du carburant, la perturbation des chaînes d'approvisionnement, les troubles politiques suite à l'adoption de la loi sur les crypto-monnaies et l'impact de la guerre Russie-Ukraine. Le gouvernement de la République centrafricaine travaille avec les partenaires au développement pour transformer le secteur agricole en un moteur clé de croissance et de la prospérité en RCA, en mettant l'accent sur les domaines prioritaires suivants. Améliorer l'accent au financement agricole, en particulier les prêts à faible taux d'intérêt, des institutions de microfinance pour aider les agriculteurs à passer de l'agriculture de subsistance à l'agriculture commerciale. Améliorer l'accès au marché en ouvrant les routes d'accès et en améliorant la qualité des routes dans les zones rurales afin que les agriculteurs puissent acheminer les produits agricoles des exploitations rurales vers les marchés de zones urbaines. Promulguer une nouvelle législative pour remplacer les lois obsolètes qui ne favorisent pas le développement agricole. Accroître l'accès aux équipements et machines modernes pour promouvoir la mécanisation. Par exemple, moins 1% des agriculteurs ont actuellement accès à des tracteurs. Mesdames et messieurs, notre performance dans la mise en œuvre intégrale des 7 engagements de la déclaration de Malabo d'ici 2025 a également été affectée par la période de troubles politiques et la faiblesse des investissements dans le secteur agricole. Notre progression vers la réalisation des objectifs de Malabo reste donc faible, avec une note globale de 0,61 contre la note de référence qui est de 7,28. C'est un domaine dans lequel nous aimerions que l'ASARECA et d'autres institutions compétentes s'associent à nous pour renforcer notre capacité à atteindre les objectifs du PDAA. À travers cette plateforme du Conseil des ministres patrons, nous voudrons réitérer notre engagement envers la mise en œuvre de la déclaration de Dakar II par les 34 chefs d'État et de gouvernement comme cadre pour assurer la résilience et la souveraineté alimentaire. Mesdames et messieurs, depuis son adhésion à l'ASARECA en 2020, le ministère de l'Agriculture et du Développement rural, à travers l'Institut centrafricain de recherche agronomique ICRA, entretient des relations de travail cordiales avec l'ASARECA pour relever conjointement les défis de la R4D. Entre 2020 et 2023, l'ASARECA a investi 570 000 $ pour catalyser la transformation agricole en République centrafricaine par le biais d'initiatives bénéficiaires décrites ci-dessous. 1. Renforcement de capacité des systèmes d'innovation agricole. 2. Renforcement des capacités pour atténuer les impacts du changement climatique par le biais de l'ASARECA Climate Smart Agriculture Alliance. 3. Renforcement des capacités grâce à l'analyse coopérative pour faciliter l'apprentissage entre pairs. 4. Réforme de la politique commerciale agricole. Et enfin 5. L'engagement dans le réseau du secteur privé devrait servir à catalyser pour la commercialisation des technologies CSA dans la sous-région ECA. Nous apprécions profondément notre partenariat avec ASARECA et donc notre adhésion à l'ASARECA est importante pour nous. Nous restons déterminés à payer la contribution unique de 100 000 $ pour soutenir ces activités et le solde impayé de 45 000 $ sur les contributions annuelles. Nous restons attachés à la mise en œuvre des priorités régionales de la stratégie AR4D de l'ASARECA par le biais de méga-projets régionaux. Nous promettons notre soutien dans le plaidoyer et le lobbying pour le soutien au financement des méga-projets régionaux. Nous aimerions nous joindre à d'autres pays pour nous réengager avec la Banque mondiale afin de soutenir la mise en œuvre du programme de résilience des systèmes alimentaires FSRP, qui est un projet important pour notre pays. Notre priorité, comme vous le savez, la RCA est toujours en perpétuelle insécurité. Donc, nous voulons d'abord renforcer les programmes de restauration de la sécurité, de la paix et la confiance entre les communautés, focaliser le cadre de retour des opérateurs économiques qui sont très importants dans le domaine de l'agriculture, mettre en œuvre les programmes prévus dans le PENIASAN de la RCA dans sa totalité, ainsi que les actions prévues dans le document stratégique national qui est le RCPCA, précisément au pilier 1 et au pilier 2 et 3. Je me permets de remercier le comité d'organisation de l'AAMC, composé des personnels du ministère de l'Agriculture, de l'ASARECA, du ministère des Affaires étrangères, du ministère de l'Intérieur et de l'Organisation nationale de recherche agronomique NARO. Je remercie les partenaires au développement qui ont non seulement soutenu la mise en œuvre de la stratégie de l'ASARECA, mais également fourni des ressources à l'AAMC. Ceux-ci comprennent l'Union européenne et le FIDA à travers le projet KDP-XP4 et l'initiative Simuler l'agriculture intelligente face au climat en Afrique de l'Est, avec des services d'information sur les terres, les sols et les cultures LSCIS trouvables, accessibles, interopérables et réutilisables. La Banque mondiale, par le biais du projet Accelerating Impact of CGR, Climate Research for African, l'Alliance panafricaine du bureau PABRA et le CGR via UKAMA Projet Ustawi. Sur ce, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. I had a very successful, terrible attempt at the French language. Now, I studied secondary school in a single boys' school. So to get the boys interested in French, they made sure that the teacher of French was a young, fairly beautiful lady. But even then, French proved to be a very difficult paper, especially the gutturals. And also learning the difference between masculine and féminin was another challenge. But before I finally accepted my failures, at least I learned to sing a song in French that the teacher taught. And this is what she taught us to sing. Il faut travailler toujours. Il faut travailler toujours à l'école. Il faut travailler toujours. Il faut travailler toujours à l'école. Il faut travailler souvent. Oui, oui, à l'école. So that is the French I know. That said, the local word for sweet potato in this part of the country is lumonde. So when she said, bonjour tout le monde, I said, at least there is a local word in French. I almost thought she was referring to sweet potato, but that just meant good morning or good day to all of you. Still continuing with my love affair with French, I will invite representation from the Democratic Republic of Congo. We locally call that part of Africa Dr. Congo. So let's hear someone from Dr. Congo. DRC, also a place known for good music and men who fasten their belts closer to their chests than their knees. Et bienvenue, madame. Give her a very big hand clap. Don't we know Kitengi to come from Congo, especially when it is very well done?
Bonjour à tout le monde. OK? Moi, je suis Élisée Vumbi, je viens du ministère de l'Agriculture, mais dans ce cadre ici, je représente le ministre de la Recherche scientifique qui est absent, qui est empêché. OK, ici présent, je vais vous donner la stratégie de la RDC pour son programme de l'agriculture. La RDC a connu tant de problèmes sur le plan sécuritaire, tout le monde le sait, et ça déstabilise en quelque sorte notre pays et ça nous empêche même d'aller de l'avant à cause de certains troubles dans l'est du parti. Malgré tout ça, notre président, il en est conscient des difficultés que nous traversons et il a bien localisé les différentes difficultés et il a vu que les difficultés étaient liées aux minerais. Alors, quand il était conscient de cette difficulté-là, il a dit, aujourd'hui, la RDC va retrouver sa place de jadis. Parce qu'à ma connaissance, la RDC, dans le temps, était premier producteur, huile de palme, caféier, caoutchouc, tout ça. Alors, il a dit ceci dans son discours, que cette fois-ci, il va prendre la revanche du sol sur le sous-sol. C'est-à-dire, tous les programmes qui vont s'atteler au pays, ce sera visé sur l'agriculture. Alors, pour ça, il a développé une stratégie avec 5 ou 6 points comme ça. C'est ce que je vais vous donner maintenant. Le premier point, c'est-à-dire, il cherche à établir un environnement favorable à l'agriculture. Quand il dit qu'il veut établir un environnement favorable à l'agriculture, c'est-à-dire il va miser même sur les privés, sur les petits exploitants, sur les fermiers. Et avant de venir ici au ministère de l'Agriculture, notre ministre de l'Agriculture était en train de faire le plan de l'agriculture pour la campagne qui va commencer pour toute la République. C'est-à-dire on va s'appuyer sur les fermiers, sur les producteurs réels. Et le deuxième point, je m'excuse, je change un peu mes verres là. Et deuxième point, établir un environnement favorable pour la transformation. Mais quand je regarde les objectifs de la ASARECA ici, il y a un mot clé qui se répète toujours, la transformation des produits agricoles. Dans mon pays, on est en train de mettre l'accent sur la transformation des produits agricoles. Et la preuve, pour le moment, on est en train de faire le pain avec la farine de manioc dans mon pays. Accélérer la création de la valeur ajoutée. Nous savons, nous autres qui faisons l'agriculture, s'il n'y a pas de valeur ajoutée, c'est-à-dire les paysans ne tirent pas profit et les pays aussi ne tirent pas de profit. Donc pour que l'agriculture soit vraiment rentable, il faut la transformation, il faut une valeur ajoutée. Donc la ASARECA sera le bienvenu dans mon pays parce que la ASARECA a un volet, la transformation des produits agricoles. Et le quatrième point, booster les développements transformateurs de l'agriculture, c'est-à-dire de l'agrobusiness. C'est-à-dire là, on ne va plus continuer à faire l'agriculture de subsistance comme on le faisait. Parce qu'au ministère de l'Agriculture, on a passé toute une commande de tracteurs et des intrants agricoles pour donner aux producteurs. Donc, nous visons l'agrobusiness. C'est-à-dire, nous voulons une agriculture qui est rentable. Et la priorité, c'est assurer notre propre sécurité alimentaire, bien sûr. Et le cinquième point, améliorer les capacités de mécanisation, d'ingénierie au sein des opérateurs, des opérations de production. C'est-à-dire, l'homme est au centre de tout ce que nous faisons. Parce qu'on sait que chez nous, on a l'Institut national de recherche agronomique, l'INERA, qui nous fournit des semences, améliorer tout ça. Mais il faut que ces semences-là arrivent à destination aux producteurs. Donc, le gouvernement a cette ambition-là de faire de la RD Congo un pays de transformateurs. Et le 6e point, c'était développer l'agro-industriel et la transformation agro-industrielle. C'est-à-dire, dans notre pays, on a créé des parcs agro-industriels. C'est-à-dire, les parcs agro-industriels vont alimenter des grands centres, c'est-à-dire des grandes villes. À ce moment-là, le pays ne doit pas travailler seul. Nous avons nos différents partenaires financiers d'habitude, comme vous le savez. Nous avons la BAD, nous avons la Banque mondiale, nous avons les FIDA, nous avons l'ASARECA qui va venir chez nous et non qu'il faut venir dans mon pays. Nous avons plusieurs partenaires comme ça qui financent l'agriculture au niveau de l'agro-industrie. Tout ça, c'est pour faire voir à la population, on doit nourrir la population parce que notre pays est buté à des problèmes sérieux. Dernièrement, on a eu un problème de maïs, on a eu un problème de carence de maïs et on est en train de mettre en place des stratégies, comment développer et mettre fin à cette histoire de crise. Mais notre pays est tellement attaché à son programme de 145 territoires. Nous autres, nous sommes un grand pays avec 145 territoires. C'est-à-dire l'agriculture sera boostée dans chaque territoire. Plus question qu'on vient de là et on vient s'approvisionner ici. Dans chaque territoire, on doit faire le maximum. Moi, je me rappelle, quand j'étais encore jeune, nous autres, quand on faisait l'agriculture, c'était dans notre territoire et notre secteur. Et on faisait remonter. Et le ministre de l'Agriculture avait tout le temps tendance à dire, dans tel territoire, on a autant d'hectares de manioc, on a autant d'hectares de maïs, on a autant d'hectares. Donc, toutes les cultures chez nous, on peut les cultiver. Mais le gouvernement est en train de fournir un effort pour mettre les producteurs, les paysans à l'œuvre pour que la nourriture ne manque plus au Congo. Sur ce, je pense bien que l'ASARECA, c'est une bonne organisation. Quand je regarde les objectifs de l'ASARECA, je suis en train de relire notre politique agricole. Quelque part, les objectifs se croisent. C'est question seulement qu'il y ait connexion et les choses vont marcher. Et je pense aussi que tous les pays qui sont dans la sous-région, on doit travailler la main dans la main parce que ce n'est pas bien que les pays comme l'Ukraine nous nourrissent, nous les Africains ici. OK? À cause de ça, je pense bien que notre pays est là pour recevoir celui qui veut venir travailler et investir. Sur ce, je vous dis merci.
Having taught communication, I can guarantee, and public speaking, I can guarantee you, it is very difficult speaking towards lunch or after lunch. However, the advice given is that if you want to be effective, be very brief, use bullet points so that you can get around tiredness. So I would like to give that advice to the next speakers, because we're about an hour and a half late, and there are people already thinking of what choices of dishes to have of those available in Uganda. So if you can be very brief, you will be very, very helpful to us. The next speaker, who is going to be brief, is from the state of Eritrea. Now, one of the things I've liked about this gentleman, he falls in the category where I fall. God made a few good heads, and on the rest, he added hair. There is no bald-headed person with a poorly shaped head. Imagine your haired head without hair, and you know what God served us. You're very welcome, Your Excellency. Give him a very big hand clap.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll make it very brief, and it helps me because it's approaching to lunch, and most of you are tired. So this is an advantage. But nonetheless, in two small pieces, I have to read my message as such. And this is a very important day with a team building resilient food systems and how to feed the Africa in generations. So it's a wonderful team. But let me first start my statement of thanks. I should thank all of you, the delegation that is, member countries, the patron ministers, the General Assembly, development partners, and the Secretariat for nominating Eritrea to the presidency of the Council. And having said that, of course, I have to go very briefly, like what the moderator has said, into my message. It's not going to be very much. I go into bullet points more or less. But then you have to allow me, like the previous speakers, to express my utmost gratitude for the warm hospitality that has been accorded to me. Okay. Yeah, that has been accorded to me and my fellow colleagues by the government and people of Uganda, that's the pearl of Africa, in this beautiful city of, is it Kampala now, or a neighbor to Kampala, but nonetheless neighbors. Let me also applaud the ministers, the two of them that I cannot pronounce the name correctly. Like I'll mention only the first name, His Excellency Frank Tumwebaze. I met yesterday. And Honorable Fred Kyakulga Buino, not Bono, but Buino, the Minister of State, both of them from the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industries and Fisheries. And of course, my neighbors sitting, Honorable Josephine Yanga and Dr. Ahmed from Somalia. And the chief organizers, but I remember also Enoch Warenda from before and in the communication. And I'd like to continue with my little bullet points. I assure you, moderator, I'm not going to make it too much. We are optimistic and convinced that the deliberations from this conference will open a new chapter and renew our commitment and concerted resolve to create the requisite opportunities leading to the sustainable development of agricultural research. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give some highlights of Eritrea with points that deserve further research. Strengthen our campaign on soil and water conservation. When we say that, Eritrea's situation is a very arid situation. When I came to Uganda, passed also Addis Ababa, I saw plenty of rain. And in Eritrea, we say soil and water conservation. We wanted to conserve water. Every drop is a kiss from heaven, we say. Express areas under irrigation, expand rather areas under irrigation and climate smart agricultural production technologies, because so much was said about technologies in ASARECA, provision of drought resistant and early maturing crops, fruit trees and animal feed. And then we also talk about construction of more water harvesting facilities like check dams, small and big dams. And we mitigate and adapt to climate change, strengthen the use of more natural or organic, we call it compost, tackle post-harvest losses. These are our problems. Estimates indicate that over 90% of the total landmass of Eritrea receives less than 450 millimeters of rainfall per annum, thereby decreasing soil moisture content, comprising the country's capacity to address national food and nutrition needs. Generally, the ecology is arid, and water scarcity has been the single factor debilitating against the country's capacity to address food and nutrition needs. When it comes to challenges, the country's low and erratic rainfall, the land degradation are major ones, low usage of required agricultural input, inadequate technical skills, and not fully developed institutional capacity are also among the major constraints of agricultural sector in Eritrea. Several government initiatives over the years have been geared towards self-resilience and commitment to food self-sufficiency by promoting development of agriculture, fisheries, and natural resource whilst remaining resilient to shocks and vulnerabilities. This resonates with the government's priority to improve the agricultural production, productivity, and market access for enhanced food and nutrition security. Much has been said about market access in the ASARECA papers earlier. Following this, the country's policy and strategic framework for agricultural sector has been outlined in several initiatives in Eritrea. One is the 2019 National Agricultural Development Policy, a 5-year development plan, and then continue. This aims at creating farm enterprises also with the small and medium sector businesses in agriculture. In addition to program, minimum integrated household package was also introduced in making visible impact in the lives of Eritreans. The program seeks to contribute to overall poverty reduction and food and nutrition security of rural households in Eritrea. And and shall promote this by enhancing agriculture production and productivity through climate smart agricultural practice. Some major priority components that I should mention, I cannot ignore, is the integrated watershed management, soil moisture deficiency across the country, resulting from low and erratic rainfall distribution in one of the major barriers to food security in the country. Crop and livestock productivity and rural livelihood improvement, land degradation and poor soil fertility coupled with limited access to input and extension services. And then we continue to impact on it continues to impact on the country's food and nutrition security. This component, therefore, shall build on gains of component 1 with increased investment in agriculture and livestock production and productivity, value chain development, post-harvest handling of key agricultural commodities using climate-smart agricultural practice to enhance resiliency. Then number 3 as a component is the institutional capacity building and project support service. This seeks to address systematic or systemic institutional and technical gaps and facilities and pathways for the seamless and effective implementation of planned activities and the planned project. Then to summarize or recap, strengthen the capacity, strengthen the policies in support of climate-relevant agriculture, exchange of experience that has been repeatedly said in the ASARECA profile, livestock research. In conclusion, let me underline my government's commitment and my wish for a successful deliberation of the ASARECA undertaking. I thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
You are very lucky when you go to a school where there is a no-nonsense sibling that everybody fears, and that if anyone is trying to bully you, you can report them to that sibling. On the African continent, we have a sibling of that nature. No nonsense, you don't fool around with them. They eat raw meat and herbs. You fool around with us here on African continent, we report you to our brothers, the Ethiopians, because they just don't fool around. They're just no-nonsense. I like Ethiopians. Our next presentation, a brief one as well, comes from the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. You are very, very welcome.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am here on behalf of Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopia, the Minister, Dr. Girma Amente. I apologize for the inconvenience created here. His Excellency, Dr. Girma Amente, not attend, couldn't able to come to this very important meeting due to different commitment and also overlapping activities. I am the Director of Agricultural Extension. My name is Zenenesh. So I will communicate very well with him about the forward and the action given from this meeting. Therefore, I would like also to confirm that Ethiopia is one of the founder members of ASARECA, and also Ethiopia will comply the full goal of objective and achievement of ASARECA. Further, Ethiopia will contribute and pay the overdue in the short possible time. For Ethiopia, agriculture is the backbone of Ethiopian economy. We have around 15 million smallholder farmers, pastoralists and agro-pastoralists. The major commodities in Ethiopia: wheat, teff, barley, maize, oil crops, and legumes. We have also around 70,000 development agents supporting around 15,000 smallholder farmers. The major challenge in Ethiopia we are facing currently: recurrent drought, weak research extension linkage, but currently which is solved by the support of ASARECA and other national and international organization support. Acidic soil or soil fertility is one of the major challenges in Ethiopia. Political unrest or political security, another area of challenge to achieve our production and productivity. So the focus area in the development of agriculture in Ethiopia: development and support for research. Irrigation development is one of the area. Mechanization also another area. Soil fertility, especially acid and salinity, is our major problem. We are treating acidic soil by implementing lime, and also planting tree crops like green legacy is a major and a dominant intervention in Ethiopia. The other area and the major one, pluralistic extension. Over the decade, Ethiopia is dominating or public dominant extension system we have, but currently we are designing pluralistic extension to open our door for private sector, non-governmental organization, cooperatives, and other partners. So we revised our rural development policy and also designed 10 years strategic plan and design different flagship program to achieve our development. Therefore, we will achieve irrigation wheat, which means we need to stop the export of wheat from different countries. Currently, we are achieving such kind of intervention as a green legacy. So at the next time, His Excellency Dr. Girma, the Ministry of Agriculture, will attend such kind of very important meeting. I want to say God bless you all, especially the dominant woman. I need to bless you. God bless you. Say amen, please. God bless Uganda, the very nice and beautiful country. We are very pleased by your hospitality. God bless Uganda. God bless Africa. Thank you.
There is an added advantage of having a very brief woman, because when you annoy her, you know that the telling off will be in summary. We have never really agreed with our brothers from Kenya whether the young men winning gold medals are Kalenjin or Sebeis. That we have not yet agreed. We also haven't agreed with the Kenyans whether it is the Ugandans who are the masters of football in the region or it is the Kenyans. We haven't agreed. There are also a few other things that we haven't agreed on relating to water and land in water and portions. But we have agreed with the Kenyans that we will all be part of ASARECA and that we are all children of God. Ladies and gentlemen, my brother from Kenya, Karibu sana. Give him a very big hand clap. There's a way in which he walks like His Excellency Ruto. I think it's a thing going around.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am here to make a statement on behalf of Honorable Mithika Rinturi, the Cabinet Secretary for Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development in Kenya. The moderator says that we make bullet points. When you're given a speech by your boss, you really don't know how you can make it in bullet points, but we'll try to make it short. The guest of honor, Honorable Fred Bueno, let me not mention the other one, the Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, honorable ministers who are present, and to the representatives of the various nations. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you this afternoon and to bring you warm greetings from the people and the government of the Republic of Kenya. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me and the Kenyan delegation to participate in this significant ASARECA Agricultural Ministerial Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture remains critical to the overall economic growth and development in Kenya, with the sector contributing 21.2% to the gross domestic product in 2022, employment to 70% of the rural population, 75% of the agro-industrial raw materials, and 60% of export earnings. In addition, 80% of the Kenyan population in the rural areas depend mainly on crops, livestock, and fisheries production for their livelihoods. Under the bottom-up economic transformation plan, that is the current development plan for our government, the agriculture sector is expected to play a critical role of transforming 2 million poor farmers into surplus producers. That is going to be done, because of sake of time, through various interventions. And we'll be able to do this through 3 priority areas: raising average annual small-scale farmer incomes per day by 35%, directly benefiting 3.3 million farming households through various interventions, and also make 500,000 acres of new farms available for agriculture. Increasing agricultural output and value addition by establishing 6 large-scale agro and food processing hubs across the country, and to make 500 acres of new farms available for agriculture. And unlock 150 acres under sustainable irrigation systems. We'll also increase food resilience by reducing the number of food insecure Kenyans in the ASAL areas, estimated at 2.2 million, while reducing the cost of food and improving nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of Kenya's agriculture sector is partly attributable to research and development initiatives by the National Agriculture Research System, including the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KARO, whose mandate includes generation and dissemination of agricultural research and innovations in crops, livestock, genetic resources, and biotechnology. In the recent past, our national research system has shifted its focus to climate-smart agriculture for increased productivity, adaptation, and mitigation. KARO continues to disseminate and scale up specific agriculture innovations to enhance productivity of agricultural value chains, food and nutrition security. Tremendous achievements have been made to ensure resilient and sustainable food systems in Kenya through development and dissemination of early maturing, high-yielding, drought and disease-tolerant crop varieties, and climate-smart livestock technologies. A robust seed system has been established to avail high-quality seeds and planting materials to farmers. Livestock production has been enhanced through breeding, artificial insemination, development, and commercialization of recombinant vaccines to control various diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya, as the other member states, recognizes the contribution of ASARECA in catalyzing national economic development. And as we are all aware, ASARECA is a sub-regional intergovernmental organization of the NARIs, and all the 14 member countries have benefited from exchange of various technologies and also addressing challenges such as pests and diseases across our borders and facilitating regional trade. Allow me to mention that since inception, ASARECA has had a cordial working relationship with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, KARO, universities, and other institutions in Kenya, through which it has invested 19.91 million to catalyze agriculture transformation in Kenya. Allow me not to go through the projects that are well elaborated by the executive director this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, realizing the benefits of ASARECA, the government of Kenya commits to support the association through providing visioning, oversight, and financial support to the association. We are giving our commitment, ladies and gentlemen, that to be in good standing in ASARECA, we will, within the shortest time possible, clear the outstanding contributions of $45,000 US. Let me give my commitment in joining the colleagues, the ASARECA Council of Patron Ministers, in ratifying the agenda that our host minister went through. We are giving our commitment that we'll be able to contribute towards the ratification and the endorsement of that agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank my colleagues, the current chairperson of the Council of Patron Ministers, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries in Uganda, the Executive Director of ASARECA, Dr. Enoch Warinda, for convening the ASARECA Agriculture Ministerial Conference. In the same breath, I thank the conference organizing committee that comprises the Minister of Agriculture here in Uganda, ASARECA, and the other various ministries within Uganda, and the National Research Organization, NARO. I thank the development partners who have not only supported implementation of ASARECA strategy, but have also provided the resources for this conference, and this include the European Union, IFAD, World Bank, PABRA, and the CGIR. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let us continue to collaborate and partner to put in place the right policies, strategies, interventions to build resilient food systems to feed our nations and Africa for generations for generations. Thank you, and God bless you all. I tried to be short.
I work in television and we believe in commercial breaks. Let's get into a very, very brief commercial break, then I'll make a very important communication. Or let me make the communication, then get to the commercial break, because then it will make more sense. In Greek, I taught biblical Greek. There's what they call exousia. Exousia is, let me explain it this way. Before you become a minister, you can sign a document and nobody cares about it. When you become a minister, you're still the same person, but your signature makes sense because you have exousia. When that exousia is taken away, you remain the same person. You can sign whatever you want, but the exousia doesn't exist. Our host has used his exousia to decide that we will go to lunch. And that exousia also includes a caveat that the lunch will be 40 minutes. So we will take our lunch and then we will come back. But he's also asked me to do the Ugandan thing and prepare your intestines and stomach for lunch. And this is how we do that in Uganda. Play that. This is how we prepare guests for lunch in Uganda. Listen. anticipation. And as we go to lunch, we will begin with the MC to test the food. Then those in the front as we work ourselves to the back. Are we ready? I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful ASARECA. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright, blessed day, well, the dark, secret night. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful ASARECA. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in our skies, also on the faces of guests seated by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. Well, I hear babies crying. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful ASARECA. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful ASARECA. Now, when you're going to lunch in one of the languages here in Karamojong, they say, bon appetit. Now, you're saying no and you don't know Karamojong. Enjoy your lunch, but we'll have the ministers moving fast to lunch. The protocol will lead that, and then the rest of us will follow. We'll ask the ministers, please leave fast, and then we'll work ourselves from the front. I'm more than happy to continue this when we come back from lunch. As you serve lunch, remember that there is a bigger meal in the evening. The Bible says, let he who has ears know what the Spirit says to the eaters. Please carry your phones. If you must leave your phone behind, please take out the SIM card. Please leave those audio gadgets around, the hearing aids. Please leave the hearing aids. Make sure you don't move with them for lunch. welcoming you back. It will take quite an amount of prayer, but fasting to run through our program. Your Excellency, do you still eat mayonnaise like I noticed? That mukenke and mayonnaise is some experience. Absolutely. My hope is that we will settle in quickly. One of the things that has unfortunately happened is I'm being requested to repeat one of the songs I did, which I don't like to do. I've been asked why I sing, and the answer is very simple. When you have 3 beautiful girls and you are not paid as well as you want to be, and they have needs you cannot supply, you sing so that you confuse them away from the things they want. So when my children ask for things I can't afford, I sing, and they say, "Daddy, we like your voice." And so I've been able to get away because I, in a sense, have been behind on my bills and my dreams. But singing is also a very good medicine for the soul. You are welcome back, and I am trying to resist the temptation, although, you see, the challenge is this. If somebody asks you to repeat a song and you refuse, you may never have another opportunity to do that for them. And you also don't know the reason for which they are asking. Because the person who is asking for the song is in the room, I will request for your permission. If you say no, then they will be fine. Should I repeat their song, or you are, what do we do? Sorry? I repeat it. It looks like the person is not one. Okay, I'll ask the people in the controls to repeat that song that was running, so I honor a request from a very good person. Repeat it from the beginning. Before I do this song, let me give you a reason why I like this particular song. Just a second. The reason I like this particular song, My Way, is this. If you look at your thumbprint, I believe in God unapologetically. If you look at your thumbprint, it is the strongest reminder that at the level of creation and design, you were created and designed to function differently from everybody else that has ever lived, is living, and will ever live. Now, the cosmetic industry is booming business because people are uncomfortable being different. They want to look like somebody else. I am very comfortable living life the way I want. I do things my way. And so when I landed on this song, it just spoke to my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, My Way. Run the track. I know the end is near, and so I face my final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I've traveled each and every highway, more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I've planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway. Well, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there were doubts, I ate it up and spit it out and faced it all. When I stood tall and did it my way. I've loved, laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing. Well, to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. I think that's enough, isn't it? Thank you. Now, before we go back to where we were, we do have our partners from the European Union, and they have been with us and continue to be with us. I have ever been to Europe. I can say so because when I was in Europe, Britain was still part of Europe. But I don't think I can now say I was in Europe because Britain left. But somehow I was in Spain, I was in Portugal, I was Wales, Italy, and France. So I've been to Europe, albeit for a few hours. Ladies and gentlemen, our partners from Europe will be speaking, and they've sent a high-powered delegation. Here is the high-powered delegation from Europe. Give this European delegation a big hand clap. I like it when you walk with a swagger. You're very welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Bonsoir et bienvenue aux délégués qui ont voyagé des pays francophones. I will switch to English. So, honorable ministers from the ASARECA countries, colleagues from development partners, from the ASARECA organization, please allow me to stand on previous protocols. I have the very difficult task of being the first speech after lunch, so I promise I will be very fast and to the point, but I think it was important for us to take a bit the floor and also understand why we are behind the organization of this event and the work that ASARECA does. And it's true that when going around the room, you see the EU flag on almost every standing banner. So I think this really shows our involvement in supporting the work that ASARECA does. And in general, I think we can start from a number of points that were raised this morning. And they were mostly related to the impact of climate change on agriculture, the level of environmental degradation, but also the importance of technological development. And I'd like to stay a bit on this point because I think we all agree that there are a number of very long-term challenges that we need to face. And not only on the continent, also in Europe. At this specific time, my country in Italy, we are definitely underwater. We are facing among the worst floods we had in a long time in this specific moment. So really this shows that we are all affected by climate change and its big impact. And what is happening, for example, in my country will have a considerable impact on the agricultural production. And this, of course, happens also in all your countries. So this shows how much for us, the European Union, we consider technology and innovation as a very powerful tool to support sustainable and inclusive development. We heard this morning about the priorities of a number of countries, and they are all very important. And in this current changing global context, the use of research and innovation becomes a powerful driver. So I think the idea of having all of you together to understand how to best make use of it is extremely important, because it can really have an impact on resilient farming systems, on value chains development, ultimately on trade and on consumption and food systems. And I think the European Union has globally always provided strong support to food systems. I would say in the last years we have been very much focusing on agroecological principles. So agroecological principles really require making use of science evidence and to be open to innovations. So this is why the work that we do together and with support through you is extremely important, because for us it allows to bring scientific evidence but coupled with local knowledge. And this is the only way to be able to use research, innovation and technologies in a proper way in different contexts, because each of your countries is also facing different problems regarding its agriculture development. I was also looking a bit at data, and I found very interesting, I was looking a bit at the skills that exist in the research sphere on the continent, and I was trying to compare to the type of skills that exist in other continents. And I think it's quite striking to see that on the continent there are 124 researchers per 1 million inhabitants. This is among the lowest in the world. There are countries that are probably at around 8,000 among the most developed, 8,000 for 1 million, some average 3,000 to 4,000, 124. So really we need to make the best use of the knowledge that exists, but also see how through investments this knowledge can be increased even more. Because as we already said, it's a question of really being able to partner so that we can share the knowledge we have and you can use this knowledge, adapting it to the local context. Now, how do we do this as European Union? We have different levels of interaction. Of course, the more, I would say, strategic and policy-oriented interaction is at the continental level with the African Union. And this is where we have the high-level policy dialogue among us. And there are always a number of events and the situations where this policy dialogue gives us the direction that we want to take together. And I just wanted to mention 2 upcoming EU-African Union ministerial conferences that will inform the way we will work together. One is the EU-AU Research Ministers, mid-June in Addis, and with a special focus on innovation agenda, so it will be important to follow what comes out from this interaction. And the second one is on agriculture, so both are relevant for different reasons. And the one on agriculture will be at the end of June in Rome, and will focus on resilient food systems and sustainable agri-value chains, so very relevant for the discussions we are having these days. And then continental, and then how do we translate it? We translate it at support both at regional and at country level. Regional level, of course, we cooperate with what we call the centers of excellence, like ASARECA, to be able to have a transboundary approach and bring knowledge and networks together. And we have been working together for a very long time, and we have quite a lot of ongoing initiatives. And I will not go in the detail of these initiatives because some have been mentioned, presented already. A lot are showcased here and outside, so I would really invite you to try to look at them. But let's say that in general, we really support a comprehensive development where we bring policies, strategies, knowledge, and synergies between different organizations. So we work both on content and organizational development. We have been working through programs like Desira, that you may have heard also at country level, with a big number, around 70 at the moment, research and innovation ongoing projects, ranging from climate smart water management to soil, land, soil and crop information, so really touching upon a very broad spectrum of interventions. We also ASARECA also co-leads one of the EU-funded, the ACP EU Research and Innovation Program, and we are currently developing a couple of new interventions that will start in the near future. So as you can see, it's a lot of work that we do together. We are behind a lot of the developments that are happening. And I think I'd like to pass a message, because I was very intrigued when this morning I was hearing the different delegates committing to settle the fees that they need to give to the organization. And I think this is a very important message I'd like to pass, because for an external partner, we are behind the work that the organization does. We work at country level, but of course, it's very important to see your commitment to the work. So I started to ask questions when I heard about what was said this morning. So let me pass this message, because our commitment, of course, needs to go hand in hand with the commitment of the partner countries to an organization, because only like this it will work and we will be at the same level. Let me just say that again, our participation here, it's important, and we will continue to support. Here we are one delegation that is based in Uganda, but as you know, we have delegations in every of the 14 countries that you are representing. And I think a big role that you can play is really to see how this work that is done regionally can be complemented with the current cooperation that you have with the EU bilaterally also. I know that probably in most of your countries the EU is supporting the agriculture sector, because we do it generally through our bilateral cooperation. So I would really invite you to see how we can better synergize and coordinate the activities that are done under ASARECA and those that are done at country level. And then let me thank you again, and I'm sure you will enjoy beautiful Uganda as we do by staying here. And thanks a lot for giving us the space to address you. Thank you.
Grazie. The English say that a word to a wise is, a word to a wise is enough. Dr. Canasius Kananjire is from the African Agriculture Technology Foundation. Doc, can you come and say hello? Important organization. I'll give you 8 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister, our host minister, honorable ministers, colleagues from different institutions. I was just given this floor to say hello, but back at home, when you were lucky to go to visit your grandmother, the hug of a grandmother is never less than 2 minutes. I believe that the moderator will allow me to hug you for at least 2 minutes. My hug is this. First of all, and I will join my predecessor, many indicators are at the lowest when it comes to agriculture in Africa. Access to technology, the lowest. Productivity, the lowest. Access to other inputs, the lowest. And at the end, the smallholder farmer is trapped in, I would say, a perpetual poverty. I think this is what we need to change. And how do we change it? We change it by taking a bold determination, by working together, sharing information, joining our hands so that we can be able to address the bottlenecks that currently we have. Honorable Minister, I'm Canisius Kanangire. I'm the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation. And this organization is specialized in transferring technology to the smallholder farmer. And technology is seen in its wide contexts. We have conventional technologies, we have biotechnology, we go to mechanization, the use of digital, including drone, etc., so that, and many apps to build the knowledge of our smallholder farmers. And that we do with the partners who are in this room, different national agricultural research organizations, African organizations dealing with agriculture here, and we want to continue that and expand our reach to work together with you. Changing the landscape in agricultural technology will require a sustained dialogue to convince, produce data and share them to show that what we are proposing is something which is indeed beneficial for our people. And to promote dialogue, we are preparing for a conference, the African Conference on Agricultural Technology, which will take place end of October in Nairobi. And I take this opportunity to extend to you the invitation. It will have a ministerial panel, it will have a technocrat panel, it will be graced by head of states of Kenya, hopefully, and our ambassador, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, who is the ambassador for ATF in agricultural technology. So, nawasalimu sana, I greet you, and God bless you.
For those of you speaking next, this information will be very useful. When Jesus Christ was here, and they asked him to give one of the most important speeches to mankind, teaching his disciples how to pray, he gave them a prayer that is 66 words and can be said in between 15 and 20 seconds. Important as it is. I think his argument was that you can have something very important delivered in under 30 seconds. A word to a wise is enough. Madagascar is next.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Fali Rassammanan, conseiller technique du ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Élevage de Madagascar, qui va prendre la parole à sa place. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres de l'Agriculture des pays membres de l'ASARECA, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale de l'ASARECA, Monsieur le Président du Conseil d'administration de l'ASARECA, Madame la Présidente du Comité des affaires de l'ASARECA, Monsieur le Directeur exécutif de l'ASARECA, honorable assistance en vos rangs et qualités, tout protocole observé. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de vous présenter le regret de Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Élevage de Madagascar, qui a bien voulu être parmi nous aujourd'hui, mais retenu par d'autres obligations au pays, il n'a pas pu honorer de sa présence cette conférence ministérielle sur l'agriculture de l'ASARECA et nous a dépêchés pour le représenter. C'est donc un honneur et un réel plaisir pour moi de prononcer le message du ministre de Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Élevage de Madagascar en cette manifestation organisée pour marquer la conférence ministérielle de l'agriculture de l'ASARECA. Nous sommes plus particulièrement réunis ici aujourd'hui pour présenter et débattre nos perspectives sur le thème « Bâtir un résilient système alimentaire pour nourrir les générations futures en Afrique ». Au vu de la proportion importante de personnes souffrant de faim et de malnutrition en Afrique, l'Afrique continue de chercher des voies vers des solutions innovantes et durables pour la transformation des systèmes alimentaires. Des réflexions ont été engagées, différents forums ont été organisés pour avancer dans cette transformation. Elles se sont concentrées notamment sur la recherche de solutions pour la promotion de l'accès de la population à une alimentation diversifiée, saine et nutritive, pour la promotion d'un système de production durable, résiliente, face à divers chocs et au changement climatique, assurant la durabilité des ressources naturelles, terrestres et hydriques. Nous sommes tous sans savoir que l'agriculture reste le pilier de l'économie de la majorité des pays africains. Nous misons ainsi sur un accroissement notable de la production agricole en général pour nourrir le peuple africain et de la génération future. Au sein de la ASARECA, nous sommes plus particulièrement appelés à identifier les priorités communes pour le développement du secteur agricole et à planifier la mise en œuvre conjointe de la recherche et de l'innovation pour répondre aux priorités du développement du secteur agricole en Afrique. À Madagascar, notre vision est claire. Nous marchons vers l'atteinte de l'autosuffisance alimentaire et nous voulons faire de Madagascar, à terme, un grand grenier alimentaire et plus spécifiquement risicole de la région Afrique orientale et centrale. Face aux défis que nous devrons relever, face aux différentes difficultés induites par la Covid, aggravées par l'impact négatif de la guerre en Ukraine, se reflétant plus particulièrement, entre autres, par la hausse vertigineuse des prix des engrais chimiques, nous nous sommes, entre autres, tournés vers la valorisation de nos ressources résilientes locales et la production locale des engrais organiques pour fertiliser nos cultures en vue de rehausser leur productivité, tout en veillant à la préservation et la durabilité de nos systèmes de production agricole. Et en voici quelques échantillons, parce que Madagascar est en train de mettre en place 5 usines pour fabriquer des intrants biologiques et naturels. Face aux défis que nous devrons relever, face aux différentes difficultés induites, c'est dans cette optique que nous travaillons étroitement avec les acteurs locaux dans un cadre de concertation publique-privée afin de toucher directement les enjeux réels du pays, surtout dans le monde rural où les ressources sont gaspillées. Concrètement, nous collaborons avec l'ONG ADID qui œuvre sur la concrétisation des objectifs du développement durable à travers l'innovation des systèmes de production agricole à Madagascar. Pour ce faire, ADID promeut l'agriculture durable par une approche territoire. Ce concept a été baptisé TAD, ou territoire agricole durable. La vision derrière ce concept est de restaurer la sécurité alimentaire et le bien-être de tous afin d'améliorer la qualité de vie des Malgaches. L'objectif étant d'améliorer les productions agricoles tout en conciliant avec la conservation de l'environnement et la valorisation des ressources locales. La méthodologie ADID est unique dans le sens où elle combine les techniques et les stratégies Kaizen dans le concept et le processus afin d'apporter une constante amélioration continue et d'émergence de qualité. En outre, l'ONG ADID travaille également en étroite collaboration avec les organisations de producteurs locaux et des organisations culturelles pour mettre en place des systèmes de production durable qui répondent aux besoins et contextes locaux. Ces systèmes peuvent inclure des approches comme l'agroécologie et l'agroforesterie qui permettent de maximiser les rendements tout en protégeant l'environnement et en valorisant les ressources locales. Enfin, ADID soutient également la mise en place de systèmes de commercialisation durable pour les produits agricoles locaux afin de garantir que les agriculteurs peuvent obtenir des prix équitables pour leurs produits et de favoriser le développement économique local. Cela implique notamment une forte croissance de la production, d'abord de la riziculture, en lui dotant de bonne maîtrise d'eau par la réhabilitation de l'aménagement accru des petits périmètres irrigués. Ensuite, l'accroissement de la productivité de toutes les autres cultures vivrières, comme le manioc, le maïs, et j'en passe. Les cultures de rente également, en promouvant les techniques agroécologiques climato-résilientes à Madagascar, ainsi que le développement des filières d'élevage structurées et orientées vers le marché, le développement de l'agribusiness par la mise en place de jeunes agri-entrepreneurs en leur assurant une sécurité foncière. Dans tout ce que j'ai énuméré, le secteur de la recherche a un grand rôle à jouer et pour plus de cohésion, d'impact et d'efficacité et d'efficience. L'heure est venue, à travers notre association au sein de l'ASARECA, de mettre en commun des actions qui s'adressent adéquatement aux besoins et aux priorités agricoles du continent africain. Je salue vivement l'initiative des instances dirigeantes de l'ASARECA de nous avoir réunis à cette occasion pour promouvoir l'avancement de notre association dans ce processus de transformation de l'agriculture en Afrique. Un appel est lancé à la poursuite de nos partenariats pour soutenir ensemble les efforts louables dans l'innovation appliquée à la performance des chaînes de valeur agricole dans le but de bâtir un résilient système alimentaire pour nourrir les générations futures en Afrique. Et comme ici, on a parlé de la méthode Kaizen, on sait pertinemment qu'avec cette méthode, et grâce à laquelle le Japon était KO après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, mais aujourd'hui, il est devenu parmi la première puissance mondiale. On sait pertinemment que certains pays d'Afrique étaient devenus émergents. C'était toujours grâce à ce système. Et quand on a essayé de commencer à pratiquer ce système dans nos pays, seulement avec 500 €, on a pu monter un pont qui pouvait supporter un camion de 10 tonnes et ça soulageait l'économie locale dans cette région. Il en est de même avec 5 000 €, toujours avec la dite méthode, on a pu réhabiliter une route de 21 km seulement avec 5 000 $. Donc avec cette méthode, mesdames et messieurs, je crois que nous avons tout ce qu'il faut pour produire avec des intrants agricoles biologiques, nous avons tous les matières premières qu'il faut. Il nous reste à produire, on a déjà les méthodes, et avec ça, l'Afrique pourrait devenir un acteur principal du développement durable. Avec ce, mesdames et messieurs, merci de votre attention.
I want us to cut a deal here. And the deal is that we are not even halfway of today's program. So I want to encourage you to agree with me that we vote that we take about 3 minutes for a speech. There's a closed session and a few other presentations so that we can get out of the day a successful one. And because I believe in democracy, those in favor of my motion say aye. And those in favor say nay. The ayes have it. There is a new amendment, still using exousia, which I call the executive power, that I don't have mine to communicate. Our host, the minister, is suggesting that since those presenting have a closed session, they could as well present what they are presenting in the closed session, where the actions will be taken in that session. I do not know that I was raised to debate executive orders. Exousia is exousia, and because the minister has used that power, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister, I have communicated your decision, and the decision is carried. If you are opposed to the decision, put up your hand, we'll give you Ugandan coffee. Nobody is opposed. So we will be heading into the closed session. But before that, there was a signing of a memorandum of understanding. I don't know whether those preparing for that are ready with the documents. If you're ready, please bring that documentation so that we have the optics of that. Then we head into the closed session. Now, those signing the signing will be done by Dr. Tembi Zaba, as well will be joined by Dr. Enoch Warinda. Those will be signing a memorandum of understanding between ASARECA and the, is there anything like the Africa, or is it the Afrique? Oh, digital. Okay. So that is the signing of the memorandum of understanding. Those of you who have some phones attached to your cameras, or is it cameras attached to your phones? You can use that opportunity, but I also see those with their powerful pictures taking the lenses. So please hand over the documents and we see the signing. I don't know the last time I saw Dr. Warinda this excited. It has been a while, but you can understand what goes into making these ones the way they are. I can imagine there will be a whole long press briefing after that signing. Dr. Warinda.
Thank you so much. I'll just express my sincere gratitude to the D Africa because we've been work in the region, and this is a good moment that we wanted to show that this is the arrangement that we would want to exhibit. As many donors come, as we work with them like the EU, now we also have the D Africa. We would want to show that we are as transparent as is expressed here. There's a lot that we have been doing, and this is to enable even our farmers access the digital information on the meteorological data to even help inform their decisions. So because of the time, this is a very, very wonderful moment that our honorable ministers are witnessing. And I will just stop at that by saying I really appreciate the development partners for thinking about ASARECA and for us to work together. So kindly allow me just to request that there is also a brief statement.
Thank you, Dr. Warinda. Thanks to everyone, all protocols observed. I think as we're signing today, so an appreciation that the work had already started. More often than not, we sign MOUs and we them. I think in our case, it has been vice versa. We started hitting the ground, and now we are signing. So ASARECA has assisted us a lot in implementing a food security project, which was funded by Australia. So they are our key partner or chosen partner in East Africa.
Now you know that yesterday's the ministers heading out to their closed session. Now, if you are tempted to get into screensaver mode, if your neighbor is getting into screensaver mode, just pick up your phone and put jazz music next to his ear so that he can have a comfortable meditating session. We all come from interesting pressures. Miss Julian is here to take us into the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, these platforms can be uncomfortable, so give Miss Julian a big hand clap to make her comfortable and warm in welcome. She comes with a vast experience in conference moderation.
Thank you very much, Samson, for that encouragement. Ms. Julian has delegated me to help her in moderating this session. I'm called Blaise Amon, and I work for ASARECA as the Program Officer for Capacity Development. I'll be moderating this session, and this session is about partnerships for inclusive and sustainable agricultural transformation. We are going to have a number of scientists with vast experience in climate-smart agriculture and other disciplines speaking to us. So we have two sessions under this. The first one is going to be enhancing use of climate information services. And we are going to have 3 presenters. They will present as you note down a couple of questions or comments for them. So I would like to introduce my presenters for this session. We have Dr. John Recha from ILRI. We have Dr. Kindia Tesfaye. We have Dr. Henry Ojulong. So I would like to invite Dr. John Recha to give the first presentation. And I would request the people working on the presentations. You have the laptop? Okay. Dr. John Recha is here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. I am John Recha, a research scientist with the International Livestock Research Institute, and I'm here specifically to give the first in a three-part series of presentations before my colleagues, Dr. Kindi Tesfaye of CIMIT and Dr. Henry Ojulong. And my talk briefly is about how a project on accelerating the impact of CGIAR climate research in Africa is related to impacting partnerships for scaling in the ASARECA region. For a start, this is a project that is funded by the World Bank, and the number of countries involved in the Eastern and Southern Africa region as core countries are three, that is Ethiopia, Kenya, and Zambia. And the project was thought through because of the central role of agriculture being central to the livelihoods of millions of Africans, and the economic hardships that these countries are in, and especially supply chain disruptions resulting from climate change and the unexpected COVID-19, as well as conflicts that are negatively impacting food security, and therefore they make innovative resilience building in the region of ASARECA being very urgent. And as all of us know, increased temperature is likely to lead into the future to reduction in agricultural productivity by more than a third of the current production status, and climate variability, specifically the many extreme and high impact weather events like heavy rainfall, rain starting late, the rainy season being short, the floods, tropical cyclones, the droughts, the heat waves, the wildfires, the sandstorms, and the related effects of shortening of the growing season, emerging pests and diseases, all are contributing towards this food insecurity problem that we have. So this very project is committed to the Malabo Declaration of Transformation for Shared Prosperity in Livelihoods in Africa, and at the same time committed to ending hunger in Africa where possible. It is very much related to World Bank support to the Africa Food Security Leadership Dialogue 2019 that happened, and the subsequent dialogues that we're going to have this year. And hence, the strategic partnership that we have in this project is the World Bank bringing on board CGIAR research institutions to be able to share their innovative scientific findings, build capacity through training, and working together with different stakeholders to be able to end up having people who are knowledgeable in this field of climate smart agriculture and specifically climate information. And hence, the urgent need to support research and development for building the agri-food system resilience is part and parcel of it. What is happening in this project is that there is a component of generating or sharing knowledge, innovations, and tools to address critical gaps in climate information systems, as well as climate smart agriculture provisions, and to promote them at large scale, and this can be done within ASARECA region. The second component of this project and how it's working is building capacity through multi-actor partnerships, that is educational institutions, academia, research, and extension with the ministries of agriculture, together with the development partners, to be able to anticipate what kind of climate risks are there and how to accelerate prioritization bundling and uptake of best bet resilience building adaptive measures. And the third component is, where possible, contextualizing the specific climate-smart agriculture practices and technologies which are informed by digital tools, agricultural advisories, and bundling packages where possible for scaling. My colleagues who are going to come and speak after me will be able to give a little bit of how this is done. And so far, we are working to reach 1.5 million farmers and livestock keepers in the region in the pilot phase, hoping that this can be scaled up with all together. And within this region, we'll basically say we are working with ASARECA, we are working with the national agri-research institutions, we are working with the meteorological departments, farmers and livestock keepers, non-governmental organizations and women groups and the media to be able to make these innovations known. And as they are known, we seek to end up getting into more dialogue and be able to guide on how we can be able to accelerate development and scale out the learning that's coming out of this. Just to give an example on what is being done in one of the countries. One of the countries, and specifically Ethiopia, is we have worked on co-development of agricultural data hubs and decision support systems. We have worked on strengthening digital, climate, and agricultural services. We have worked also on supporting the National Meteorological Institute in being able to provide more targeted real-time climate services and weather forecasts. We have participated in building capacity in public and private sector to be able to make use of climate information services for climate-smart agriculture innovations. We have also developed new partnerships and also strengthened those which are existing under the national frameworks for climate services in terms of governance to be able to scale up climate services in this country. But other countries around also learning from that because they are part of the IGAD system, which is specifically the IGAD Climate Predictions and Applications Center. And we have also been able to integrate digitally enabled climate smart options and tailored climate information and advisories into the services of exchange within Ethiopia. And to finish off, we have had discussions to be able to identify in Ethiopia, for example, what is the climate inclusion required and gender and social inclusion that's required to make climate smart agriculture packages to be relevant for the country. And then with that, we have worked on increasing awareness on the best bet climate smart agriculture options in key value chains, and we are now developing and promoting climate smart agriculture policies and investment plans. And with that, I give a chance to my colleague, Dr. Kindi Kesfaye, to come over, please, and give a brief overview of what you are working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And as I said, all protocols observed. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to share with you for the next few minutes on what we do in Ethiopia, but can apply to other ASARECA and other African regions. In Ethiopia, we work with international and national institutions. In fact, we work as just one. And that is a very good example that we want to share here with you today. And the title of my talk will be Scaling Digital Climate Advisory Services for Enhancing Climate Smart Agriculture in the ASARECA region. So we'll give some examples of what we did in Ethiopia, and then we can demonstrate how that can be done. You've seen that already, talking previous speakers about climate change, the challenges that the whole ASARECA region, the whole Africa is facing, and therefore it's important that we have to do something. We cannot keep, sitting idle and waiting to see what is going to happen. So we have to respond, and we are responding. And this is one of the examples how Africans are responding to the inevitable impact of climate change. So I will have 3 areas that I could cover. So I think the first one, I think you most of know, is climate change and smallholder farmers. Second one is about decision-relevant climate agro-advisories. Decision-relevant is important here. There are plenty of information out there, but it's not enabling decision. So what we're talking here today is about information that enables decision and leads to action. And then how we scale this up in Ethiopia, and we're trying to do something, so we want to share that example with you. I think you all know that Africans are dealing with so many things, even before climate change comes. The issue of poor access to markets, labor issues are inherent. Almost 90% of the production system is smallholder, we know that, and most of the time, women are major participants of the system. Land degradation, low input, low output systems are very inherent, even before we talk about climate change. But now comes the issue of climate change, which is overriding all of them. Existing problems are there, but the issue of high temperature and extreme events, increased climate variability, annual variability, seasonal variability, increased number of droughts, seasonal shifts even, one we expected, sometimes we call them small rain seasons, long rain seasons. These are shifting now. We cannot really predict them anyway. And also, shortness of the season and low crop situations are very common. So this is now adding more pressure to the smallholder farmers. And what happens in response to this is important. Now, these smallholder farmers, we call them, are the ones who are facing the brunt of this climate change and variability. They are the ones who are really facing the real problem. And then through time, what they develop is the risk-averse behavior. They are risk-averse. They are very sensitive to risk. And in one way or another, they try to averse that risk rather than taking risks. But in business, you know that if you are afraid of risk, you don't do business. And that is happening, in fact, with the farmers. And then this leads to them, they many times fail to manage these risks because they try to avoid them. And in some cases, the climate is not always bad. Sometimes there are good years. And because of this risk-averse behavior, the farmers do not, most of the time, exploit the good opportunities that come with these rare events of climate, good years. So this is becoming a vicious circle that are affecting our farmers and our system in Africa. So what we do is now, so if this is a reality, and if this is how we are operating in Africa under agriculture, so what should be done? But there are some positive changes on the other side of the coin, is that there are scientific innovations, there are technological innovations. And if we apply them properly in a way that enhances or supports the smallholder farmers, then there is a way that we can respond to these challenges. And one of such innovations is delivering decision-relevant digital climate agro-advisories, because the farmers are very wise people. They are knowledgeous, but if you are a good manager, what you need is information that makes you make that proper decision. And that is why we want to enable the farmers to make their own decisions. And therefore, to do that, we have to provide them this information. And this information ahead of time, not what happens, but before it happens. So this is a digital tool that is giving us in Ethiopia, is that we have these 2 types of advisors. We call them seasonal. That is before the season starts. It ranges maybe 3 to 6 months. This is more of strategic decisions. Land preparation, crop choice, and others are done ahead of the season. So what is the next season look like? So what should be done? What is the outlook of that? That is one. The other one is once the season starts, okay? This climate is unpredictable. Even if it starts, it changes. So there are tactical operational decisions that farmers need on, for example, crop choice. We said land preparation, planting dates, fertilization, irrigation, weeding, timing, disease and pest situations, harvest time, and others. So these are criticals that they want ahead of time so that they can prepare themselves for what is coming. So in this process, there are ways that we have to follow. So delivering this decision-relevant information is not easy, on the other hand, because it has got its own processes and actions. Even if, the internet is providing all this information in one or another, we don't know whether that information is right or wrong. So we have to do it in the right way. So this has takes, into the climate production, the forecasting. Our institutions, even national METs, are doing that. Then we have to translate that into a meaningful way, because the farmers do not know what climate forecasts are. Even if you tell them what is happening, then this is rainfall, so what? So that has to be changed. And then, so there are processes in these ones, I don't know what's happening. Okay, so these processes are the production. The climate forecast has to be available, and these forecasts are different time intervals, and they have to be translated into usable decision support advisories that are relevant to the climate, the farmers. And those ones has to be communicated. You have produced, you have translated, then you have to reach them in a way that is accessible to them, that is readable to them, and that is useful to them, which means that they have to have their own language and then their own way of accessing it. So they are not as savvy as phones and other things like us. So they have to get it on the way they have to operate. So to do this, we have developed in Ethiopia what we call the Digital Climate Agro-Advisory Platform, which is a digital system which does three things together at a time, which is hosted at the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, who are available here, and also with the support of the international research institutes such as CIMMYT, where I come from, and other ones here, such as CIMMYT, Alliance, and ILRI are also involved in that. So this system is up and running, which provides this information. But this information is not usable unless it is reaching there. So we have collaborated with institutions, private and public, who can provide this, and also to reach to the ground level through the development agents, or simply we call them extension agents. And there are a couple of institutions that we work together, such as private sector, ministries, regional cooperatives, and unions to do that. So how do we give these ones? So we have different channels. So if we provide this information, we have to use different channels. One channel is not enough, because one is appropriate for one group, the other one is not. So most farmers in Africa, that they can't read, they can't sometimes operate phones, so that they have to have their own way of getting this information. So for those who can access, short messages, we send short messages. For those who do not, we record them recorded voices. They can hear it without reading it. And also, development agents are assigned to those farmers who can assist them on that, and if they don't have mobile phones at all. And then for agents, such as private or public, there are mobile apps who can access that. And also, there are the call center where you can call and ask, or you get information easily. And also, sometimes during even the COVID era, we use the mass media as well. So there are different channels we apply here. So the kind of message that we send to them and information that we provide every time are like this, with different languages. Local languages we apply, so we provide this kind of messages to them. And sometimes, we send this every 10 days. And whenever we stop this, they start asking, where is that information missing these days? So this is the kind of thing. So we have several languages I indicated here too, Amharic and Oromifa, but we use also other languages as well. And now, if you look at the scaling part, we started in 2020 to do this with a couple of farmers, and then now we're reaching almost more than 100,000 farmers in the last season with this one. And the different stakeholders involved are not only the farmers, but also those actors who are supporting the farmers. The dealers, once this information went to market their products. And also the policymakers need to prepare for it, where to provide even permissions for imports and others. So there are different stakeholders, and this is important to work together. So in the last season, one important thing that I have to talk here is capacity building. If you have to scale this type of information, then you have to change first the mindset. In many cases, what we observed is that, who are you to predict climate? It is God-given. You can't change it. And some say, hey, you don't know, you become prophecies and things like that. So you have to go down and work with the farmers, with even others, the elders, the leaders, the religious leaders, that we're not changing what God is doing, but we're trying to understand what has God given us. And we want to use that to our benefit. So we did, several trainings for extension workers, for farmers, discussions, regular visits, and the cooperatives and unions are very good in this to support us. Thus, I think Atogorosu is here. I have to acknowledge that he's one of the union leaders, very, very actively involved in this, and others as well. So the capacity building, as you see it, we're providing this to those because we have to tell them that this is important, how they use them, and how they can apply it, and whenever things are not good, how they provide feedback and all that. So, to the end, I think what we have learned from this is that developing climate agro-advisory services to smallholders is key for adapting smallholder systems to climate change in the ASARECA region. We cannot simply ignore what is coming and what the farmers are facing every day and wait, for them to respond by their own. So that is important. This is a key area. And this is, I think, an area that ASARECA has to give an emphasis, as it was mentioned by different speakers this morning and yesterday. And the other important thing is that customized decision-relevant climate advisors are grassroots level using appropriate delivery channels. Appropriate delivery channels is important here, and languages, in fact. Even the languages are important, so one fits all doesn't work. It's possible, and this can be scaled across the ASARECA member countries. This is done. I think there is experience already, and this can be scaled up through cross-country learnings, cross-team visits, and others. Public-private partnership is important. That is growing up in Ethiopia, and it's shown that it is important, and also important in other countries. But I think one lesson we learned at the end of this is that the climate information is appreciated. They like it. Now they are asking even for it. But we found that it is not enough. Because, when the farmers, you give information, for example, we predicted a disease, and we tell them that a disease is coming in 1 month, and they have to prepare for, controlling it through this and that chemical. And the question comes, where do I get this chemical? How much is the price? It's the same thing for fertilizer and other inputs. So the question is coming, so it's a possibility of bundling this together with other agricultural services, such as, input supply, finance, and insurance and others. So there is a way to expand, but this is important for farmers. I think first creating the demand, then trying to work even addressing that demand. So bundling will be, I think, our future challenge. We have to provide these farmers and the digital services, and what we do are now creating this opportunity for us to do that. So we have to bundle that, and then a kind of one-stop service for the farmers. Everything they get, and then they are able, they are indigenous people, they are very good, they can respond to it. And I think we can do that. This is a partnership that is done. Many of institutions are working, starting from farmers, cooperatives, regional, Ministry of Agriculture, Bureaus of Agriculture, and others. This is a partnership. So, and that's why I think ASARECA is a media for this kind of partnership. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tesfaye. Now let us have Dr. Ojulong. Dr. Ojulong, are you there? Kindly come and take us through your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're taking note of any comments and questions. We are going to give you a few minutes to ask any questions that you want to ask this brilliant team.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henry Geelong. I work for ECRISAT as the finger millet and palmet breeder for Eastern Southern Africa. Okay, just an introduction for those who don't know ECRISAT. ECRISAT is an international crop research institute for semi-arid tropics. We have mandate for dryland crops and semi-arid areas. So we have 6 mandate crops. We work in sorghum, palm millet, finger millet, chickpea, pigeon pea, and groundnuts. And as you can see, these are all staple crops which have less developed value chains. So what ECRISAT does with partners is to build inclusive and sustainable seed systems across crop value chains that provide dryland small-scale farmers with sufficient quantities of high-quality seeds at the right time, at the right price, and at a reasonable price. So under the ICRA project, I'm going to report what ECRISAT is doing in Kenya, because we also work in other countries, but specifically in Kenya. We're collaborating with the county governments of Kitui, Makueni, and Taita Taveta in implementing this project. And as already my former speaker said, the objective of the project is to strengthen technical, institutional, and human capacity. And there are 3 components. But today I'm going to talk on strengthening partnership for delivery, and I will be giving an example of the technology as the varieties, which we do through seed delivery innovations. And the innovations I will be talking of are demonstration plots, provision of small seed packs, farmer-to-farmer scaling, capacity building of lead farmers to become seed producers, and then also act as outgrowers, and then we connect this to the private seed companies. We also work with the national seed producers, because these are staple crops which private seed companies are not interested with, so we work with the national seed producers, like the Calro Seed Unit in producing of the seed. And then also capacitate small seed companies, because the big companies are not interested in these crops. And then ECRISAT produces, ECRISAT at NAS provide the early generation seed to the seed producers. So maybe before we talk about seed, what actually is seed? We all know that in anything you do with agriculture, the basis is good seed. It's the starting point. And it's through their varied responses to different management options that they play a good role in determining what level the farmer makes investments. If the farmer sees a good crop, is willing to weed the crop, buy fertilizer, and also process well. And in Africa, small-scale farmers rely on low-quality seed, which they save and then they reuse. So the poor seed plus the poor soil conditions, I think one of the speakers was saying, in Africa, everything is little. So soil is poor, seed is poor. So all these have given our farmers a disadvantage, such that the average yield in Africa is about a quarter of what we have globally. So as far as the drought-tolerant crops production is concerned, it's mainly done by small-scale farmers and mainly using traditional and improved varieties. And there is very low adoption of improved varieties in drylands. And the low adoption of the improved varieties is mainly due to limited access. There are very many theories which have been put forward as to why farmers adopt, but a number of them come out clearly. Farmers don't get exposed to improved varieties. And this is lack to a sustainable seed multiplication and delivery system. And then, of course, where if it was that the farmers could produce on their own, they lack the production skills. And the private sector is showing very little interest because these are mostly self-pollinated crops, which means that the farmer can actually save the seed and use the next season without getting what they call spoiled or mixed up. So they don't see much incentive commercially. And so they always end up in crops which give them high margins. Like in Uganda here, you get them in maize, beans. So the DTC crops mainly, the farmers use improved varieties and saved seed, as we said earlier. And the overall, it is the informal sector, that is farmer to farmer or farmer to neighbor, and saved seed within the farmer source of seed. So there's a need, we see, to empower farmers themselves to produce high quality seeds of improved varieties, which they can pass on to other farmers. And the best option is to develop the informal seed system, like enabling farmers, farmer groups, schools, church organizations, which can be encouraged to produce seed, which they can now sell to other farmers. And with the aim that eventually this will transform into semi-formal and formal seed systems. So I'm going to go with you through the pathways we use for delivery. So the first one is demonstration plots. As we said earlier, most of the farmers are not exposed to improved varieties. So demonstration plots are a good avenue for exposing farmers to the available seeds, which is packaged with a good agronomic packages. This is really important because we want the farmer to see the potential of the variety. So this acts as farmer learning schools, but above all, farmers can appreciate the different diversity of the varieties available, and they also pick interest to test these varieties. So usually at the end of it, because usually demonstration plot is put in a farmer group, so at the end of it, the members can now share the seed such that in the next harvest, they have access to that seed. For example, last year, we had 3 demonstrations plots in the different counties I'm talking of Kitui, Makueni, and Taita Taveta, of which 63% were women-led. So I have also to emphasize that the staple crops always are women crops because it's the woman who determines what is cultivated in the household to put on the table. The second approach we use is provision of small seed packs. So providing affordable seed packs for as little as a cup, because you can be surprised how much it costs. It costs like a cup of coffee, which I think in Uganda here is about what? Less than $1. It's about 30 cents or 50 cents. So we provide that to different farmers with the new varieties at a minimal risk. So the varieties are packed in min packs of 0.5 to 1 kilogram. The advantage also of the staple crops is that they need a small seeding rate. So you are talking of about 5 kilograms to 10 kilograms per hectare. So 0.5 can plant a 10 by 10 meter plot, which is a good demonstration to the farmer. So inside it, we put informative level, which contains the agronomic packages, and also in this case, because we want to encourage farmer to farmer, we shall give information on possible areas other farmers will get that seed. So giving an example of the project, during the 2022 short period, we had 1,530 farmers which were reached with seed of drought-tolerant crops, which included palm millet, sorghum, and pigeon pea. This year, the long rains, that is the March, May, April season, we reached 15,115 farmers with the seed, of which again 72% were women. The table on your right breaks down the composition by gender and county. So for example, in Kitui, had 80% of the recipients were women, and then Makueni, 70%, Tataweta, 68%. So the numbers of women being more than men is both intentional and also it is by design. Usually when you talk of staple crops, it's the women who come in, but also because we know that when women get the seed, they usually, there are high chances of them giving to other farmers who are their fellow women. So that's why we also, at times, particularly target women. Now, experience working with small seed packs is that once you give a farmer a package, other farmers will be interested to see how that crop works. And on average, you'll find that at the end of the season, that farmer will give 3 to 5 fellow farmers the same seed. So you have a multiplier effect of minimal 3 times what you give the farmer to about 5 times. So out of the 15,000 we have given to the farmers this season, we expect at least 45,000 to 50,000 farmers growing those crops the next season. So, and of course that's an advantage. The second advantage is, of course, that the 15,000, we're able to meet 15,000 farmers with little seed. So it is one of the easy ways of reaching a large number of farmers who, in most of the cases, are predominantly women. And because of the small size of the plot, you are asking the farmer to test the variety in. Most of the farmers are willing to try because they know even if they lost, there's not a big loss either in time or finance, instead of you telling him to plant 1 acre. The other venue of promotion of seed are field days. Field days is a very good forum under which farmers are exposed to different varieties at maturity stage where they see the full potential of the varieties. So, and then also at that occasion, we take the opportunity to educate farmers on the different good agronomical practices. So the farmer will see what good seed can do under good agronomic practices. And usually because they are very impressed, then they will end up taking the seed. At the same time, we give farmers choices, and then they are requested to evaluate the material, select, in this case, 1 cereal variety and 1 legume variety which they think is doing best. The officers on ground take advantage, mainly the extension officers and rest of it, take the records on the number of farmers who came in, the different combinations they select, and then we prepare to give them the mini packs to plant the next season. In last season, for example, we had 10 field days organized in collaboration with the county governments. Under each, we had 451 farmers participating. And the results is what informed us actually to give the seed this season. And attendance were different stakeholders, as demonstration. Of course, the first one, the demonstration was farmers. Then we had the beneficiary farmers, because out of the 30 demonstration plots, they are housed by farmer groups who compose on average about 100 to 500 farmers. So these farmers are the ones who come and participate in the field days. Then we have agro dealers who would be interested to see what type of varieties are available which they can pick up and sell the next, contact the different growers to grow for them, and then they sell. And then also representatives of financial institutions. For example, in Kenya, there are already institutions which give loans to farmers to do the agriculture. And they also have exhibitions where the value chain actors showcase their products. These are mainly inputs which they would be interested to entice farmers to buy in the coming season. The other aspect is the capacity building, whereby we emphasize on training our different stakeholders to produce either informal, semi-informal, or eventually be contracted to produce formal seed. The other interesting aspect, of course, with the DTC crops is that most of them are self-pollinating. And if it's a self-pollinating crop, then it's easier to produce seed. So even farmers can do the production. And then also issues like isolation distance is not long, so even small-scale farmers with the small land holdings can still produce seed as opposed to cross-pollinated, whereby there are many restrictions. So we train extension staff as TOTs, who in turn train the farmers and agro-dealers in seed production. So this makes it easier for us to train more participants for the seed production. And then in this particular project, as in other related projects dealing mainly with staple crops, we try to intentionally target women and youth. Women, of course, because they are the main actors. So if you train them, then there is a ripple effect. And youth, because seed, for example, forms one of those nodes in the food chain where the youth are willing to participate, because in most of the cases they don't want to participate in the whole value chain because of the low returns and also the long time which the crop takes for them to gain the income. So we do establish demonstration seed production plots, which we use for training of the lead farmers. And then farmer and farmer group producers are then trained in gaps, like isolation distance, proper spacing, weed and pest control, roughing of types, and then proper harvesting of the seed. So then after that also, post-harvest handling of the seed is very important, because this is where you get mixtures happening up. This is, if you don't dry the seed to the right moisture content, then the viability is reduced and it doesn't also store long. And then also we organize with farmers for appropriate storage. We help them to establish community seed banks. And then we also partner with the institutions, agribusiness institutions to capacitate the farmers in the basic principles in seed business. In addition, because the big seed companies are not interested in staple crops, a number of seed companies who cannot, a number of small seed companies who cannot compete very well in the crops which are established like maize, always tend to venture in staple crops and the rest of it. And most of them don't have enough qualified staff, so we train them in that. And in that whole process, ECRISAT provides foundation seed for the seed production. So this is being done in Kenya, and maybe what I need to emphasize is that most of this, what I'm describing, was not developed under ICRA, but we're borrowing to use in ICRA, and they are working. So what can we borrow from that? So ECRISAT with partners, mainly the national partners in the region, have been working together, and it's becoming obvious that in the next 5 or so years, we are not likely to be seeing a full functional, formal system of our staple crops. So there is a need for us to go hybrid way. Hybrid in the matter that we combine a number of strategies. The first one, of course, the community seed systems, which will be there in the next 5 years, I assure you. But then we need to improve it, as I indicated, training the farmers, making them pick the right varieties. And then we have the semi-formal system, which actually even African Union has also recognized. So under it, we have a division of responsibility. So we have community seed production will mainly do the OPVs because it's very easy to produce. And since they're also very close to their fellow farmers, then they can be able to satisfy the demand of the small-scale farmers. And then also we can, under that, we have an arrangement whereby the farmer and farmer group seed growers actually can become outgrowers of seed companies. So the seed companies can outsource the service. They just bring in the regulatory body to inspect the seed, and then they package it as formal seed system. But above all, also need to work on a fully fledged formal seed system, which in this case can work more on the hybrids. Sorghum and palm millet hybrids are becoming more common because they offer 40 to 65% increase in yield, and they're already picking up. For example, in Sudan, they're already working. In Kenya, they're about coming up. Zimbabwe is working on them. So there is, Uganda is already submitting material for release. Kenya is also doing the same. So there is very high potential. So what the formal system can do that, because they'll also lead the expertise. ECRISAT with the national partners formed a sorghum and palm millet hybrid consortium where ECRISAT will be producing hybrid parents, which most of the companies can't do. And then the companies do combinations to bring hybrid seed. That was my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tesfaye, Dr. Ojilong, and Dr. Recha from ILRI, ICRISAT, and CIMIT. They have made presentations on the impacts of accelerating the CG climate research for Africa through partnerships. They made a presentation on scaling digital climate advisory services for enhancing climate-smart agriculture in ASARECA region. And then the last presentation was on seed delivery innovations for effective scaling of improved drought-tolerant crop varieties. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we invite any questions, clarifications, and comments. I request the ushers to help us with microphones, and I'll take the first question. I'll take 1, 2, 3 in that order, and 4. For those who have desk microphones, you can use your desk microphone as the ushers get for us the
Hello? Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. Entertainment Organic Orchard. Thank you. I am Mukundane Albert, Entertainment Organic Orchard from Bushenyi district in Uganda. My question goes to the last presenter about seed and its related reactions. What is his comment as regards seed promotion in respect of prisons, farms, the AAMC farms, and if you also include the school farms, which would also increase
the production, in seed production, and give this good spirit of young farmers in the struggle. What is your comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Albert. Your question is noted. Because of time, we are going to take only 5 questions. Ms. Julian, please go ahead with your question.
I'm Dr. Julian Nadieri, a doctor in agriculture and rural transformation. I'm saying thank you to our presenters. We've learned a lot to do today. As I represent Private Sector Foundation on the board, and we are looking how can we collaborate. We get the experience from the wonderful presenter. We put it into practice. We own an institute in Noya Farm Institute, where we do outdoor hands-on experience, outdoor hands-on training. So we train the farmers. How can we get the good experiences and we do it better, and how can we collaborate? We are saying thanks so much, and we need you actually to come and help us to develop a well-organized structure of transforming, especially our informal sector workers. Thanks so much, and I request for the numbers.
Thank you, Dr. Omala. The presenters will provide their numbers after. You can meet them outside after their session. Next question, please. 3, 4, then 5. Please go ahead.
Ok, merci pour le micro. Je suis de la RDC du secteur privé pour la nutrition. Alors, veuillez m'excuser parce que dans ce panel, ma préoccupation, disons, nos préoccupations ne sont pas prises en charge. J'ai remarqué avec satisfaction qu'il y a beaucoup d'efforts dans la production, dans la valorisation des chaînes de valeur. Je ne sais pas à qui je pose la question, mais je pose la question à vous qui êtes là. Il y a des partenariats, mais tout c'est pour augmenter la production. Et je crains qu'il y ait des montagnes de produits agricoles avec toutes ces recherches. Beaucoup de commerce. Mais en fin de compte, moi qui suis pour le secteur privé, pour l'amélioration de la nutrition, j'ai toujours ma soif de voir quand est-ce que ces produits vont arriver dans la bouche des consommateurs. Vous allez remarquer que nous sommes en Afrique avec beaucoup de produits d'importation. Et ceux qui nous vendent les produits qui viennent d'ailleurs, ils font beaucoup d'efforts marketing pour que les produits arrivent dans nos assiettes, jusqu'à dans nos écoles. Nos écoles sont envahies comme des agressions. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, à côté de tous ces efforts de la production, on ne prévoit pas chez ASARECA quelque chose pour que ces produits, transformés peut-être, oui, mais soient promus pour arriver dans la bouche des consommateurs, parce que nous sommes toujours malnutris et il y a des produits chez moi, en RDC, qui pourrissent dans les forêts, dans les eaux, dans les fleuves, dans les océans, dans les forêts équatoriales, sans être consommés. C'est un problème sérieux. C'est comme un vélo avec une seule pédale. Chaque fois, on fonce, mais il n'y a pas une autre pédale qui prend le relais pour consommer. Ça, c'est un problème. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Let us have the next question.
Yeah,
Dr. Ruganzu.
Yeah, thank you for the presenter. I have 2 questions. The first one goes to the first presenter, John. He talked about a number of climate smart agriculture technologies. And he mentions a case of study of one country, Ethiopia. The question is now how those climate smart agriculture technologies can reach other ASARECA countries in the region. Second, goes to the second presenter. In one of his slides, he shows a number of people reached using different communication pathways. My question again is, I didn't get well that chart, whether it translates the level of adoption by the users of the digital information. It is just to get a clarification on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roganzu. And then our last question. Our last question.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the three presenters for the very good information they conveyed. My question goes to Dr. Tesfaye. As he explicitly said, digital climate advisory services can help small-scale producers and other value chain actors to build resilience to climate change impacts that threaten the present and the future agri-food services. My question there is, when we are doing that digital climate change advisory, how accurate are they as compared to the actual occurrence? Have you taken any assessment? Secondly, have you taken the feedback from the farmers and the other users of these technologies, how they are useful to the end users? Thank you so much.
Very brilliant question there. Let me take one more from this side. I didn't have any question from this side, so it is going to be the last one. Please write down your questions, and then the presenters will be available after this session, and you'll interact with them one-on-one. Because of time, let us have the last question.
Thank you. I would like to thank the presenters for the nice presentation. I'm not sure to whom my question goes. Seed is important. Quality seed is important, particularly in the dry areas. It's more important even in the dry areas. My question is, low adoption of improved seeds in lowland areas may not be due to seed unavailability. It's more than that. You know, drought's a problem in the dry areas, and drought comes in many forms. It could be late start. It could be mid-season drought. It could be early cessation. You see, so farmers have to, to do with various scenarios. So my question is, it's more than a technological intervention that we need in that area. Like, making available improved seeds is one technological intervention required, but we need to work hard and couple our technological interventions with other solutions so that farmers would, benefit from the technological interventions. So, if there is a late onset of rainfall, that affects crop choice. If rain comes, early and farmers make a decision, then it has an implication on agronomic practice like fertilization and things like that. So my question is, is a suggestion, we need to have a different approach, a systems approach to address the farmers And you and others have to work together, otherwise it will be partial solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to invite our panelists, our presenters, to respond to the questions, and they can use their desk microphones. Can we start with Dr. Richa in that order? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question about availability of CSA technologies. I only gave an example of what is happening in Ethiopia just because that was what we had documented quickly. But there are also very many good innovations in the other neighboring countries. In the ASARECA member countries, which are 14 plus, this is what can be able to happen so that the technologies and practices around climate-smart agriculture can reach them. Three major ways I think about. One is the peer-to-peer learning and knowledge exchange. Through events and avenues put together through ASARECA, putting together scientists and actors or practitioners together to be able to know what's happening in Ethiopia, DRC Congo, in Cameroon, in South African Republic is important for us to get to know what's happening there. Secondly, there is transfer of technologies, protocols which have been established by the ASARECA member countries, and we are in a bloc which could be the IGAD or East African Community or ECAS, and there is a way these technologies can be transferred from one country to another using established protocols. It is an opportunity for that to happen because the agroecological zones in these areas and the geographical regions are somehow similar. You will almost always get an agroecology in Cameroon that's there in Kenya, and similarly an agroecology in Eritrea that is similar to one that is around somewhere in Somalia. And then thirdly, capacity building activities do take place where scientists are trained in a structured way through ASARECA and the research institutes that are friendly or partners to them, where specific knowledge, skills, as well as expertise is passed on in a structured manner. That is another way of doing it. But then also generally, the sharing of publications that have been developed from this, where we get to know best practices in these countries, is a very easy way of learning what's happening elsewhere that you can be able to do in another country without necessarily reinventing the wheel and cut the amount of time it needs for technology to be developed and transfer from one country to another. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for raising these important questions and suggestions. They are really important. I want to address them somehow, some of them which are not directly, but somehow indirectly. I think the issue of private sector, role of the private sector has been raised by two speakers. Yes, I agree with you. The private sector has a role to play, and it has been playing, but I think a greater role is needed in Africa in the agri-food system pathway, not only in just in one or two areas, but also in the whole agri-food system value chain. The private sector should play. But I think sometimes we see that some private sector thinks to do it alone, the public to do it alone, but I think these two things do not go in separate ways. I think there is a way that there is a lot of things to be done in a mutual and a very understanding ways. So I think coming together, planning and sharing roles and responsibilities will solve this kind of issues. And the private sector, I think, as it is growing in Africa, will definitely play a role. But the private sector should not also think that everything should be privatized. There are areas that the public sectors can roll, but also the public sector also should also support the engagement of the private sector where it can solve some of the burdens that the public sector cannot solve. So maybe an example I would give from my presentation is one of the private sector involved. I think I would like to recognize Ms. Yenenesh here, the director of the Directorate of the Extension Service in Ethiopia. She is encouraging private extension to now the private sector to get involved with the public extension system, to work together, not only, to run parallel, but also the private sector working with the public extension system. So that kind of model is important. So that shows that these two sectors can work together. So I think that is important. I think my colleague, you raised it from the RC. Yes, consumption is important. Yes, production is important. Yes, transportation is important. Yes, processing is important. So in all of those ones, I think the most important thing is to find our niche and where we can contribute together. So all of them are important. There is no one important, the other important. Naturally, we give focus on production because it is the starting point, but it doesn't mean that these are not, the other parts are not important. They are critically important. And also, most of the loss, even after production, comes after post-harvest management. Even post-harvest management is the least treated in many cases. So there is very much important issues to be addressed there. And I think the best way is to sit down and plan and work together. One other question is on the pathways for communication. Yes, we use different communication channels to deliver those information. But the thing is that there are diverse stakeholders in there. So one communication doesn't really fit to the other. In many ways, those who read, who can use technologies, they can prefer most of the SMS and they can easily read text. But there are farmers who do not read and write, and they prefer the voice, the recorded voice message. But extension workers are both educated and they are very good at operating with technologies and mobiles. They prefer the mobile apps. So they are provided with mobile apps. But for others, they don't even like any of those. They simply want to just call and ask. I have to ask, I have to talk to. So they prefer the call center. In many cases, in many areas also, we see that still people are preferring the mass media, the conventional mass media. So using them is still also important. So I think there is no one for the other type. It is, I think you have to understand your audience, your customers, and then disaggregate them based on their needs. So the most important keyword here is deliver based on the needs that these final stakeholders want. The issue of accuracy of the climate services, yes, they are very important. I think that is the reason why we made this more calibrated to the certain countries, regions specific to those ones. These days, if you go to the internet, you can find this information. But the problem is you don't know whether that is accurate or not, and nobody will take responsibility for it. But this one is well researched, well tested, calibrated, and done. So yes, they are calibrated, they are accurate, but when say accurate, we're not saying that we are 100% accurate because we're talking about future. So it's about forecast. Forecasts are based on probabilities. So we use those probabilities, but in most cases we checked them. They are very good at, better than any product, but should be, I think the phrase is that they are not 100% perfect. We are trying to understand nature, and we are working towards that. But I think these are customized, so there's no risk that we provide, something we don't know, we don't provide to the farmers. Even if we are not certain, we are not certain. We don't provide that information. We provide only when we are sure and when the probabilities are very closer to reality. So that is it. The feedback, yes, we have a feedback system. That is the most important one. If there is no feedback, there is no improvement. That thing is that we have continuous interactions, even person to person, but also we have call center to get feedback from anyone who is calling, receiving the information, but also we also run surveys. So we run surveys, we check how they do feel, how they use it, for what purpose, and all that. So we have a feedback system already in place. I think the final question raised was the bundling I talked about lastly. Going alone doesn't really solve the problem, I agree. Yes, we have to work. The seed system has to work with the other ones. The climate information is important. The fertilizer is important, the seed is important, and also the actors along these ones are important. So unless we bring these things in a very synchronized and harmonized manner, you know, we run with our own ways always, and then the farmers are handicapped. So in many ways, yes, the future is bundling them, you know, bringing those all services in one. But I think that's why we said the climate information can be used as a nucleus to bring in the other services together, because it guides all what is coming in the future. And based on that, preparations could be done, then technologies can be packaged and can be delivered to the end users who are, actually we call them the smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me answer on seed. So maybe let me start with the easiest. The lady, about how can we collaborate. So when I was presenting, I said ECRISAT with the national partners. So I assume you are from Uganda. The lady who asked about how we can collaborate. If you are from Uganda?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we work with the national program. So we work with the Nasari, Naro. So we, as I indicated, we, CRISAT and partners have been going through those. We had a project, for example, with the Nasari in the early 2010s, 2000 to 2010, whereby we did a lot of field demonstrations, field days and demonstrations. And then we promoted 2 varieties. The people who grow finger millet would know. U15 is one of is the hot cake for finger millet and P224. No seed company is producing those varieties literally, but almost all farmers have those. They basically use that. Farmers produce the seed and then they also give to their partners. So the next phase we are going now with the Nasari would be trying to promote this to semi-formal systems. We're also working with trying to work with a number of seed companies, although we're getting a lot of resistance. There's Victoria Seed and Equator Seed, but the uptake is not good. It's not very promising. It's not very promising, so we are working on that. So yes, we can get I'll give you my contact, but you also can contact Nasari. The issue also is Nasari at times because it works on eastern part and the northern part. If you are here, maybe not. Now, the first question with the gentleman talked about schools and army in relation to youth. I didn't get it. Did he say at the expense of youth or they should work together with youth? I did not get that. Huh? Yeah. So, and then the gentleman on the seed that the seed availability is not the only issues. Yes, the number of factors, if someone asked you, is about there are 10 different factors which affect adoption. But as I indicated, there are those which keep on recurring. And that's why it's also when we're doing field days, we emphasize that we give a farmer a variety a number of seed varieties which he can choose from. And those always will be under early maturity for drought escape. It could be a good response to fertilizers and the rest of it, and then the different packages involved. And a single seed, these are packaged with others. So we have our colleagues who are working on the climate smart thing. We work with the pathologists and all that thing. But I was just singling delivery of seed per se. And then on the products, why is it that all the time we produce, but we keep on importing products and rest of it? Yeah, 2 aspects of it. Yeah, most of the products, most of the crops we did are really rudimental. Like if you talk of finger millet, it's mainly porridge and in Kenya it's called ugali. Here is, you can call it what? It's still porridge per se, but it's different. Kalo or atapa or wherever you get it. Those are kaunga, yeah? Those are basically 2 products you get of finger millet. Of course, you might get kabalagala or something. So it's so narrow. But then we are doing, like for example, for your information, this year is the year of the millets. So we're developing different products, and we shall be getting in contact with the NARO also. And whoever is interested, such that we tried, the idea basically we have to import recipes from different parts of the countries. We are doing it. For example, India does a lot of millets, and then we try to come and tailor them to our products. So already within Nasari, we are now making cakes, we're now making biscuits and other products out of finger millet. But you also need patronage. Buy Uganda and eat Uganda. Most of the people will say they will want to eat something from abroad. So it is both ways. We also need demand to show us that we can develop different products. So I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our scientists from ILRI, CIMIT, and ICRISAT. A round of applause for them as they take their seats. Dr. Recha, kindly step behind. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have another exciting team. This team is determined to combat the effects of climate change through land, soil, crop data. The team is representing the Desira Land, Soil, Crop Information Services projects to support climate-smart agriculture in East Africa. It's a pilot project in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the presenters of this session, Taiza, Dr. Were, Dr. Ermias, Dr. Gima, kindly come and take the front seat, and I would like to request the team that is working on the presentations to kindly project the first slide. The first slide, please. Those working on the presentations. Genevieve and team. Genevieve, actually. Okay, as we wait for the presentations to be loaded, Achille and Genevieve, kindly help us get the presentations. I would like to introduce the panelists for this session. We have Taiza van de Hoed from Israel, Netherlands. We have Dr. Recha again from ILRI. We have Dr. Gima Mamo from the Ethiopian Institute for Agricultural Research. We have Dr. Eric Mbizimana from Rwanda Agriculture Board. We have Dr. Were Kennedy from Calro. And we have Dr. Ermias Betemariam from ICRAF. As we wait for the presentations to be loaded, I suggest the team to use their phones to take us through this session. I would like to invite Taiza, the project coordinator, to talk about the background of this project. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you all, and thank you for the organization of ASARECA to invite us here to present today to you the project on the Land, Soil and Crop Information Service. The project focuses on sharing information together on land, soil, crop and climate. And today we will present about the project. So I will give a short overview on what the project is about and what are we actually building. And then my colleagues from Kenya, Rwanda and Ethiopia will share their lessons learned from our project so far and what we've been working on. See, we don't have the presentation yet. Continue? Alrighty. So the goal of the project is to develop land, soil and crop information hubs at the National Agricultural Research Information Centers. And we do this to strengthen the agricultural knowledge and information systems and to contribute to climate resilient food systems and climate smart agriculture. We do this by creating impact in the project. What we want to do is to increase the agricultural productivity for farmers through land, soil and crop information, informed decision maker by its users at national, local and regional level. And we want to emphasize that we want to create this impact by sharing information. So the whole project that we are building is not to create new data, but to give an overview of data that actually exists. And for example, as well, if there's already projects, innovations, and other things happening in the country, then we can combine them together in one easy-to-access platform. So the scope of the project is that we focus on integrated soil fertility management and soil water conservation. And those are the two main use cases that we have and that we gather information about, and we give examples and explanations. And we're piloting the project in Kenya, Rwanda and Ethiopia. And one of the most important things of the project is that the project will be led and will be hosted and maintained by Calro, RAP and IR. So they have complete ownership of the platform that we are creating. We'll integrate the system in their own system and to make sure that we do a lot of capacity building as well. And the whole system that we are building is based on user needs and user skills. So we did in the past, we already did user needs assessments. Oh, there's the presentation. Do you have the... Yeah, oh yeah. But I cannot... Do you have the pointer? But this is not the presentation. Or is it? Do you have the pointer? Because this is just a computer. It's not the same one. But this is just Jules' laptop, so how do you know the one? Alright. Okay, sorry about that. We'll continue. So what are we actually creating? We made this graphic for it, but I will try to explain it. Is that we're creating an easy access platform that enables stakeholders to find information on land, soil, crop and climate, and we make that freely accessible. And it also enables that stakeholders find each other and that we connect data providers with data users. So it will be one platform that you can go to and search for your data or for your projects or your initiatives or your tools or methods that are out there. And the whole goal of the project is to enable decision making with questions related to agriculture, land and business. I see the presentation is half starting. And So the land soil crop hub can be used as an ACIS to deliver information from the institution to the user, combine information from multiple sources, access available climate-smart resources, avoid duplication of efforts, which is one of the most important things that the project contributes to. We get feedback from users, and we create partnerships and collaboration among stakeholders. And we have more information about what the hub is at the booth, so we have created this fact sheet to give you more information. We're not doing this alone. The project is funded by the EU, by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, by ASARECA, and it's part of the ASARECA project. And we are working together with a lot of different project partners. So most of them are here. We have RAP, Calro, IAR, ILRI, ICRAF, IUCN, and ASARECA, of course. And Wageningen University is one of our main project partners as well. To conclude my presentation, I want to call to action to ensure sustainability of the hub. So at the moment we are creating this land soil crop hub, but that is in the development within the countries. And to ensure that this hub will sustain and will stay there after the project ends, we need to create policies to support this development and maintenance of the LSC hubs. We have to offer sustainable finance from governments to keep the LSC hubs widely used and up to date. We encourage data validation and quality control to ensure open and fair data sharing. And we should invest in capacity building so we can actually make sure that a lot of people are able to use and maintain this hub. So thank you very much. That was my presentation. We had a lot of visuals with it to make it more clear, but this was my presentation for now. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Were. I work for Calro. My task is very simple. I want to share the lessons that we learned when we conducted the multi-stakeholder needs assessment of the different stakeholders who will be using this land, soil, and crop information hub. So TASA has told us that the goal of the project is to develop land, soil, and crop information hubs within the national agricultural research systems within Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda. But for us to develop these hubs, we need to know what are the needs of the different users. So for us to do this, we had to conduct, or rather hold, multi-stakeholder workshops in order to assess the needs of the different users, different stakeholders who will be using these land, soil, and crop information hubs within these 3 countries. So I'll be sharing the key lessons that we learned while we were conducting these multi-stakeholder workshops in the 3 countries. But before I do that, allow me to talk briefly about Kenya. Kenya is a land of diversity. It is diverse in terms of climate, in terms of soils, in terms of agroecologies, in terms of terrain, and all that. And it is basically an agrarian economy. So most of the GDP is derived from the agricultural productivities, and also agricultural activities contribute to rural employment in the country. And of course, most of the agriculture in the country is done by smallholder farmers, like in many other countries within Eastern and Central Africa. And of course, they also face the same challenges. Like, for example, they have poor access to agricultural information, poor access to market information, poor access to financial credit, poor access to technology, and many others. And this, of course, contribute to low productivity and also low yields within these agricultural systems. And of course, this is compounded by the effects of climate change, like recurrent droughts, which are also instigated by climatic changes within the system. So for us to turn around the situation, to come up with the climate resilient food systems and also agricultural systems, systems which are productive, then we need to come up with effective policies which are backed by relevant and reliable evidence. And I think this is the entry point for this project. It is going to create the land, soil, and crop information hubs whereby different stakeholders can come and access information about land, soils, and crop, which can then help them to come up with effective decisions. So having said that, I say that I'm going to share briefly about the lessons that we learned while we were holding these multi-stakeholder workshops in the different countries. The lessons were quite many, but because of time, I'm just going to focus on 3. So the first lesson is with regard to land, soil, and crop information and data within the 3 countries. So while we were conducting these multi-stakeholder workshops in Kenya particularly, we discovered that there is an abundance of land, soil, and crop information within Kenya, but most of it is not fair. What do I mean by fair? It is not findable, it is not accessible, it is not interoperable, and it is not reusable. Most of the data is there, but it's outdated, so there's need for updating this information. It's also scattered within different institutions and also poorly archived. And we also discovered that there's low awareness of the availability of this data within, among the stakeholders. So with regard to AKI's initiative, that is Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation Systems, we discovered from the multi-stakeholder workshop that we have many AKI's systems and initiatives which are ongoing within the country. They are active, and most of them are operated by the private sector. And they intervene at different stages of the agricultural value chain. There are those that offer, for example, information about processing, information about farm inputs. There are those that offer information about markets and all that. And like I said, there are so many examples, but one of the examples that we have in Kenya is the Kenya Agricultural Observatory platform, which is being implemented by CALRO. It normally gives information, seasonal climate forecast, and also agronomic advices to farmers. And then we also have another AKIS initiative called, operated by Safaricom. It's called the DigiFarm. This offers information and also services regarding farm inputs, extension services, market information, and all that. And we also have another one called the BioVision Infonet, which offers information about pests and diseases, and conservation agriculture, and other topics, relevant topics to different stakeholders in the agricultural value chain. So the third lesson is related to policies, AKIS related policies. Again, AKIS is Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation Systems. So in terms of policies, we assess the policies at the national level, at the local level, that is the county level in Kenya, and also at the institutional level. So we discovered that at the national level, there is a strong policy environment. There are so many policies which can affect the development and the maintenance of these land, soil, and crop information hubs that we want to develop within these countries. So in Kenya, for example, we have the Data Protection Act all the way to the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, which will run from 2019 all the way to 2029. Then at the county level, the policy environment, which can facilitate these hubs, are rather weak. Most of these county governments, they rely on the policies at the national level. The only policies and strategies which were common at the county level were the county integrated development plan. So there's a lot of work in terms of creating an enabling policy level at the county level. Then at the institutional level, we discovered that different institutions have different policies regarding data sharing. So particularly for the private sector and the public sector, you find that in the public sector, they are obliged to offer this LSC data, land, soil, and crop data and information free of charge. But then the private sector, they have the information, but they're willing to share it at a cost. So that might also affect the policies. So, like I said, there were so many lessons that we learned from this multi-stakeholder workshop, but because of time, I beg to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Nsabimana. I work with Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resources Development Board. We conduct the same workshop in Rwanda, but I'm going also to talk here about Rwanda, just a brief, and some challenges we already used to have in terms of data and data sharing. Take you also about talking about the SAM initiative and what's make them failing, and finally the lesson learned during those workshops. As some of you know that Rwanda is a hill country, which make us call a country of 1,000 hill, with also the highest population density, which does make the pressure on agriculture land and making them become very, very small. But Rwanda have tried to come up with some strategy to build resilience or to increase the productivity, and also have come up with other policies that are allowing innovation or some innovation in agriculture. Some of the innovation that have been coming in agriculture sector, there is what we call the agriculture land information system, which was maintained was meant to be like a kind of a register of all the land suitable for agriculture, so that whoever want to invest in agriculture or whoever want to do any other business in agriculture know that which land is suitable for agriculture. There is also another one who is still going, which is called Smart Nkunganire system, which is used for the input distribution, fertilizer and other inputs, and also it's used for the subsidy system. Recently, we came up also with the initiative of just developing the site-specific fertilizer lime recommendation, because we're just using only the one combination or one recommendation for the entire country, but we saw, because we have a different agroecological zone, that is not suitable for our land. But also the system, as I told you, we are a country of 1,000 hill with a lot of, which is affected by a lot of erosion. So then we also want in the same initiative to identify hotspots for erosion, so that we can put in place or come up with an investment plan for all those specific areas. But still, when we talk about data, there is a lot of information that's going on, and sometimes they are scattered in different areas. So the initiative is just to make a hub where all those information can be shared, or when you can have like I may say a general data repository for the entire country. Some challenge which now still in the areas in land and soil crop data, we have data which are not accessible. As my colleague said, they are not fair. I'm not going to again to repeat what fair, the term fair mean. We also have because there is no data sharing policy in place, there is no procedure of data sharing. We also sometimes we don't have also the data validation processes. Everybody validates his own data on his own, and we don't. There is still a challenge of low capacity in data procedure, and also the investment is still low. Among the lessons learned, we also during the multi-stakeholder workshop we conducted, we found that all the stakeholders request that to to have all the organizations should have a clear way of data sharing, because all the data we are producing, it's all aimed to develop our agriculture sector. We found also that most of the stakeholders rely on the government data, because some of them, they are still with a low capacity of producing their own information. We found that we can provide data, LAC data can be also used for the natural disaster management, can be used for farm inputs, for climate-smart agriculture measures. Can also help us also to develop other decision-making tools in agriculture sector. So we need to have a clear data sharing protocol. In terms of LAC, so in terms of agriculture knowledge information services initiative, innovation, there is a need of having an operation agriculture knowledge information services. We need also to strengthen the existing initiative. We need also to create a central data repository which will help us to disseminate data for all data providers or data users. So on the policy level, last one, we found that there is a lot of, there is many policies which promote the development of agriculture, but sometimes people are not aware of them. There is a need of just some, mainstreaming them, and also some they don't give like a clear cut or where the stakeholders should start or should end. Sometimes there is a conflict on the field where we start, where I can work. So every stakeholders tend to grab the easy part of the. So there is also, we found also there is a need of some policy to be developed, like the one for indigenous crop, and also we also realize that our farmers and other people that are really in the field, in the real work of agriculture, they have indigenous knowledge, which is very relevant. So we need to have a policy that integrates them in the agriculture research. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Blaise, for invitation. So my name is Girma Mammo. I'm working for the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, and also I'm the director for climate, geospatial, and biometrics research in my institute. So AI is also part of this project, and I may make use of the opportunities that the previous two speakers made. We have passed through both all steps as they went through, so I don't want to repeat what they said. The workshop have already been conducted in Ethiopia as well, but in the interest of time and as a matter of focus, I would like to make my presentation in a value-added way. So, but before that, I would like to say a few words about Ethiopia. Ethiopia is actually it's a big country, therefore I can say it's Ethiopian region. And it's actually the cradle of humanity. We have really generously provided a number of resources to the world community, rich history and environmental and socio-cultural diversity to the world. And it is a place where Lucy was found, and that is the origin of humanity. And the country has also reached biodiversity. More than 7,000 species of higher plants exist in Ethiopia, of which 12% are endemic. This is a great, valuable asset to the country and even the world and our continent, Africa. So it has the diverse terrains and the topography that resulted in huge varieties in soil types and the local climate patterns. So it's challenging place in terms of addressing the issues of agricultural productivity and the production. So in terms of data requirement, there is no one country that needs high quality, high resolution data than Ethiopia, because the country is as diverse as you say it. You saw it's huge diversity in soil types exist in Ethiopia. That is why we have a big challenge. And I consider challenge as not as a problem. I will consider it as key to success. That is the area where we have to focus on, put on our flashlight and then address it. Typically, land degradation is inevitable, very highly degraded in terms of soil erosion, deforestation, soil salinity, sodicity, and poor water management. So the land is highly degraded, but I don't want to enter into that one in detail, but we have 5 capacity areas in addressing these challenges in Ethiopia. Number one is the knowledge issue. Really, the knowledge, particularly the digital literacy issue is very high from our side. This is the area where we have to focus on and where we have to work on it in a more focused way. The other one is infrastructure. Digital infrastructures are still weak in terms of hard and software, in terms of ground sensors and the satellite remote sensing technologies. We are still, we have a big challenge. The other one is technology. As we heard this morning, technology is a driver of the agricultural productivity in Africa. So there is no way without having technology. So we are also in that area. We are a bit, we have to work hard. And the other one is financing. Without money, there is no research, there is no development. So finance is also lacking. Or partnership is very important, particularly the public-private partnership, because one institution cannot alone do it, these challenging cases. So what we learned through this, in terms of data and information, is that we learned that data and the knowledge are becoming the new gold of the 21st century. More than land and many other factors, data is becoming gold. So we have to think in that way. We learned that. Ethiopian agricultural research system continues to building on this database or hub, such as through this project, to fuel digital agricultural practices in our country, and this can be learned, can be extrapolated to the other countries as well. We believe in make data assets must be findable, accessible, and interoperable, and actually reusable. So we believe we are focusing on these areas, and we have to become strong in advanced data analytics and strengthening dissemination of bundled agro-advisory services, as Dr. Kinde was saying this before me. We have to focus on bundled agro-advisory services provision and extension to our farmers. So where are we now in terms of initiatives in Ethiopia with respect to this project? We have many, the government has really many initiatives, more than 20 of them, but I will focus on a few of them here. Number one is the data holding by COW. COW means Coalition of the Willing, which is a collection of a group of people, professionals, coming together and agree to share data among themselves. Not to put it somewhere, but to analyze it and come up with well-seasoned information to be used by our farmers. And this has been presented yesterday by Dr. Lusagad and Dr. Kinde. It was presented this just before me. So COW is really, it is hosted at AIR it is informal, kind of informal institutions, I can say. So KAWA is one source of initiative in Ethiopia. National Agricultural Data Hub by the Ministry of Agriculture, which is already, the website is already published and owned by the government. And Ethiosis Data, Ethiopian Soil Information System, which is by Ethiopian Agricultural Transformation Institute. DS, Digital Agriculture Extension and Agro-Advisory Services Roadmap developed since last year. And Ms. Yanina, she's with us. She's the owner of this tool. So the extension side has already been somehow budgeted, but what remains now is the research side. The other one is interactive voice response system, which is hotline, which is 8828. We trust prediction modeling and early warning system. Ethiopia Digital Agroclimate Advisory Platform, which was presented earlier by Dr. Kunde. This is a valuable asset for the country. National Land Registration and Clarification Certification, which is very important, particularly in financing the agriculture sector in terms of collateral approach. Seed certification and so the last slide is actually a convergence of those all challenges into opportunities and through enabling policies. Ethiopia has many progressive policies and strategies, but these two are very important for our purpose now. The 10 years perspective development plan and the nationally determined contribution determination, which is focusing on the reduction of carbon dioxide emission to the atmosphere. Ethiopia has already pledged to reduce by 68.8% of greenhouse gas emission so this is a kind of rescuing the world as well. So the drivers are the ones that we saw earlier. The drivers of these movies, the knowledge part is very important. We have to focus on it. Infrastructure is very important. The technology particularly, so the product. The finance and the partnership are very important. Partnership is particularly for risk sharing and also forming synergy and the complementarity among partners. So the other one is the strategic enablers are there, the 10 in 10 program, which is supposed to develop one program every year throughout the 10 years. And agricultural commercialization cluster, transforming Ethiopian food system, climate smart agriculture roadmap, and irrigated wheat production system. These are good initiatives which are ongoing. The whole
I work with the World Agroforestry Center, ICRAF, which is based in Kenya. So I have been for 12 years in Kenya. So some Kenyans are claiming me as a Kenyan, and then also Ethiopians also claim me as an Ethiopian. So ASARECA is a perfect place to be. These all are together, isn't it? Thanks. Yeah, I think the role given to me is to answer the very easy questions and then push the most difficult one to them. And then, if I would really pick some of the key lessons I learned from the ministerial statement, one is soil health is critical for agricultural productivity and then our environment, be it climate, land degradation, or biodiversity. And then the other key thing is really to do it so, and then there is a lot of fragmented knowledge here and there. It doesn't mean that we don't have a lot in Africa. I like the way the European Union delegates say that, there is a lot of expertise, a lot of data than we thought, but what best have you done with that? So this project is not a duplication of what you are doing, but it is a kind of, accelerator, so to say. And then if I take you the history of soil information a little bit in Africa, digital at least, we have the African Soil Information Services. Okay, it was executed in the whole sub-Saharan Africa, came up with some data, some maps, it is there. Okay, let's have a second phase. Let's pick 3-4 countries to have even a specific country-specific soil information system. The Ethiopian Soil Information Services in Ethiopia. Tanzania Soil Information Services. I see my colleague Martin there. And then Ghana Soil Information Services and Nigeria Soil Information Services. Fine, then what? I think the key challenge we have seen in most of the development research projects is sustainability. And then one of the key things for us to keep sustainability is there should be enough enabling environment. I think Taisa, my colleague, has mentioned, I think there should be enabling policy. There must be also, sustainable finance. When you see sustainable, it shouldn't always come from donors, but there should be, contribution from the national partners, provided that it gives really, the information or the data they need. And then, of course, capacity development is also at the same time very, very critical in that sense. So that's why we would like to really bring in this, land soil crop information services hub, or if you wish it, it is a to-go place for data. So oftentimes we have a lot of behavior. This is my data. Where is your data? In my computer. Where is your data? It is in my email. I think that's what we have learned also as researchers. So if we say rather than my data, I think this project would like to change my data to our data, because we have all our common vision. All the SDG 17 goals are very clear, starting from 17, partnership to food security. However, how we're really managing whatever data we have, and then this is a project that really would like to bring in, and then to be a to-go place sustainably, and then continue providing data for different partners, right? It could be the private sector, it could be the extension system, it could be, the data is not as a raw data, but there could be someone to regulate it and then also produce some of the key information go. So if you take the national research systems, oftentimes they don't control what data is moving in their country. As an ICRAF myself, I go to the field, collect soil data from Kenya, produce a paper, share evidence, and then also try to have even a policy brief. Am I supposed to? And then go to also the agriculture area to do it. However, I think this mandate has to be clearly indicated and then given to the National Research Institute, because they are the one who is really linking the entire development agenda in the respective countries. And then we are also trying to customize and then contextualize this hub into the context of the 3 countries. So there is no one fit solution for all. So that is really to bring in the whole thing in one, and then I would like to open now for any questions, any criticisms particularly, and then also insight. That would be really great to have. So in case also some of you, I don't know, the slide is not coming, but if it comes, I will tell to people what to do. So it's open for any, and then yes, that is the Mentimeter. If you really just scan that barcode, and then if you give us any insight, because we have limited time, we would be very happy, and then this team will go back to you, and then you can also put www.menti.com and then put that code, and then try to really give us any information, any feedback that we'd like to see. So for us, what success would be is, if this really works in these 3 countries, it would be a kind of very interesting flagship project for the entire ASARECA countries. So it's open for any questions, any idea, please. I go like this, and that side. Please, gentleman over there. Someone could help us with the mic, or use the mic on your table, someone's table. Yeah, you can talk there even from the mic, yes. Thanks.
Merci, c'est Willy. Je voudrais d'abord féliciter les orateurs pour les présentations assez riches. Alors, j'ai 3 questions adressées à tout le monde, à tous les présentateurs, parce qu'apparemment c'est le projet qui est exécuté dans 3 pays. Ma première question, c'est comme ce sont les informations qui sont collectées, est-ce que ces informations sont collectées en collaboration avec les projets et programmes en cours dans ces pays pour pouvoir répondre aux effets du changement climatique et rendre les exploitations réellement résilientes. Parce que ces informations sont collectées sans consulter ces projets et programmes au pays. Je crois qu'à un certain moment, il y aura des lacunes dans ces informations. C'est ma première question. Deuxièmement, c'est au niveau de l'applicabilité. Est-ce que réellement les informations collectées sont pensées en termes de modèles de prévision et d'action? Ça, c'est juste pour, premièrement, modèle de prévision. Si réellement ces données aident le pays à pouvoir prévoir les effets qui auront dans le futur, qui seront dans le futur, parce que, je dirais, pouvoir adopter certaines activités à la sens de rendre les éléments résilients de ces exploitations. Voilà ce que vous pourrez avoir comme résultat dans 5 ans ou dans 10 ans. Est-ce que réellement ces deux types de modèles existent? Merci.
Maybe, if you want to, just make it as brief as possible, because we will be also available around, and then if you want to have more questions, we will answer. But let's make it quickly. John, quick reflection, a few seconds.
Yes, about that, I would like to tell you that this project, the pilot is done in 3 countries, Republic of Rwanda, Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and Kenya. We started off by doing needs assessment and talking to all the stakeholders at national level and subnational level in the counties or the districts or in the different federal regions. And we did key informant interviews to be able to gather the data. So we end up now establishing the level of use of land, soil, crop information services to be able to advance climate smart agriculture, and where, as of right now, there are gaps, so that the process of developing the hub is done by people who have the technical capacity to be able to have this hub hosted by the national agricultural research institutes in these countries. And that's why they are here represented in such a way that we worked together with them. So everything that we are saying actually was taken into consideration, and I think we are out to get out a very innovative project that will lead to accelerating the uptake of climate smart agriculture towards achieving food security and dealing with climate-related risks in these countries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John. You reminded me of the Rwanda Soil Information Services that Eric mentioned in Rwanda. So, following those 3 countries, a 5th country came with, even with the same name, Rwanda Soil Information Services. They collected thousands of soil data, fertilizer omission trails across the country, and the project is about to end. Then where is all this data is going to be? It's really, data is good. It's a lot of investment. What is our return on investment, our data? What are the big opportunity costs that we could save? So that's why you say that, oh, Rwanda, I would like to build on that one, and then I would like to have this hub in Rwanda so that it will really help me to keep all the previously collected data sets and then the upcoming ones into my system. That's how Rwanda defined and then contextualized. Likewise also for Ethiopia and Kenya. Maybe someone?
Thank you very much, Ermias. Let us take the questions at once, and then the panelists will answer them. Dr. Baguma?
Thank you very much. Je m'appelle Sylvester Dickson Baguma. Je viens d'Ouganda. Je travaille au Naro. Indeed, I want to start. My question, I wrote it long ago, but somehow you've been talking about it. We're not getting a solution. True that data is presented as one of the drivers in land, soil, crop information services. You put it very well. Data is scarce. Sometimes it's not there at all. If you find it, it's not up to date. In other words, not accurate, and therefore not dependable. The data is mine. It's on my laptop. It's on my floppy drive, maybe these days, or disk. Maybe in my cloud account. When I leave the organization, voila, I go with it. What strategies do you give to all of us to make sure that this data is available so that we take advantage of the big data and we are able to manipulate this data, interrogate this data for the benefit of transformative productivity?
Thank you, Dr. Baguma. Let us have
merci beaucoup, c'est Antoine Lubobo. Je suis professeur d'université à Lubumbashi en RDC. Et ici, je représente l'INERA, l'Institut national d'études et de recherche agronomiques. J'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'attention les pilotes sur la gestion la collecte des informations sur le terrain, le sol et les cultures. C'était une bonne chose. Mais comme c'est un projet pilote, j'ai réalisé qu'il y a beaucoup de défis qui ont été relevés dans tous les 3 pays. Mais quand je considère que, comme c'est un projet pilote, la première question, c'est de savoir est-ce que ce projet pilote arrive déjà à terme et comment on va appliquer ces informations que vous avez recueillies dans les autres pays où nous attendons ce projet. Ça, c'est la première question parce que nous ne sommes pas concernés par les projets pilotes, mais on voulait déjà savoir comment on peut s'y prendre. La deuxième question, c'est je reviens à ce que notre ami du Burundi, Willy, avait posé. C'est vrai que vous travaillez avec toutes les parties prenantes. Je m'imagine, parce qu'ici vous focalisez beaucoup plus sur les instituts nationaux, les organisations, mais comment les universités ou les étudiants font les expérimentations, ils collectent beaucoup de données, font partie intégrante de ce travail. Voilà les 2 préoccupations. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Lobobo. Let me go to the other side of the room. Let us have Burundi.
Thank you very much. My question is almost similar from like that one from Dr. Baguma, the strategies to use the data collected. But I have a very particular question I want to ask to all the presenters. Of course, when you don't have data, it is very difficult to plan. And in most African countries, we do not have professional agriculture, professional farmers where they really do industrial agriculture. And now, in terms of collecting data on land, soil, crops, information, I would like to be advised if we were to duplicate this kind of work, at which scale farm shall we take? Because like in Burundi, probably also in Rwanda, you may find that farmers at the family level, they have a very small land they use. University, they also collect the samples, they collect the data. Research institute, they also collect the data. But also you may find that central administration, they also collect the data. And in the country, you may find that data are kept in many different institutions. In this pilot project, how are you harmonizing the data collected and their usage? How do you harmonize data collected from different institutions? Or we are going to, this hub is coming to solve such kind of problems of having data collected and kept by different institutions. Thank you.
I think let's attempt to answer those, and we have one last round. We will get back to you. Thaisa, would you like to touch some of the questions, please?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. A lot of them seem similar about how to collect data and to ensure data is not gone to waste when people are leaving an organization or that the data is on the computers. So one of the big things that we do in this project is to create harmonized data sets. So, and what we mean by that is that we did this already. We created a metadata template, which is a format to describe the data that has been collected within every organization. And with this metadata template, all the data can be described, harmonized, and put in the hub so that information that is out there, you can actually use the hub as also as a catalog. So One part of the hub is a metadata catalog that describes the data that is out there. And we're working together with different organizations, such as Knowledge Institute, Extension, pharmacists, private sector, public sector, to really make sure that it's collected, is described in a similar way, and that is available through the hub. But that really depends on the needs of a country, what they want from this hub. So for example, I think my colleague Kennedy can answer this for Kenya. We're really in the process with them to really create this catalog so that people can use it to describe the data.
Thank you very much. Maybe I would like to ask Girma from Ethiopia, because one of the lessons we picked during our workshops in Ethiopia is that they would like to have a legal legislative giving the mandate of archiving, communicating, and doing soil and crop information server for the National Research Institute. Girma, would you like to tell something about what is going on there? Maybe as a lesson.
Thank you, Dr. Ermias. Yes, we have some level of experience in terms of developing strategy by using data. So the ministry has already disseminated or even ordered to share data among these partners. So accordingly, the first point was COW, as I said, COW, Coalition of the Willing, has already started collecting some about 20,000 legacy data from different partners and about 40,000 fertilizer response data from different through modeling workers, and these data are going to be reposited in IIR, so everybody will get the means to submit their data by using their own password, data management password. Nobody is going to get their data without their permission. So the policy is already, COW has already developed this policy. The Ministry of Agriculture has already developed, and it's actually under ratification by the ministers, Council of Ministers. It would be released very soon. So that kind of strategic intervention can help to better collect data and put in a big hub such as this one, and then to use for big data analytics and translation into agro-advisory services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, always there need to be incentives, disincentives also. If I give you one policy example from the CGIAR or ICRAF in particular, is that you collect your data, and then within 1 year, if you publish, fine. If you don't publish within 1 year, that data is no longer to be kept in your computer. You have to put it, and it should be shared with the rest of the world. So you give them 1 year, for instance, to play with the data, and then after, it could be 2 other national systems. And then that is the regulation side of it, which is nice. The other thing is also the ethics. We are researchers. We have our own ethics, and we don't want to really keep it always without. And then I think we need to keep changing our behavior as we go along. That's why even the coalition, when they ask that one, oh, it's interesting, this is my groups are doing that, and then I would like to also share my data. And then there are so many publications which are out, but the data is not there. At least those, if you start from that, okay, this paper is out, but what is the associated data could go to the other side, so that others could also make use of it for meta-analysis and then all those kind of things as a policy. Eric, would you like to say something?
Yeah. Actually, I would like to maybe to start by the experience in Rwanda. It's good that Ermias highlighted the ethic of data sharing. But when we start about that ethic, about data sharing, suppose today we don't even know, we don't even have, in most of our country, we don't even have where to share our data set. Most of us, even if you are going to share them, we share them on the international platform, or we share them, we publish it in our journal. But even if you have an ethic, you don't have where to share. So what we are just starting in this project is just to have because all the National Agriculture Research Institution are the one who has the mandate to guide the agriculture in our different countries. So starting by putting a data repository of all those land and soil information data have to be shared, then it will make them also being an official data set, because most of our research we are doing, we tend to collect our own information. We cannot use secondary data, and if we are using secondary data which have not been validated, we have a lot of question of the validity of that information. However, if we have the source that has that recommendation, that has that mandate of validating all those information, we will start on that and develop our additional value without wasting our time and our resources. Thank you.
Yeah, Kennedy, would you like to reflect on some of the questions, please?
Yeah, I would just like to answer the first question that was asked by, I think, someone from this side. The question was whether the information has been collected and whether the programs within the countries were involved in collecting this data. My response to this would be, we've not yet started collecting the data, so we're in the process. The first thing that we started to do was to assess the needs of the different people who will be using these land, soil, and crop hubs. But then, in collecting this data, we are going to involve all the stakeholders who are who are involved in providing and using land, soil, and crop information within these countries. So we are going to adopt a multi-stakeholder approach. The knowledge institutions are going to be involved. The private bodies are going to be involved. The public bodies are going to be involved. The farm organizations are going to be involved in providing this data that will go into the hub. So we are taking a multi-stakeholder approach. And then there was also a question on whether we have strategies to use the data, the land, soil, and crop information data that we are going to consolidate in the hub. And as a startup, we are going to also...
Video before we continue with the questions.
Okay.
We have a lot of time.
Okay.
Please play the video.
Thank you very much.
In East Africa, the land suffers under climate change. This threatens food security for a growing population. But there are ways to make the soil more resilient, to innovate in agricultural systems, and to produce food in a more sustainable way. To find the way, we need data. We want to bring together all available data on land, soil, and crops into national information hubs. To empower farmers, extension agents, researchers, NGOs, agribusinesses, and local and national governments to future-proof food production systems and support the rural transformation that is needed. Data supports decisions that create change.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a booth for the land, soil, crop project. I have been informed that the ministers have arrived. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists.
Are we ready at the back? It's been quite a day. Quite an eventful day. At some point in my life, somebody attempted to teach me how to sing opera music. of all genres, opera music. And who here wants to hear the version of the song they gave me when they were trying to teach me to sing opera music? I don't even know if I remember what the song means, but at least it was an opera version. Coro mio ben, crede mio men, senza di te langui cerco. Caro mio ben, caro mio ben, senza di te langui cerco. Il tuo fedel sospira ogni cessa crudel danto rigo, cessa crudel danto rigo. When I was still a little boy, Peter here used to be a news anchor. And I would see Peter anchoring news on national television, and I wanted to be a news anchor myself. Little did I know that one day we'll share a platform. So ladies and gentlemen, Peter Odeke, my inspiration.
Thank you very much. Blessed me with many things, but he did not give me a singing voice like his. But it's okay, life goes on. Distinguished guests, I'm sure you have been following and maybe even wondering what was going on. The ministerial meeting concluded successfully, and shortly we shall have the results or information on the communique that came from that meeting. But just before we do, we just would like to have some remarks from the African Union Commission. So allow me to invite Dr. Pierre-Justin Kuka to kindly come and give us some brief remarks from the African Union Commission, and thereafter we shall wrap up our day with the communique that was signed, that is about to be signed by the ministers from the region. Is Dr. Pierre here? Okay. Thank you. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Well, really, after the ministerial meeting, I didn't think I would make this statement again because I had talked too much at the ministerial. Let me just start by saying that it's always a pleasure to come to Uganda and start by presenting apologies for the absence of Her Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, who is the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. But I'm delighted to present, of course, this statement on her behalf as a commitment of a strategic partnership with ASARECA. This year's theme of building resilient food systems to feed Africa for generations is squarely in line with the African Union Agricultural Transformation Agenda. And I would like here to commend the contribution made by ASARECA to the implementation of a roadmap of the AU Theme of the Year on accelerating the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Agreement. This is well recognized in the various sessions that are taking place here and the third event of this conference with a focus on trade. I will spare you of the details that you already know of what has happened in the last few years with these challenges we have faced, first of all with COVID-19 and then the Ukraine and Russia conflict that brought about a breakdown in our supply chains. This was coupled with our internal turmoils of conflicts and also the impact of climate change. We cannot reemphasize enough the importance that agriculture plays in ensuring that although we are going through all of this conflict and we're going through all of these shocks, we can turn adversity into opportunity and rise up to the occasion. We always used to say with some of my mentors that we need to change Africa's narrative. Instead of saying that Africa is rising, we now need to be saying that Africa has risen, because we now need to be sitting at the table with OECD countries and any other country and talk on trade and any other issues on equal footing, not just for countries that come to beg for support, but for countries that have really something to bring to the table. And for that, African Union has taken a number of steps to respond to the impacts that have happened in the past few years, in line with its agenda, of course, 2063, and the United Nations SDG 2. But now, while ASARECA is poised in the development of its own new medium-term plan, I think they should consider the following. One is responding to the immediate food crisis. So action to be taken here is meant to cater to immediate needs of the countries. That includes how do we boost agricultural productivities and production and promote intra-Africa trade, to ensure that the role that ASARECA can play in this is to assist member states to increase production of staples such as wheat, rice, maize, and soybean over the next planting seasons, with a capacity of being replicated elsewhere in Africa, not just in the regions concerned by ASARECA. Second is preparing for and preventing future food crises. As we know, it's not just about stopping food crises once they occur, but most importantly, is preventing them to occur. Long-term prevention of food crises require that actions is taken by many partners in a well-coordinated and transparent manner. ASARECA is well positioned to carry an efficient coordination mechanism in order to transform Africa's food systems and become a continent that not only feeds itself, but also feeds the world through trade and investments. Third, realizing resilient food security and nutrition for all. The ultimate goal of Africa, in line with its agricultural transformation agenda, is to build resilient food systems that will resist to shocks and avoid adverse impacts in African economies and the people of Africa. Let us not have these multiple shocks go to waste, but let us transform once again adversity into opportunity. This means that ASARECA should be involved in providing long-term solutions supported by solid data, guided by its strength as a nexus between agricultural research for development, extension, and policy. This should be guided, amongst others, by the CADEP, the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, which is Africa's policy framework for agriculture transformation, wealth creation, food security and nutrition, economic growth and prosperity for all. It should be also guided by the promotion of science, innovation and technology, and engagement of the private sector as key drivers to the delivery of robust and resilient food systems in Africa and enhance compliance with market access requirements. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that in order for ASARECA to succeed in its mission, it will need strong political support from its member states and increased financial support from both its member states and its development partners and donors alike. We believe that only with adequate support that ASARECA can strive to deliver on its ambitious agenda. For Africa, the implementation of an action plan to build resilience will require concerted efforts, commitment from African countries, and support from our partners for ASARECA to focus on key action areas, amongst which first is increasing food production, second is reducing post-harvest food losses, third is investing in climate-smart agriculture, as we heard throughout this conference. That includes also developing ways to improve and promote early warning systems and rapid response systems for preventing and managing food crises through use of ICT and other means. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon all our partners and member states to support ASARECA's priorities, and we need to do it in an innovative way with the involvement of all stakeholders to promote an inclusive development for Africa. Last but not least, let me express my personal appreciation to the government and the people of Uganda for the great hospitality and for ably hosting this event once again. The narrative for Africa should change. Africa is rising is no longer the case. Africa has risen. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pierre. Can we give him a round of applause as he goes back? And we have been really honored to have the African Union Commission here and honoring this conference as well. Yeah. Distinguished guests, we are coming to the close of day. I saw some people looking at their watches and wondering if we're in time. I am glad, especially glad, that we have DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, here in the house, because if you look at the time in DRC, you will notice that we are actually within time. So we are not late, we are right on time. Now, I just want to advise you about how this is going to carry on now. Shortly, we shall have the Secretary General of ASARECA, the Director General, come and read out a communique on behalf of the patron ministers. Thereafter, each of the ministers or country representatives will sign this communique. And after the signing, we shall have the formal closure by the Honorable Minister, Honorable Fred Jakulaga Bwino. So let me invite the Executive Director of ASARECA to kindly come and read the communique that was agreed upon by the Council of Ministers.
Honorable Minister and other ministers and all protocol observed, as the Secretary of the Council of Patron Ministers, I stand to present to you the draft resolution. And with me, I have the legal team who is going to stand here. Immediately he comes on the stage, I will ask him to read out the resolutions as we've deliberated and we have agreed. So our legal team kindly come and take the floor. You'll be guided on how the signing can proceed. Thanks so much, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, all protocol observed. My name is Ian Mutiwa, a partner at Signum Advocates who offer legal support to ASARECA. We're privileged to be part of the Council of Patron Ministers discussions, and I'll quickly highlight the resolution before the joint communique is signed. One of the foremost discussion was on the membership fee for the members of ASARECA, both core and ordinary members. The Council took cognizance of the approval of the Business Committee new membership fees being $100,000 as a one-off fee for membership and $100,000 annual subscription, as well as $25,000 annual subscription for the ordinary members. However, they guided that these fees should be collected after the arrears of all countries are collected. They therefore directed that between now and September, a panel of 4, which includes the chairperson of the patron ministers, the executive director, the chairperson of the board of directors, and the president of the General Assembly, work together to ensure that the arrears of members are cleared to zero. And thereafter, the new subscription fees can take effect. The Council also agreed that in order to finance ASARECA and make it sustainable, that the Secretariat should look into other sources of financing such as the World Bank, European Union, and other donors. And they urged the ED to take this particular initiative. As regards the 1CG, the Council noted that there is need for each member state to alert the Secretariat of what is happening at national level, and the Secretariat will be involved and give feedback to the Council of Patron Ministers thereafter. So the member states were urged to let the Secretariat be involved individually, and then the Secretariat would have the report to the Council of Patron Ministers. The Council also urged on the partnership support to regional initiatives. They advised that there is need to harmonize ASARECA, to discuss with the different ministers so that they can adopt the ECAT model and ensure that regional initiatives and partnerships are strengthened. The Council further considered the proposed amendments to the Constitution, which is within their mandate to approve. And the amendments were 2, which included having the Directors General of the different NARIs as part of the board, as well as representation from the ordinary members. They also approved the hybrid meeting for ASARECA to have online and hybrid meetings. However, they directed that the Constitution be clear on the ordinary membership to cover regional organizations of ASARECA. And the Constitution was approved with such amendments. These were the deliberations or the highlights of the discussion of Council Patron Ministers. And with me, I would like to hand back to the Secretary General of this Council, who is the ED, to come and take charge of the signing of the joint communique of the Council Patron Ministers. Mr. Secretary General, sir.
How many copies do we have? How many? For purposes of this signing, the media may come to this side so that you can have a better view as each of the ministers append their signatures to the communique that was agreed upon today. As the communique is moved to be signed by each of the ministers, we can have a very short commercial interlude.
You have that soundtrack? I heard she sang a good song. I heard she heard a style. And so I came to see her. I listened for a while. And there she was, this young girl, singing through my nose, calming my pain with her fingers, singing my life with his words. killing me softly. As her killing me softly with a song, turning my whole life with her words, killing me softly with a song. I felt all flushed with fever, embarrassed by the world. I thought she found my letters and read each one aloud. I thought that she would finish, but she just kept right on, strumming my pain with her finger, killing my life with his words, killing me softly with a song, killing me softly with a song, turning my whole life with the words, killing me softly with a song. She sang as if she knew me in all my dark despair, and then she looked right through me as if I wasn't there. And there she was, this young girl, singing clear and strong, strumming my pain with her finger, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with a song, killing me softly with a song, turning my whole life with her words, killing me softly with a song. This one will be the last one of the evening.
Guajira Guantanamera, a well-known Cuban song. From 1929, karaoke, English version, cha-cha-cha music.
Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. I'm just a man from the island, born in a of the palm tree. I'm just a man from the island, born in a shed of the palm tree. Inspired to tell of my Lord, I leave my story behind me. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera, Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. My words are spoken sincerely and ring with hope for tomorrow. My words are spoken sincerely and ring with hope for tomorrow. I know of life and its promise. I know its joy and its sorrow. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, hey. Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. I choose the poor as my people. I know their dreams and their struggles. I choose the poor as my people. I know their dreams and their struggles. I'd rather lose every comfort than turn away from the troubles. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, Guajira Guantanamera. It's certainly been a pleasure to be here. Peter, that was as brief as they come. Certainly the end is here. I'm sure we're about to finish. Yeah, we can continue talking about the but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through the exemption. I have planned each other course, each careful step along the byway. Well, much more than this, I did my way. Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when I did all more than I could chew, and through it all. and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows that I took the blows, but yes, I did it all my way. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
That was Mr. Samson Kasumba doing it his way. Please, let's give him a round of applause. It just goes to show you that Uganda is actually blessed by nature. We have got so much talent. And the invitation is still extended to you. There is so much more of Uganda that you are yet to see, that you should see. Our distinguished guests, our day is drawing to a close. And now that the communique has been signed by the council ministers, my humble duty right now is to invite our Minister for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to come and officially close our day today. So allow me to invite Honorable Fred Bueno to kindly come and give his remarks and officially close today as the second day of this conference. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. MC, this is the first time that I've witnessed a team that works the whole day. When I walked in here at 9 o'clock, you are already here. Now it is past 6. You are still here in big numbers. I don't see any empty spaces. And throughout, I've not seen anybody dozing. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for that resilience. I know that the matters that we are handling are close to your hearts, and this explains the resilience. Matters to do with the food security, matters to do with incomes for our people, matters to do with the socio-economic transformation of our people. So, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation of Somalia, representatives of the ministers from all other member countries, I thank you for your contribution during the meeting of the Council of Patron Ministers. You have heard the resolutions. The resolutions that we have made will hopefully transform the organization. We hope to ensure that we get enough funding, both from within and from outside, so that the operations of the organization can move. Of course, there are some new things that have come on board. For example, the decision to ensure that we widen the directorship of the organization is very, very important. Remember that the original idea was to bring together the National Agricultural Research Institutes. So it is crucial that the leadership of these National Agricultural Research Institutes become members of the board of directors of the organization. And the other new element that has come in is the closer follow-up by the Council of Patron Ministers. That close follow-up. Because now we have required that the chairperson of the board of directors constantly works with the chairperson of the Council of Patron Ministers. Remember that I'm not here on my own. I'm here because I'm an agent of a person that was elected by more than 10 million people. Yes, I'm here because I was appointed by the president, and the president was elected by millions of Ugandans. So I'm here on behalf of the millions of Ugandans that are out there. In the same way, the members of the Council of Patron Ministers are here to represent their respective citizenry. So for that matter, that follow-up is not for nothing. It is about effective representation of our people, so that the challenges that our ordinary farmer, that small-scale, smallholder farmer faces are brought to the table of ASARECA for discussion and finding solutions. Of course, the other very, very important issue is that as the chairperson of the Council of Patron Ministers, I'm going to write communicating these resolutions to my colleagues, the ministers. And before we close the bigger conference of the ASARECA Agricultural Ministerial Conference tomorrow, I will have signed that letter, and it will go with it so that we start from there. And finally, and very important, from now on, we are going to have the ASARECA Agricultural Ministerial Conference being held after every 2 years. But in between, the activities of ASARECA will continue, and they will be supervised very, very closely by the board, which is entitled to sit at least twice a year, and by the chairperson of the Council of Ministers. So be rest assured that moving forward, we expect to see a better organization, a better ASARECA. I want to differ from the MC slightly. I'm not here to close the meeting of the Council of Ministers. I'm here to usher you to another phase of the meeting. Yes, we are now going we are going to mingle and network. And remember that that networking is very crucial. That networking is very, very crucial. So I hereby officially close the phase of putting on tough faces and talking to the phase of networking. I thank you very much, and I welcome you to, I think we have some arrangement for that networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And just to inform you that the cocktail party is going to be at the poolside overlooking the lake. So please make your way to the poolside overlooking the lake. And just after Samson speaks, I shall ask everybody to stand up for the playing of the anthems in reverse order.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
May God Uganda, may God uphold thee when their future in thy hands. United free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Remember to enjoy yourselves. We have proved that life is short. If you didn't know this is researched, life is short. It has also been researched that nobody will get out of it alive. So you do well to enjoy it now that you're here. A very good evening. Remember to look for NBS at 9. I won't be very long here because I'm going to anchor the bulletin. Karibu sana.
Come a little bit closer, baby. Sembera. Wameza nechecho. Sita kubeyo. Chakala kubeyo.